Ye Wanshe was able to join the literary society by virtue of Ye Muxi's success in giving the second line. But Ye Wanshui didn't embrace any trace of gratitude at her bottom of heart towards Ye Muxi. Instead, she was more jealous and sick to Ye Muxi, and she thought, why can't I do it? But her, Ye Muxi can? This is such a stark contrast with me, and I let this bitch Ye Muxi do great publicity. Ye Muxi knew what kind of person Ye Wanshui was. The reason that she did this was not to help Ye Wanshui originally. First, hitting the headline. Her fame was the umbrella protecting her from old lady's random decision before she was qualified to run for Morning Phoenix Academy's selection. Otherwise, she would be like Ye Yun, who was introduced to a marriage randomly, which was a lesson. Second, fighting back. Ye Wanro allied with Lin Shiming and set her up. If she didn't slap in their faces, then she would waste her memory about the second line of this couplet. Now they were like fully loaded guns and shot themselves instead. She bet neither of them was feeling good. Third, morality. Acting with high morality was superior to anything. Before everyone knew her, she had to build up her good reputation. Even if sisters were fighting with each other, she still had to make outsiders think she was the one who cherished sisterhood the most. As Lin Shiming said, her decision to replying to the couplet for her sister today would be a legendary story spread among people in Jiang State. No matter how talented a girl was, if she was labeled as the one with no morals, then she was all done. The first impression was a kind of stereotype, and it was extremely critical. This was the first time Ye Muxi met so many talented young men and well-bred daughters in Jiang State, and she had already established her talented and high moral image in front of them by answering the two couplets. She used a stone to kill 3 birds. Great! I never expected I could witness such a perfect second line the minute I arrived. 4th miss could stun me every time. A gentle and clear laugh was sounding behind her. Ye Muxi and the rest looked back, and a newly arrived carriage went into her sight. There were 2 people walking towards them from the carriage. One was wearing a white ice silk gown made by Sichuan embroidery, and he was like a gorgeous tall tree bathing in the breeze. He was exactly Jun Mochin. All the girls couldn't help but toss more glimpses at the royal master beside him. On such a formal occasion, he only put on the pear flower white gown, which he also wore for that flower appreciating day randomly, and the only accessory was the jingling jade decorated on the waist. His thick hair was extremely beautiful, and his handsome face didn't carry any facial expressions. But when he walked towards them randomly, he exuded an innate elegance and nobility. His profound eyes were looking at void, stopping for nobody, and the group of people standing by the door, who had his eyes swept over casually, felt stressed. "Hello, Royal Master." Lin Shiming bowed with his hands cupped, and all the others finally realized. Nanggong Lin and Jun Mochin naturally didn't need to answer a couplet and were welcomed as the guests of honor. Ye Yun and Ye Qingyao then answered their couplets, which were quite simple and didn't draw too much attention. The group of family Ye finally could walk into the hall. There were 2 sections for tonight's literary society. The first hour would leave people to booze, paint, recite poems, and do social activities. The next 2 hours would be the showing up on stage part, and all the misses would show their talents and do the performances, which was the highlight. They all wanted to show off in front of Nanggong Lin because he could decide who could be enrolled in Morning Phoenix Academy. There were vice judges in other regions, but in Jiangnan, Emperor trusted him, and he disliked to listen to others, so no vice judge was designated to this place, and he had the freedom to designate anyone he wanted. If anyone had the luck and was favored by Royal Master, then she could win Royal Master's bamboo engraved token before the test officially began. Bamboo engraved token of Morning Phoenix Academy was a certification after one candidate had passed an assessment. Finally, all candidates would be graded a level based on the number and the level of the bamboo engraved token she held in hands. There were 18 levels from rank 1 to 9 for misses. Only limited misses could get enrolled by Morning Phoenix Academy, and all of them hoped that they could win more bamboo engraved tokens earlier. There were 2 kinds of bamboo engraved token. One was merit, which suggested the candidate passed this test. The other was distinction, which meant she performed excellently in the test. If one candidate failed, then she wouldn't get one token. This was not a formal assessment, so Nangang Lin would only choose one or two the most outstanding ones to give out his tokens. Now, these misses were desperate to grab one with their full strength. But Ye Muxi didn't really care. She had the confidence to herself, and when the assessment really embarked, she could just win through it one test after another. The sound of the instruments was melodious, and the dance was beautiful. Now the performance section hadn't started yet, so there were people gathered together and discussed with each other. One after another, all the people were present, and nobody had to answer a puzzle couplet to get in. Ye Muxi and her people were sitting on their spots, and the daughter of a concubine didn't have a seat. Ye Yun was standing behind Ye Wanru. Ye Wanshui's wounds on her butt hadn't healed yet, so she was having a hard time, wishing she could stand just like Ye Yun. Finally, she saw there were many misses surrounding Jun Mochen, and Ye Wanshui was inspired, so she blended in as well. Nangang Lin was also centered by multiple girls by his side, and Ye Wanru wanted to join, but she was afraid Nangang Lin might look down at her if she cast away her identity and dignity. But Nangang Lin was not as good-tempered as Jun Mochen. His guards blocked others in front of him and put on a stern look toward those misses. Nangang Lin even pretended that they didn't exist, and he shared no words with them. Ye Muxi was sitting on her seat quietly, waiting for the beginning. The seat of Ye Wanshui next to her was empty, and Ye Qingyao was on her right, and Ye Wanru was sitting next to the empty seat. This was the first time for Ye Qingyao to participate in such a literary society, and she knew nobody here. Considering they were cousins and they had no conflicts before, they were talking with each other from time to time. At this moment, Nangang Lin, who was enveloped by a bunch of people, went straight to the direction of Ye Muxi and her companies alone all of a sudden. "Fourth sister, Royal Master, it seems that Royal Master is walking towards us?" Ye Qingyao sounded nervous and looked shocked. Nangang Lin came to Ye Muxi. He was in a white fairy outfit, and it reflected his beautiful hair. His extraordinary handsome look caught everyone's attention. Ye Muxi was wondering why Nangang Lin came to her, so she forgot to bow, and now they were looking at each other, which caused Ye Wanru to be jealous, and her eyes were now glinting with hateful light. It was Ye Yiyun, who was standing behind Ye Wanru and was looking at Nangang Lin, who was standing in front of Ye Muxi, felt her heart pounding fast. She thought, if I could marry Nangang Lin, even if I could only become a concubine, I would be satisfied. Now I am forced to marry someone by my family, and I have two promising options in my desire. The first one is Nangang Lin, but I know he definitely won't like me, but luckily, I have prepared. She picked up a cup of drink and served it to Nangang Lin when she saw him coming. "Fourth sister, Royal Master is here. Why haven't you served him a drink?" Ye Yun was nervous, but she couldn't oppress her reckless desire. Ye Muxi looked at Ye Yun with surprise, and she suddenly thought of something. If Ye Yun doesn't want to marry family Chen, then literary society will be her sole chance to rewrite her destiny. Now, Ye Yun's largest target was to find a man that could save her from getting out of this sea of the misery, while Nangang Lin, undoubtedly, was the best choice that many women would choose in this world. Nangang Lin didn't take a glimpse at that cup of drink in Ye Yun's hand, and he just ignored her. Meanwhile, he looked at Ye Muxi and said, "You look even prettier today. Thanks for your extra appreciation." Ye Muxi stood up and smiled slightly, ignoring Ye Yun as well. Ye Yun was still standing there with a cup of drink in her hand awkwardly, and it was Ye Wanru who chastised at her. "Who gave you the right to talk in front of Royal Master? Get back! Hurry!" Then Ye Wanru gave her gentlest smile to Nangang Lin, which was so warm and graceful. "Sorry, Royal Master. I would teach my sister to learn rules later." Ye Yun looked at the cup in her hand and retreated aside in disappointment. She had never expected that Nangang Lin would refuse to accept her drink, even though she had planned everything well. Nangang Lin slightly nodded his head after Ye Wanru finished her words, but didn't say anything else. Ye Wanru got herself in Nangang Lin's eyes again, and she was happy at the bottom of her heart. Now she took up Ye Wanshui's empty place and managed to stand beside Ye Muxi, endeavoring to continue her talk with Nangang Lin. But Ye Muxi was the only one in Nangonglin's eyes, and he said indifferently, "Give me that." His guard Lengshun standing next to him immediately opened a sandalwood box where an opulent flower-engraved jade hairpin was lying inside. It was not crafted in a sophisticated manner, but carried a sense of innate fairism which could match perfectly with the clothes Ye Muxi was wearing now. "Please." Lengshun served the box to Ye Muxi. Ye Muxi had no idea why did he present her this jade hairpin blatantly, but she knew from today many misses would regard her as a thorn in the flesh. She thought, what does this guy want? What? Ye Muxi couldn't talk to him in a patient tone, thinking of how many women would take her as the enemy only because of him. Nangonglin said naturally, "This is part of your fairy dress, and I forgot to give you last time. They are a set and shouldn't be separated, as which really disobeys the harmony." Ye Muxi then cursed in her mind for 10,000 times. What the hell of harmony? If you really wanted to gift me the jade hairpin, you could do it at any time. Why now? In front of so many people? You were on purpose. Thanks, Royal Master, but I couldn't accept a gift without giving any contribution. I don't deserve to have this gift. Ye Muxi did a curtsy and refused. Ye Wanro, Ye Qingyao, and all the people surrounding them were totally stunned. Of so many years, this was the first time they saw Jing'an Royal Master giving some woman a gift, and the key point was she refused. Royal Master just mentioned the jade hairpin was a set with fairy dress. What did this mean? So her dress was a gift from Royal Master as well? Nangonglin bent up his lips slightly. You can take this as the reward for the dim sums you sent to me. His words aroused people's shock and antagonism to those who didn't know the previous story, while people in Ye Mansion were acting relatively calm. People thought, what? This Ye Muxi emerged from nowhere already sneaked to send Jing'an Royal Master some dim sums? The dim sums are the returns to the dress you gave me. I feel I am beneath this present. Ye Muxi frowned because she was regretful about her words. Why did she mention the dress without any reason in public? Obviously, all the misses around were excruciatingly jealous, and their stares suggested that they were dying to strip her cloth off. She knew she said something wrong. Ye Muxi frowned her beautiful eyebrows with full force and stared at Nangonglin. She thought, it was all his fault. I was easy to get misled when I followed his pace. Don't know why did I say that. Never mind, he said the hairpin and the dress were a set. Even if I didn't confess it, others would also finally guess that. Nangonglin felt her angry look adorable, and a faint smile emerged on his lips. The reason that I gave you the dress as a present was because I made fourth miss, which meant he made fourth miss fall into the water and get wet. Thanks, Royal Master. Before he finished his line, Ye Muxi interrupted him instantly and did a curtsy in case he continued. Actually, Nangonglin wouldn't say that, and he was just making fun of her. However, Ye Muxi didn't know his intention, and now she only wished to stamp on him. But Nangonglin was happy to check this dispirited Ye Muxi who received his present. Wanchu was flexible, and she accepted the jade hairpin from Lengshun's hands, and when she was about to collect it aside, Nangonglin said apathetically, You want me to help you wear it? Wanchu, help me wear it, Ye Muxi said sullenly, and now she was so angry that she was gnashing her teeth. Wanchu picked up the jade hairpin and embedded it in her bun. This jade hairpin enhanced her beauty as expected. Nangonglin pressed his lips together with satisfaction, but he didn't say anything and turned back to his host's seat. Junmochen found this scene hilarious and thought others could not even dream of receiving a gift from Royal Master. But this one, she doesn't even want it, while Nangonglin would only like to send his gift to someone who dislikes his present like her. Congratulations, fourth sister? Ye Qingyao congratulated her. Ye Muxi waved her hand. Come on, this is my hardship. Check other people's looks. They are anxious to strip me off and pull out my jade hairpin. If royal matter takes you different from others, even others feel jealous of you, then it is still your blessing. It is said that only a talent would be envied, so fourth sister, let it go. Ye Muxi smiled. I feel better after your instruction. She thought, never mind. I would be envied by others as long as I linked with him sooner or later. It might not be a downside only, at least old lady would know I valued much more now. If she couldn't even deal with all the misses in Jiang State, then how could she go to the capital city and take revenge on Huang Pusheng and Xu Qiangying? They were trickier to deal with than these misses here. However, no matter how close she was with Nangonglin, she must keep with him in the distance in her heart. He was way too dangerous a man, and she must not goad him. Xiao Ziao and Lin Shiming came near to them almost the same time the second Nangonglin left. Lin Shiming was here to talk with Ye Wanro, and Xiao Ziao was for Ye Muxi. Ye Yun's eyes were glinting again. She didn't count on Nangonglin to save her at the very beginning, because Nangonglin felt less interested in women. She was only giving a shot as she had a greedy illusion. But Xiao Ziao was different. He was a playboy spending all his days in brothels, and he was crazy about beauties, being friendly to all of them. He was a man who spoiled women. He would definitely accept Ye Yun's offer to drink. Moreover, he was the grandson of Empress Dowager, so if she could be his concubine, then it would be like serving as a wife for a general young master. Fourth Miss Yi is a sensation. You first solved the puzzle couplet, and then you were appreciated by Royal Master's cold eyes. This is the first time I hear Jing'an Royal Master giving a woman some gifts. Do you know how isolated he is? Young He Princess, Emperor's cherished daughter, was fond of his goddess fairy dress, and she visited him herself to exchange it with her precious treasures. However, at last, she even didn't have the chance to walk into the door. Princess was pissed to cry at the entrance. Xiao Ziao was straightforward, and he commented and shook his head with a fan waving in his hand, but then he glanced at Ye Muxi by accident and opened his eyes widely. He was too shocked to close his mouth. This is that so-called goddess fairy dress. Ye Muxi didn't fathom that there was a background story about this dress, and she mused, he surely won the title of the most influential and powerful man in the Qian dynasty, since he didn't even show any respect to Princess. Ye Muxi raised her dark and slender eyebrows slightly as she saw Xiao Ziao was in total shock. Weren't we talking about the dress gift just now? Why young Master Xiao looks so astonished? I know the dress gift, but I didn't know it was this unique fairy dress. Xiao Ziao collected his wits and pinched his face. He murmured, strange. Did I hold a misconception on Nangonglin? Ye Muxi chuckled because his movement to pinch his own face was so funny. Fourth Miss is so beautiful when smiling. Xiao Ziao praised her sincerely for the smile she gave and brought himself back to normal, and he cupped his hands and said, I am Xiao Ziao from family Xiao in the capital city. It is such a pleasure to meet you and witness a puzzle couplet being solved. Ye Muxi replied politely, You are welcome, young Master Xiao. He was not a salacious or imperious person, but only liked talking nonsense for fun, which didn't compile with his noble identity. He was a good-tempered person with a moderate disposition, and he appreciated beauties with kind of look which was not detestable at all. While they were talking and laughing, Ye Yun, who was holding a cup of alcohol, interposed herself between them again, and this time she had herself a cup too. Ye Yun first did a curtsy and passed a cup to Xiao Ziao and said, Hello, young Master Xiao, I am Ye Yun. I have been looking up to you for a long time, and please allow me to make a toast for you. Although Ye Yun was inferior, ruthless, and tough, she was also a genuine beauty as well. Other young masters might belittle this daughter of a concubine who didn't even have a seat, but Xiao Ziao was famous for being kind to beauties, and he never disparaged others due to their inferiority in identity, so he laughed, Please, Miss Ye. Then he accepted Ye Yun's cup. Ye Muxi's lips trembled a little bit when she found he was so stupid and thought, considering of his high social status, he was supposed to be the force all sides dreamed of roping in, but he didn't join the battle of fighting for the emperor's seat in my previous life. Well, never mind, his intelligence basically says a farewell to it. However, normally, who would know if an unknown woman would drug himself? Hold on. Ye Muxi snatched his cup and put it down, then she looked at Ye Yun. Sister Yun, young Master Lin Shiming was now standing aside. Although I know young Master Xiao's noble background, you still should first toast our host. Otherwise, your behavior would defy our family Yi's manners. Ye Muxi was talking in a preaching voice, which displeased Ye Yun since she was interrupted, but she found no arguments to fight back. Lin Shiming was standing with Xiao Ziao, and Ling Shiming was the host, while the rest were all guests. So it was reasonable to toast Lin Shiming first. It was Lin Shiming who was talking with Ye Wanru by their side, put on a hypocritical smile, suggesting it was not a big deal for him. But Ye Muxi served the cup which she snatched from Xiao Ziao to Lin Shiming. She said with a faint smile on her face, "Young Master Lin, this is the cup of drink my fifth sister Fuer toasts for you. She was not polite enough. Please understand us." Lin Shiming picked up that cup and said in a fake generous manner, "There is no order in toasting, never mind." Actually, he was smug that family Ye respected him so much and listed him before Xiao Ziao. Ye Yun's heart was in her throat when she saw Lin Shiming grabbing that drink. She put aphrodisiac in it, and it was her first step to coax someone to swallow it. Then she had to lie and get that one to an isolated place. Xiao Ziao had the most potential to bite her bait, and she was ready to tell him a miss was asking him to go outside for discussing some extremely important things privately. Xiao Ziao would definitely go. If Nanggong Lin was drunk, she was not ready to deal with him. But that was only a trial, and she was acting with flexibility as the situation changed. However, she had never expected the drink was taken by neither Nanggong Lin nor Xiao Ziao, and it was Lin Shiming who drank it by chance. She really wanted to stop him, but if she dared to confess this drink had a problem, she was confessing her crime. Ye Muxi found Ye Yun was in a panic from the corner of her eyes, and she smiled slightly. Xiao Ziao, who was saved, was still in confusion. It was Ye Muxi who gave him a drink in front of herself, being afraid that he would be set up by Ye Yun again. She didn't think this Xiao Ziao was a bad person on their first meet, and it was so unlucky if he was used by Ye Yun. Since now she spotted this issue, she would like to help him. As for Lin Shiming, the little fellow of Ye Wanru, she would like to see them start this villain-on-villain battle. Please. Lin Shiming saw Ye Yun was frozen there, and he felt somewhat impatient. He didn't want to waste his time spending with Ye Wanru, so he swallowed all of it. Xiao Ziao also raised his cup and smiled at Ye Yun. Cheers. Then he drank every drop in it. Ye Yun squeezed out a smile that looked more terrible than her crying face and cheered with them. The top scale, 100 flowers wine tasted bland in her mouth, and she thought, "Done. I am done." Xiao Ziao's wine was drunk by Lin Shiming, and Xiao Ziao is drinking Ye Muxi's wine. So Xiao Ziao would be fine, but Lin Shiming would get poisoned. But this was done, so she had to take Lin Shiming to an isolated place with tricks. Ye Yun trotted to Lin Shiming's side and whispered, "Young Master Lin, a miss asked you to go out because she said she had important things to discuss with you." Lin Shiming took a glimpse at Ye Wanru standing in front of him and said coldly in order to show his loyalty, "Tell her, I have my heart belong to someone, so I am not going." Although Ye Wanru was not crazy about Lin Shiming, she was vain because her suitor was a well-known scholar. She frowned and glanced at Ye Yun. "Which miss? How did she find you? Didn't she know you are my sister?" She is." Ye Yun was stammering, and she was sweating. Ye Wanru sneered and sniffed. "Step back. No matter who she is, I am only fancy about Miss Ye Wanru. For the rest, I don't even think about it." Lin Shiming didn't know he was drugged, and he felt good to present his infatuation towards Ye Wanru. In fact, though he liked Ye Wanru, he had 2 concubines in his home. Ye Muxi was smiling faintly when seeing this scene. Ye Yun was sitting on edge while staring at Lin Shiming, and after a quarter, Lin Shiming fell on the ground after his body shook. "Young Master Lin, what happened?" Ye Wanru asked with concerns. Lin Shiming's eyes were red, and when he saw Ye Wanru was standing so close to him, he suddenly stretched out and grabbed her hand and said, "Wanru, I like you." Young Master Lin, you let me go first." Ye Wanru felt nervous and wanted to get off his hands. Being adored and pursued by him was one thing, but if she was held hands and pulled by him intimately in public, then what about her reputation, especially in front of Nanggong Lin? Under the impact of aphrodisiac, Lin Shiming acted with his emotion purely, and he grabbed Ye Wanru's hands tightly. "No, I won't let you go. Wanru, I really like you. Marry me." Lin Shiming, "Let me go at once. What are you doing? Are you nuts?" Ye Wanru was not acting gently anymore, and she was reproaching him. Lin Shiming suddenly plunged into Ye Wanro and pressed her under his body. I am not insane. I like you. I want to marry you. Let me go. Lin Shiming, let me go now. Someone help me. Harassing. Someone come. Ye Wanru was drowned by panic entirely, and she shrilled. But Lin Shiming was pressing her under his body as if he didn't hear it. He was kissing his cheeks and groping her randomly. Eldest sister? Ye Muxi exclaimed and yelled to Xiao Ziao. Young Master Xiao, please pull young Master Lin aside. He is irrational. Xiao Ziao was totally stunned by this appalling scene, and he finally reacted after he heard Ye Muxi's words. He rushed to Lin Shiming and tried to pull him up, but Lin Shiming was holding Ye Wanru's clothes in his hand firmly, and this pull tore the collar of her expensive tailored dress apart, which showed her white shoulder and a small part of her red bra in front of her breast. Ye Muxi and Ye Qingyao were startled. Ye Muxi only wanted to see Lin Shiming embarrassing himself, but she had never expected he would drag Ye Wanru with him. This was out of her expectation, but this situation was undoubtedly the best. Let me go. Lin Shiming was struggling like hell. Fortunately, Lin Shiming didn't know any martial arts, and Xiao Ziao knew some. Otherwise, it might not be possible to control this insane man. All the rest were shocked by this scene. Ye Muxi was the first one who responded to this situation. She took the cloak in Wan Chu's hands and put it on Ye Wanro. Then she turned to Lin Shiming and said coldly, "What are you doing? Are you insane? You harassed my eldest sister. Do you want to die?" Ye Qingyao supported Ye Wanro to stand, but Ye Wanro was sitting like she had lost her soul with her glazed eyes and just weeping with her arms holding her shoulders. It seems that Lin Shiming was drugged. Call the doctor, or he would be in danger. Xiao Ziao frowned at Lin Shiming and said, he was used to lingering in the brothel and was familiar with this kind of drug. A guard by Nanggong Lin's side stepped forward and took Lin Shiming's pulse, and then he did the acupuncture by embedding several needles on Lin Shiming's body. He then said, Young Master Lin was drugged by aphrodisiac. I temporarily have the situation under control with my needles. They could mitigate the situation in 1 hour. Luckily, it is only a normal aphrodisiac, not a secret one, so we can handle it. Ask the doctors in your Lin mansion to prepare a bowl of soul-soothing, refreshing soup. He was the assistant Shanglu by Superior Doctor Sai Huatuo's side. He was also one of the guards by Nanggong Lin's side, and he was adept at the pharmacy and detoxifying. Lin Wenyuan heard about this chaos and managed to arrive. He cupped his hands and said to Nanggong Lin, Thanks, Jing'an Royal Master, for standing out and helping us. Nanggong Lin slightly nodded. Lin Wenyuan then turned around and slapped in Lin Shiming's face, and he howled angrily, What have you done? You really disappointed me. Master Lin, don't be impulsive. It is obvious that young Master Lin was drugged and schemed. Now he is still sober, so let's take the chance to ask him if he ate anything inappropriate, Jun Mochin said in a loud voice. The toxin of the aphrodisiac was oppressed by the needles, and Lin Wenyuan's slap made Lin Shiming sober entirely. He first took a glimpse at Ye Wanru, who buried her face in hands and cried on the ground, and he felt so regretful about his behavior. Then he remembered something and pointed at Ye Yun furiously. It was you! You did it! Ye Yun was trembling, and her face was miserably pale. She argued with intuition, No, it's not me. But her argument was feeble and powerless, as if she was hiding the truth. Who else can be if it's not you? I didn't eat or drink anything since I started anchoring the literary society. The only thing I drank was your wine. Lin Shiming's face was livid, and he roared at Ye Yun. Ye Yun, why did you set me up? Lin Wenyuan put on a sullen face. Wine. The cup, flagon, bring them here and overhaul them. The servants followed Lin Shiming, then brought the cup he just used here, alongside with the flagon Ye Yun used to pour the wine and the wine inside. Shanglu, by their sides, accepted all of them. Shanglu put it under his nose and smelt it, and said, The flagon and wine are fine, but this cup is contaminated with the drug, so the aphrodisiac is exclusively found in this cup, and we can tell that the person put the drug inside before he or she served it. Yes, that's true. Ye Yun served me this drink, Lin Shiming said promptly, and then he seemed to remember something, so he tossed a malicious look at Ye Muxi. You are really a jinx. When it comes to answering the couplet, you took the first one, and Ye Wanshui had to answer the puzzle couplet. Now Ye Yun was toasting, and Xiao Ziao was supposed to accept this, but you interposed, and now it turned to be me. Ye Muxi was sneering at the bottom of her heart, but she looked stunned. Young Master Lin, how could you say this? How could I know this cup of wine was drugged? What has it to do with me? Lin Shiming, don't think you are drugged so you could unleash nonsense here. So according to your theory, I deserve to be drugged? Xiao Ziao's eyes were glinting with coldness. He was good-tempered, but it didn't mean he wouldn't be angry. His family was way more powerful and influential than family Lin. Lin Wenyuan gave Lin Shiming another slap with the back of his hand, and he was so inflaming that his beard was shivering now. You asshole! What nonsense you are unleashing here! Young Master Xiao is visiting us as the guest. You didn't serve him well and almost got him drugged, and you are blaming others? Father, I made an indiscreet remark. Lin Shiming realized what he did and apologized with his head down. He knew they family Lin dared not to offend family Xiao, and Xiao Ziao was spoiled by old lady Xiao, so they couldn't make Xiao Ziao have any loss in family Lin. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and said to Xiao Ziao, My idiot son was delirious due to the aphrodisiac. Please have mercy to bear his impolite behavior, young Master Xiao. Xiao Ziao sneered and felt angry. Who would be happy if he was almost drugged? Ye Muxi went to Ye Yun's front and said, Ye Yun, young Master Lin was drugged by the aphrodisiac, and eldest sister got involved in this trouble innocently. Do you admit your guilt? Ye Yun was caught on sight with evidence, and she didn't even know how to argue. The unfathomable hatred was harbored in the bottom of her heart as she had no clue why her well-planned strategy ended up with a miserable tragedy. She thought it was all Ye Muxi's fault. It was she endeavoring to pass that cup to Lin Shiming. If it were not her, then I could be Xiao Ziao's concubine comfortably now. How could it end up like this? Pah! At this moment, Ye Wanru, who was previously sitting on the ground weeping, stood up and slapped Ye Yun. Her look was extremely vicious. Ye Yun, you shameless slut. You drugged the man aphrodisiac to have yourself laid. You are so brazen. You didn't just ruin yourself with your flagrant behavior, but also incriminated me. I was soft, so I gave you this chance. I shouldn't have begged Grandma to give you a chance to join this literary society. A clear palm print was imprinted on Ye Yun's face immediately, and she was inflaming because of it. She said with anger and hatred, Ye Wanru, don't pretend that you cherish sisterhood so much. If I didn't give you my mother's money, would you beg for me? What you are doing is only taking the money and doing the business. Why did you criticize me with this condescending attitude? Before she finished her words, Ye Wanru raised her hand and slapped her again violently, which interrupted Ye Yun's rest words. How dare you speak like this in front of your elder sister, who is also the daughter of the wife? You shameless bitch who didn't know your disgraceful social status. Lin Shiming was eager to prove he was the lady's man, and he stepped forward to Ye Wanru solicitously. Wanru, I will help you teach this woman a lesson. She dared to drug me. I will punish her. Ye Wanru shunned away with loathing and said coldly, Young Master Lin, please watch your behavior. She cooled down after the 2 slaps she threw on Ye Yun's face, and she collected her wits somehow. But thinking of what had happened today, she was so angry and hateful that she almost went crazy at the bottom of her heart, but she only glanced at people around her and did a curtsy. Sorry, I am indisposed. Allow me to leave now. While speaking, she turned around and walked out with 2 handmaidens following beside her hurriedly. Others also knew she, an unmarried young miss, felt shameful to stay in the wake of the harassment event that occurred in public. A tremendous negative impact would be made on her reputation, and numerous gossips about the color of the bra of the first beauty in Jiang State would be spread around. At least in the next 2 months, Ye Wanru would never show up on public occasions like this for sure. Ye Muxi looked at Ye Wanru, leaving away, and her lips were pressed lightly. This was only a beginning, and for Ye Wanru, she would not be beaten so easily. That was okay. Ye Muxi would take it step by step, catch Ye Yun. Lin Shiming was venting all his temper on Ye Yun since he was treated coldly by Ye Wanru, but Ye Muxi had to hinder him from taking Ye Yun away. Ye Yiyun was Yi Mansion's people, so they had to bring her back to Yi Mansion and wait for old lady's decision no matter what. As the daughter of a wife in family Ye, she couldn't let others take away a person of Yi Mansion randomly. Young Master Lin, please cool down. We will elaborately report you the result of the accident. Young Master Xiao, I will also confess to you the fundamental reason for this accident. However, Ye Yiyun is our Yi Mansion's people, so we can't have outsiders to take her away. We people in family Ye will address this case as soon as possible, and we will make sure you won't feel aggrieved. As Ye Muxi was saying, she turned to Lin Wenyuan and said, Master Lin, please understand and forgive me. She was talking in order and reasonably, and her manner was all conducted as a decent daughter born in well-educated family background. She made me like this, and she wants to run away? How could it be so easy? Lin Shiming said furiously. He lost his face in front of Ye Wanro and so many people, so he was desperate to vent his anger on beating Ye Yun to death. Nevertheless, Lin Wenyuan tossed an angry look at him and said coldly to Ye Muxi, Then I will wait for your message from family Ye. Although he was unsatisfied, he couldn't keep Ye Yun here with force, and leaving family Ye with certain respect was necessary. Ye Muxi then turned to handmaiden Minghua by her side and said, Minghua, take fifth miss back home. Brief old lady, everything unfolded here today, and please ask her to make a judgment. Yes. Minghua did a curtsy, and two handmaidens by Ye Yun's side escorted her to leave the literary society. Ye Yun knew her life was basically doomed to be a tragedy as she screwed up her plan and was slapped twice by Ye Wanru. She offended everyone, and now she was taken back home as a living dead, feeling extremely worried inside. Two misses from family Ye left, and Lin Shiming was supported to leave for further treatments. Based on what just happened, he naturally couldn't continue to anchor, so he was replaced by Lin Wenyuan, who would host this situation himself to ensure the literary society could move on smoothly. Fourth Miss Ye, why did the miss in your Ye family drug me? Xiao Xiao asked. Ye Muxi answered, This was our family Yi's personal business, and I shouldn't elaborate on it. But now you are influenced, so I am supposed to tell you. A few days ago, Ye Yun was arranged a marriage by Mansion, but she was not satisfied with it. Grandma allowed her to join this literary society, which meant to provide her a chance to demonstrate her talents. If anyone chose her, they might propose at Yi Mansion, and then her arranged one would be stranded. But I didn't expect she would use this dirty trick to drug people, and this really disappointed Grandma's expectation on her and defiled our reputation. Sorry to bother you, young master. That's why. Xiao Xiao understood instantly, and he thought, so that woman was attempting to use that trick in order to ask me to be responsible to her. Luckily, Ye Muxi passed that cup to Lin Shiming. Otherwise, I will be the one who lost control and act like a clown on literary society. While contemplating, Xiao Xiao immediately felt this girl leaving him a good impression on their first meet, and he cupped his fists. Thanks to your help for changing the cup. Otherwise, I would be mocked now. If it were you, I don't think that will happen. You will be tricked to some isolated place. Then, she will ask you to be responsible. Ye Muxi looked at him and said, Xiao Xiao's face turned pale promptly. Fortunately, you helped me. Young Master Xiao, I don't know that cup of wine had a potential threat, so please don't say thanks to me. Ye Muxi naturally wouldn't admit she was aware of it, and she replied calmly. Xiao Xiao smiled straightforwardly. Even if fourth miss didn't know it, you still saved me. If it really happened to me, my father would beat me again. Ye Muxi felt his words funny, so she smiled with her lips pressed tightly. Ye Wanshui was in a good mood today. Ye Wanro was hailed as the first beauty in Jiang State, and she was both talented and beautiful indeed. Every time in such a public occasion, she would be the one standing under the limelight. Then she, Ye Wanshui, would only act like her background. But this time, before Ye Wanro exhibited her performance and talents, she was involved in dirty troubles and had to leave early. As for that Ye Yun, Ye Wanshui bore a grudge that Ye Yun planted the stolen goods at her place. Therefore, she had been determined to sabotaging Ye Yun's plan, no matter which man she was hooking up with. Luckily, before she took action, Ye Yun destroyed both her agenda and reputation and was driven back home. Good things came to her in pairs. How couldn't she be happy and refreshing? Without Ye Wanro, she could hit the headline now. But while she was thinking, she saw Ye Muxi accidentally, and her look became cold. She never took Ye Muxi seriously, but Ye Muxi demonstrated her double-sided embroidery first, and then she solved the 1,000 years puzzle couplet just now. Additionally, Jing'an Royal Master sent her fairy dress and jade hairpin, and then Xiao Ziao treated her with a unique attitude. Maybe she could win all the attention when it was time for them to do the performance again. This time, Ye Wanshui had to overwhelm the crowd by excelling all the others, and how could she bear Ye Muxi outrunning her? People around were discussing the ongoing competition among misses, and Ye Wanshui found they only knew about Ye Wanro and Ye Muxi, but none of them knew her. She was grinding her teeth with hatred, which made her determined to barring Ye Muxi from winning more attention. Ye Wanshui was scheming some tricks in the bottom of her heart, and then she ordered handmaiden Xiao Ju to hold a bowl of soup and followed her back to the seat. Handmaidens Du Juan, who was serving by her side originally, had been beaten to her last breath and was then drowned into the well because of her inability to run the errands. So Ye Wanshui changed one. After Ye Wanshui took the seat, she glanced at Ye Muxi, who was next to her. Ye Muxi was holding a pair of chopsticks in her hand and was about to pick up a candied fruit while talking with Ye Qingyao beside her. Ye Wanshui snatched the moment and swept to the bowl served in Xiaoju's hand deliberately, and then the bowl was turned over, and all the soup was poured on Ye Muxi's right hand. Ye Muxi felt a penetrating hurt grabbed her, and her hands could barely hold her chopsticks due to the burning soup. The chopsticks fell with a dropping sound. "Fourth sister, your hand!" Ye Qingyao was startled, and her look suddenly changed dramatically. Ye Wanshui swerved sharply to stand up like a swirl and slapped Xiaoju fiercely in her face twice. She cursed, "You useless wanker! What did you do? How could you pour the soup on my sister's hand? Do you want to die? Fourth sister, how is your hand?" Feeling the burning pain, Ye Muxi's right hand was scalded by the hot soup and was swollen and red. But she was clear that Ye Wanshui did this on purpose, as Ye Wanshui was afraid that she might steal her limelight. There were 4 performances, including chess, instruments, calligraphy, and painting, and all of them required hands to complete, but now her hand was injured. Wanshu felt so distressed and worried that she almost cried, "Someone, please invite a doctor here." The chaos immediately appealed to the crowd's attention. Before Family Lin's doctor arrived, Jing'an Royal Master had already sent Shanglu here. Cleansing the wound with iced water, Shanglu then applied the ointment for subsiding the swollen parts on Ye Muxi's injury. After the cool ointment was applied, the scorching sensation evaporated immediately, which was so effective. Fourth Miss's injury is not serious, but you can't use this hand for the latest 4 to 5 days, Shanglu said and passed her a bottle of ointment. "This is the medicine you need to apply twice a day, morning and evening." Ye Muxi thanked him. "Thanks, doctor." Her stare skipped Shanglu and spotted on Nanggong Lin, who was sitting on the host's seat in the distance. It seemed that he didn't notice what was happening here and was talking with Jun Motion, so Ye Muxi drew back her stare. But the second Ye Muxi removed her staring, Nanggong Lin looked at her in the distance, and his good-looking eyebrows were bending down. She was injured. "Fourth Miss Ye, your hand was injured. Let me check it." Xiao Ziao managed to shoulder his way to the front and stretched out his hand to grab Ye Muxi's hand. Ye Muxi put her hand at her back and smiled faintly. "Thanks for your concern, young Master Xiao, but it's not a big deal and it has been bound up already." Xiao Ziao then found his action too offensive, and he scratched his head with embarrassment and looked for something on his body. Then he said, "I didn't take any medicine on me, but later I will send you some." "Thanks for young Master Xiao's good intention. The doctor has given me the medicine already, and I don't need that much. Thanks." Ye Muxi pressed her lips together. Xiao Ziao was like presenting some treasure to her. "How could a doctor's medicine compare with my superior one? I have the ice skin jade bone ointment from the Empress Dowager." Before he finished his words, he saw Wanshu was holding that little jade bottle, and he was choked on his words. "So you have used it already?" Xiao Ziao took a glance at Shanglu and sighed. "No wonder, it was Royal Master's ointment. Fine, then I am relieved." Ye Muxi couldn't help but take a glance at the jade bottle and thought, So it is a gift from the palace, and he is so generous to it. If Xiaoziao didn't mention, I wouldn't know it is so precious. He splashed out such a high price on me, so it seems that the thing he will ask me to do in the future will be unimaginably hard. Before that, she had to rank the top in Jiangnan first. Fourth sister, it was this bitch who was so careless. I have already slapped her twice violently, but if you are still angry about her, you can beat her to death, and I will not argue a word with you. Ye Wanshui said hypocritically. Ye Muxi glanced at the handmaiden kneeling on the ground with her face as swollen as a bun and said calmly, "Be careful next time, and we don't need her to die." Bitch, why don't you show your gratitude to fourth sister for sparing your life? Ye Wanshui kicked Xiaoju and became smug in her heart, and she thought, Ye Muxi, I disabled your hand, so I will see how you could win any plaudits and eyeballs then. Xiaoju then kowtowed constantly to Ye Muxi. Thanks for fourth Mrs. Mercy. Fourth sister, your hand is so injured, so what will you do for the performance? Can you sing? Ye Qingyao asked with concerns. That was the only performance that she didn't need to use a hand. Ye Wanshui was nervous when she heard Ye Qingyao's words, but Ye Muxi shook her head slightly. I won't join. I will just watch. Alas, fourth sister, don't worry, this is not a major assessment. It's not a big deal, even if you miss it. Ye Qingyao comforted her. Ye Wanshui couldn't suppress her exaltation, and she looked so ecstatic that she almost clapped her hands and cheered for it. After this episode, the battle of performance was finally launched officially among all the misses. Although many of them felt pity that Ye Muxi's hand was scalded, so they couldn't witness her performance, most of the misses were happy that they had one less competitive rival to fight with, and they could now do better in front of Nangong Lin. All of a sudden, in the hall, people were dazzled by this scene. Some were painting and playing the instruments, and there were others playing the bamboo flute and singing the song, and some were dancing and plucking the strings. After a while, it was Ye Wanshui's turn. She was deft at painting and calligraphy, and those were her two best subjects. She could rank at one of the top ones, even among so many misses. 2 guards carried a platform and placed it in the hall, and Ye Wanshui's handmaiden unfolded the Xuan paper and prepared her ink. She picked up her brush, and a painting of the exuberant lotus in summer came full of life on the paper. Subsequently, she wrote an inscription on the lotus painting, and it was a famous sentence written by a sage. The emerald lotus leaves reach as far as where water and sky kisses, and lotus blossoms, bathing in sunshine, exhibit a distinctive dazzling pink. The inscription was a landscape of lotus thriving. 2 handmaidens lifted the painting and hung it on the prepared easel, pushing the easel forward for Junmoken to appreciate and remark. Then they pushed it to circle the Literature Society, and the crowds were hailing and admiring, which made Ye Wanshui extremely happy. She hoped she could win Nangong Lin's acknowledgement from this painting and her inscription and won herself a token. By far, none of the bamboo-engraved tokens had been delivered yet, and nobody knew if Nangong Lin prepared to deliver tonight. She hoped Junmochen would like her product since he fancied about calligraphy the most, and Ye Wanshui had adored him for a long time. Unfortunately, Nangong Lin only glanced at it and said nothing, while Junmochen praised her with several sentences only, which were the same for all the misses who did the performance, and he really did nothing special to her. Thinking of this, Ye Wanshui felt extremely unsatisfied, and she came up with a good idea, so she suddenly said, "Thanks for your approvals. In fact, my painting skill is so much inferior to my fourth sister Ye Muxi. Fourth sister, how about you paint one?" "Second miss? Our miss was scalded just now," Wanchu said angrily. Ye Wanshui looked at Ye Muxi and gave a vague smile. "Never mind, it's only a scald. I don't think it's a big deal to you. Additionally, as long as fourth sister shows us her basic ability, she could excel me. Fourth sister, please draw a picture of a landscape of lotus thriving as well." Her words drew many people's attention, and they stared at Ye Muxi. Mrs. found Ye Wanshui's words ridiculous because they all knew a good hand was essential to paint a picture. Since now she had been injured severely, and even if she was extraordinary in painting, she could only demonstrate 20% of her ability. Wasn't Ye Wanshui making a fool of Ye Muxi? Ye Wanshui was desired to see Ye Muxi embarrassing herself. Being desperate to see Yemuxi disgracing herself, she wanted to see Yemuxi being her foil, and she would instead stand on Yemuxi's shoulder and become famous. But she was too shameless, since she just scalded Yemuxi and still asked Yemuxi to paint. "What the hell are you talking? Yemuxi's hand is wrapped like a zongzi, so how could she pick up a brush?" Xiaoziao sneered and said unhappily, "Aren't you her second sister? How could you set this trap for her?" After Ye Yun's event, Xiaoziao felt he owed Yemuxi, so he was protecting her. Ye Wanshui hated Yemuxi even more when she saw Xiaoziao was standing out and supporting Yemuxi, but she put on a smile on her face and said, "Young Master Xiao, you don't know about my sister's skills. I never saw anyone who could paint better than her. Even she is injured, she could still outstrip me definitely." It seemed that she was praising Yemuxi superficially, but it was a gesture to force her to paint, and this was how she planned to ruin Yemuxi by overpraising her. At this moment, there was a crisp voice among the crowds. "Yemuxi has to be a unique miss, as she could solve the puzzle couplet unsolved for 1,000 years. It is said that she is the female Jun Mochin, who is well known to be professional in the instrument, chess, painting, and calligraphy. But this female Jun Mochin, I don't know if she really deserves her title." Yemuxi checked the source of that voice, and a beautiful but strange miss wearing in a luxurious and splendid outfit came into her view. After she finished her words, another woman followed. "Yes, I want to open my horizon as well. Please, fourth Miss Ye, get on the stage and show us." "You don't want to paint, is it because you don't think we deserve to appreciate your painting?" Suddenly all the misses started to yell and discuss. Yemuxi barely knew any of them, but she knew she had solved the puzzle couplet, standing in the limelight, and was specially treated by Nangonglin, which caused them to be jealous of her. Now they were making a fuss only to see her embarrassing herself. They knew her right hand was scalded and couldn't pick up the brush, but they were still so strident. Ye Wanshui was smug when she saw others were helping her, and she thought, "Yemuxi, you stole the limelight, and now others are hostile to you. You deserve this." Yemuxi took a glance around, and she was not angry at all. She then said calmly, "Thanks to everyone's compliment, but I need to claim first, I really dare not to label myself as the female Junmochin, as who is renowned for his outstanding talents. So how could I compare myself with young Master Jun? As everyone said, young Master Jun is adept at instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but I only know a scratch of them. I am totally not on par with him." Nangonglin looked at Yemuxi. Her words made others believe that she was arguing the impossibility to paint, but only Nangonglin found this woman was about to explode. "So you mean you don't know anything about instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting?" The miss who yelled out first just now sneered. If Yemuxi answered yes, then she would be mocked as an ignorant one immediately. But if she didn't, she would be forced to show one of the subjects. "As I just said, I only know a scratch of them." Yemuxi was well prepared for that question, and she answered with her lips bending up. Ye Wanshui took her words. "Fourth sister, come paint one and show them how impressive you are in painting." "You overpraised me, second sister. I only have an average level in painting, but since everyone on site wants to appreciate my skills, so naturally, I won't act like a buzzkill." Yemuxi then left her spot, and while her moving, her silver-white fairy dress was fluttering in the air, which was so overwhelmingly beautiful. She then stepped on the stage elegantly, and her figure was moving forward in an attractive manner, which garnered everyone's attention. Yemuxi walked to the platform where Ye Wanshui just painted, and the picture Ye Wanshui finished was hung on the easel already, leaving a blank schwan paper. Yemuxi picked up a brush and started to paint. As soon as she picked it up, the crowds burst out an exclamation, and some of them even stood up from their seats, craning their necks to look clearly at the platform. That was because Yemuxi didn't use her injured right hand to pick up that brush. She was using her left hand. Left-hand painting, the legendary left-hand painting. It was said that masters of painting were ambidextrous, but a normal person had to squander much time only for practicing painting with one hand. There were so many other subjects a miss was required to learn, so few of them could master the skill of painting with the left hand. Only some masters who had indulged themselves in painting for decades were able to paint with the left hand. Some people were capable of painting with their left hands when they were young, but those were extraordinary talented people. The movement that Muxi lifted her hand was like a bomb exploded among the crowds. Ye Wanshui was shocked as well, but she comforted herself. Muxi couldn't be so great. She is only 15. Even if she practiced it, she is doing something beyond her ability and couldn't make it an achievement. She could only manage to finish it, and that's it. But Muxi was painting swiftly, and the speed of her left-hand painting was not slow at all compared to Ye Wanshui's right-hand speed. In a second, a picture of a landscape of lotus thriving was completed. Putting down her brush, Ye Muxi lifted the picture and placed it on the platform in front of Nangong Lin. Both of the paintings depicted a pond of flourishing lotuses, but this one was better than Ye Wanshui's, no matter evaluating from its rendering skills or its significance. The dragonfly rested on the lotus temporarily, and the fish was swimming in the water. What an energetic scene! Extraordinary! Well done! You can even paint a remarkable picture with your left hand. Impressive! Jun Mochen applauded and praised her. He looked at Ye Muxi with admiration and said with a smile, "Fourth miss, you could impress me every time. Is there anything you can't do?" Ye Muxi was not smug about her achievement at all. This was her experience collected in her previous life. She was never proud, but she felt good that she made Ye Wanshui shoot herself in the foot. Nangong Lin checked that painting and then put his focus on Ye Muxi's wrapped hand, which looked like a zongzi. Everyone appreciated her left-hand painting as well as her talent and her beautiful appearance, and only his concentration was on her white bandage as it looked extremely dazzling to him. First, her right hand was injured, and then she was forced to paint. The product of her left-hand painting was not for showing off in front of the crowds, but was for fighting back beautifully for the imperious enforcement. Jun Mochen hung the painting on the easel and passed it around so the crowd could witness the legendary left-hand painting. Ye Wanshui's face turned pale. She was so regretful that she wanted to hang herself. The two pictures were hung together and delivered the same scene, but Ye Muxi's composition and the meaning she rendered were both above hers, and it was more vivid too. The most important thing was Ye Muxi's picture was a left-hand painting, which made it so compelling. Ye Qingyao was overwhelmed by Ye Muxi's talent as well. She regarded herself as a girl with some talents, but she definitely couldn't achieve what Ye Muxi had done. Puzzle couplet unsolved for 1,000 years, left-hand painting, each one of them was able to win her admiration. People were discussing, and this time they looked at Ye Muxi with a different attitude. They could judge that inspiration and luck occurred to her when it comes to solving the puzzle couplet, but without talent and years of diligent work, she definitely couldn't paint a left-hand picture. This time, Ye Muxi and her left-hand painting would surely be widely known in the entire Jiangnan. Among 36 states in Jiangnan, she ranked as the first in painting. Ye Muxi felt she had vented her temper completely when she saw Ye Wanshui's regretful look. It was not her style if she bore the consequence of getting scalded. Ye Muxi was the one who stepped on the well-prepared stage made by the opponent and slapped the other in its face. Ye Muxi really outstrips you, even she is injured. Xiao Ziao didn't forget to mock at Ye Wanshui with sarcasm while he was appreciating and awing to Ye Muxi's left-hand painting. It was Ye Wanshui who turned against the one who treated her so well. If Ye Muxi hadn't helped, she couldn't even make through the fundamental test and join the literature society, but she forced Ye Muxi to paint when her hand was scalded. Young Master Xiao was a person who always discriminated against love and hate, and he strongly disliked her. Ye Muxi was relieved that she successfully took her revenge, and she turned to Ye Qingyao. "Qingyao, please help me with the inscription." "Me?" Ye Qingyao was stunned. Ye Muxi smiled and nodded. "Yes." Everyone knew that, from today, this left-hand painting would be widely renowned, so whoever left the inscription on it would have its name spread all over the country. This was an opportunity Ye Muxi offered Ye Qingyao deliberately, as she wanted Ye Qingyao to have her name be known together with hers. What a precious opportunity! Who wouldn't wish to leave an inscription on this left-hand picture? Everyone was dying to be Ye Muxi's younger sister. Ye Wanshui was shrilling, "How could Ye Qingyao deserve to be the one leaving inscription on it? Do you want a good painting to be ruined by a gruesome inscription?" "Oh, so what is your opinion?" Ye Muxi looked at her with an ambiguous smile. If Ye Wanshui said with her impudent attitude, "I am your second sister, so I will do the inscription. You have just witnessed that my inscription is not bad. Since you couldn't write with your injured right hand, so how about you accept my help?" So brazen. It was unknown how many people were thinking about this adjective in their minds simultaneously. Ye Wanshui made Ye Muxi's hand scalded with undefined reasons, and then she forced Ye Muxi to paint. Now, given that Ye Muxi's left-hand painting had stunned the crowd, she immediately wanted to leave her inscription on it brazenly and took the chance to be famous. Although Ye Muxi's right hand was injured, she didn't only practice painting with her left hand, but calligraphy as well. But this time she wouldn't write as she attempted to promote Ye Qingyao's name on purpose. In her memory, Ye Qingyao's calligraphy was remarkable. In this generation's girls, only Ye Qingyao didn't conduct any vendetta against her, and Qingyao had a good personality. Moreover, she was her sibling, so Ye Muxi would like to help her. Additionally, if she took benefits into her consideration, Ye Qingyao was serving by old lady's side. So, if she had one standing on her side and speaking for her beside the old lady, she could have an easier life in Ye Mansion. But first, it was certainly because Ye Qingyao looked more agreeable. If she had anything looked like Ye Wanshui, no matter how many benefits Ye Muxi could earn, she would never stand with her. Jun Mochen frowned and said, "If nobody writes the inscription, fourth miss, I would like to do the inscription for you." Jun Mochen was a celebrity and was a household name in the Qian dynasty, so he didn't do the inscription for becoming famous for sure. Instead, his calligraphy would upgrade Ye Muxi's reputation. Jun Mochen's calligraphy stunned the world, and numerous people dreamed about possessing one of his products, but failed. But he was doing a favor to Ye Muxi in case she was stuck in this awkward situation. He was afraid that Ye Muxi couldn't write, so she had to allow Ye Wanshui to write for her, and this really besmirched this marvelous painting. Based on Ye Wanshui's strident attitude, and she was bullying Ye Wanshi just now, Jun Mochen considered she was not qualified to leave her inscription on Ye Muxi's picture. "Thanks, young Master Jun. Don't bother. I will have Sister Qingyao to do the inscription for me." Ye Muxi did a curtsy and thanked this talented young master. Ye Qingyao said overcautiously, "Fourth sister, my calligraphy is way below young Master Jun, and his product can be unreachable, even one squanders 1,000 gold for it. If he can write the inscription for you, then your left-hand picture could surely overwhelm in Jiangnan. It will even if young Master Jun doesn't write anything, and I don't mind." Ye Muxi thrust the brush in Ye Qingyao's hand. Her words sounded somewhat arrogant, but told a solid truth. Ye Qingyao also understood Ye Muxi aimed to promote her. Everyone's calligraphy possessed its uniqueness, and it was hard to judge whose product ranked as the best and whose should be the second. Although she considered her calligraphy as her shining point, there were multiple misses in Jiangnan whose calligraphy was outstanding. "Thanks, sister." Ye Qingyao did a curtsy and picked up the brush. This time, she didn't shrink back from this opportunity, but started writing the inscription smoothly and boldly. The brush was winding on the paper, and then a beautiful inscription was shown on the Xuan paper. It was still that sentence Ye Wanshui wrote, and the title was still "A Landscape of Lotus Thriving." Ye Wanshui felt jealous when seeing this scene, and she scolded, "Fourth sister, how could you be partial to little seventh sister? Why did you ask her to do the inscription, not me? Second sister, you have already painted and done the inscription, but Qingyao hasn't done any performance yet, so, of course, I would invite Qingyao to help me with the inscription." Ye Muxi smiled and felt Ye Wanshui was abnormally brazen. Ye Wanshui said in a weird voice, "Whatever, but a good picture is now disgraced by the inscriptions, so it will be devalued. I think this calligraphy is better than yours," Xiao Ziao said impolitely. Ye Wanshui's criticism was choked by Xiao Ziao blatantly, but she dared not to offend him, so she was murmuring, "You are only a dandy born in a rich family, knowing nothing about painting." "I think it is very good as well. A clear voice behind them delivered into their ears, and it was Junmochen talking. Ye Muxi turned back and found Nangonglin and Junmochen came by their sides when they didn't realize, "You are Ye Qingyao?" Junmochen looked at Ye Qingyao and asked with his finger pointing at the inscription, "Your calligraphy looks like Madame Land's style, but it is different from it as it has its unique personalities. What kind of copybook for calligraphy do you use for imitation and study?" Ye Qingyao did a curtsy and answered, "I am Ye Qingyao, and I rank as the 7th daughter in family Ye. I used to use Madame Land's style, but I think it lacks strength and arrogance, though it is pretty and elegant. So I made minor adjustments myself based on its style." Good. So your calligraphy has both the grace of orchid and the strength of bamboo. You established your unique style and achieved a fundamental success in your calligraphy practice already, but there is space for you to further your progress, so if you don't mind, I would like to instruct you somehow. Junmochen found himself had an obligation to cherish this talented girl, and he liked painting and calligraphy in particular. Although Ye Qingyao had a unique style in calligraphy, it would be hard for her to gain tremendous success in calligraphy if she didn't have a master mentoring her. Ye Qingyao was petrified and stared at him still as she had never thought such a thing would ever happen on her. It was Ye Muxi who reacted fast when she saw Ye Qingyao was still absent-minded, and she held Qingyao's hand and did the curtsy together. "Thanks for your instruction. Then my sister has to bother you a lot. I will be relieved and happy if I could improve the style of calligraphy and make it perfect." Junmochen smiled gently. Ye Wanshui almost went crazy due to her envy when she saw this scene. She asked Junmochen to mentor her when they were in Ye Mansion, but he didn't take her seriously at all. Now he even asked to instruct Ye Qingyao's calligraphy willingly. What made Ye Qingyao so different on Earth? Then she checked Ye Qingyao's calligraphy again, and she knew this art as well. So she found Ye Qingyao's calligraphy was better than hers indeed, but that was not like Ye Muxi's left-hand painting, which she was unable to excel all her life. So she concluded Ye Qingyao's achievement as luck. If she could leave the inscription on this painting, then she could be the one receiving young Master Jun's instruction. She hated both Ye Muxi and Ye Qingyao in her heart. Ye Qingyao finally realized what had happened, and she felt both surprised and happy. She looked at Ye Muxi and saw Ye Muxi was nodding and smiling at her. Her heart was filled with happiness, but she lowered her head, dared not to raise her head and look at Junmochen, so she was only standing there with her eyes looking down. The left-hand painting was circled in the banquet among different hands. Since Ye Qingyao had won Junmochen's praise, they paid more attention to the inscription as well, and they found the calligraphy was extraordinary. Although Junmochen said further improvements were required in her calligraphy, the fact that Junmochen offered to instruct her meant her calligraphy was excellent enough. If her calligraphy was not extraordinary, then Junmochen wouldn't say that at all. Moreover, she had her unique style, which was one level above ordinary people already. She had the level qualified to win a distinction bamboo token in the Morning Phoenix Academy's assessment. While people were thinking, it was like the blessing finally came to promote her. Nangonglin talked coolly. "Mochen, gift her the token." Junmochen took out a bamboo engraved token of Morning Phoenix Academy and handed it to Ye Qingyao. "Congratulations! You don't need to take exams for this subject next time." The bamboo engraved token was about the width of 2 fingers, and it was green and white. On its front, it read 2 terms, Morning Phoenix, and on the back, there was only one term, distinction. The bamboo engraved token, which could allure everyone to fight for it and possess it, finally appeared. Ye Qingyao was surprised as well. She then looked at Ye Muxi and said sincerely, "This bamboo token is supposed to be yours. My calligraphy couldn't outrun your painting." "Ha ha, don't worry, Royal Master has prepared already," Junmochen laughed and said. Ye Muxi felt relieved as well. She didn't think wrong of her. Even at this moment, Ye Qingyao still remembered her, so she was a grateful person. Nangonglin took out the bamboo token from his pocket and put them in Ye Muxi's palm. But at this moment, everyone was stunned. There were 3 tokens. Her left-hand painting won her 1 bamboo token, which was in everyone's expectation. But how could there be 3? There was no such claim that one subject could win 3 tokens. Ye Muxi was startled as well because of these 3 bamboo engraved tokens of Morning Phoenix Academy. They were the same as the one Ye Qingyao had just received. There were 2 characters which read Morning Phoenix on the front, and there was 1 character showed distinction on the back. "Royal Master, did you carelessly give out too much?" Xiao Ziao said with astonishment. Although he was happy that Ye Muxi could earn more bamboo tokens, there were 3. It was Ye Muxi who was startled first and thought for a while, and then she immediately understood, as if she shared the same mind with Nangang Lin. "The first one is rewarded for my left-hand picture. The second one is for praising my double-sided embroidery. The third one is for King of Dim Sum, 18 specials." Ye Muxi looked at Nangang Lin with her glinting eyes. "Am I right?" Nangang Lin's lips were bending up slightly, and he looked at her face with his slender eyes. He was satisfied with her intelligence and her unvoiced cooperation with him. "Yes." "Well done. So 4th Mrs. Painting, Embroidery, and Cooking have all passed now. Congratulations. You don't need to take the 3 subjects' assessments when the formal test procedure begins." Jun Mochen smiled slightly, but then he disclosed to her, "4th Miss, Royal Master is a big eater. He gobbled all the dim sums and left nothing to me." Nangang Lin sneered as a threat, which made Jun Mochen shut up immediately. Holding 3 tokens in her hand, Ye Muxi felt somehow happy. She had never expected she could win 3 tokens so rapidly. Hearing Jun Mochen's words, Ye Muxi turned to Nangang Lin immediately, and it was hard to imagine how he devoured those dim sums all alone. Then she smiled beautifully, and her smile was like thousands of trees of pear flowers blossomed at the same time. All the beauties in the Literature Society ended up as her dim background, setting contrast to her glory. The world gave birth to a beauty who could overwhelm the entire city with her appealing smile and her lucid eyes. Here she was. Even Nangang Lin couldn't help but dwell his attention on her face for a while, before he moved his view to other places, let alone others around who stared at her in astonishment for a long time. Ye Muxi completely upstaged others with the 3 bamboo engraved tokens in Literature Society. Those people who felt confused kept inquiring about how she got the other 2. Countless people were jealous of her madly. Undoubtedly, Ye Muxi was the winner of this Literature Society. Ye Wanxue was psyched to grab the bamboo tokens from Ye Muxi's hand, and her eyes were fraught with complaint, malice, rage, and hatred. She accidentally met eye contact with Ye Muxi, but unexpectedly, Ye Muxi's look was cold, which made her feel helplessly cold as well. The next moment, she saw Ye Muxi looking at her with an ambiguous smile and said, "Today we are here playing the instruments and painting. How could we not have the refreshing tea to add more interests? My second sister is extraordinary in making tea, so how about we welcome her to perform tea art for us and make us some tea?" People felt her words so familiar. That was how Ye Wanxue forced Ye Muxi to go up on the stage and paint, and now it turned to herself. Before Ye Wanxue refused, Nangang Lin said with his cold voice, "She had my permission." "But Royal Master, Ye Wanxue's facial expression was changed dramatically. Since she came to this Literature Society today, she had managed to decrease the time of sitting as her injured butt didn't allow her to sit for a long time. But tea art required her to sit for 1 hour, so how could her butt bear it? Jun Mochen had made the order already. "Someone carry the tea set here." Ye Wanxue wanted to refuse, but she was ashamed to utter the reason. How could she confess in front of so many people that her butt was beaten to rot so she couldn't sit? She would be insanely mocked at. Only 1 hour. How about she bore it? Ye Wanxue forced herself to sit on her knees in front of the tea set, and in her heart, she was thinking of strangling Ye Muxi to death. She thought, "Ye Muxi, this bitch. She knew my butt was beaten to rot, and she asked me to do the tea performance on purpose. She intended to see me embarrassing myself. She takes revenge on me blatantly, which is so malicious. This bitch, she would never let her go." Ye Muxi felt Ye Wanxue's penetrating enmity in her eyes, but she acted indifferently and unmoved. She was the one who took revenge promptly when it occurred and never delayed even to tomorrow. Ye Wanxue was making tea in the hall, and there were other misses stepping forward and performing. The first one played the ancient zither, then the second one played the bamboo flute, and another one danced. Maybe it was because family Ye's sisters had performed first. A succession of new performers chose not to do the calligraphy or painting. Ye Wanshui couldn't resist anymore when the fifth performer was playing the ancient zither, and she was trembling while the water was boiling, but there was one last step left. Ye Wanshui endured the pain to secure her dignity with her full strength, but when she lifted the teapot and was about to pour the tea, her butt was so painful that she couldn't bear it anymore, and she leaned aside, pouring a full teapot of hot tea on her legs, which made her scream loudly in pain. Second sister. Ye Muxi and Ye Qingyao stepped forward together and found Ye Wanshui's thighs were wet to a large extent. The stain of the tea was visible as well as the steaming air. It looked like she had suffered a severe injury. Ye Muxi then acted with a decorous grace and said calmly, "Someone, invite a doctor." Shanglu was not designated by Nangonglin this time, as a man couldn't help to check a woman's thigh. But even if Ye Wanshui was not injured on the thigh, Nangonglin would still send nobody to her. "Hurt, hurt, hurt, it is sore." Ye Wanshui felt excruciating pain on both her thighs and her butt, and her forehead was dotted with beads of cold sweat. Her beautiful face turned extremely pale, and she stared at Ye Muxi and ground her teeth. "Ye Muxi, you made me suffer. I will never let you go." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ye Muxi smiled with her lips bending up, and then raised her voice and said to the handmaiden by her side, "Xiaoju, escort your second miss to leave and change clothes, and then check her injury." Looking at her overwhelmingly stunning beauty, Ye Wanshui felt Ye Muxi look like a horrible devil guarding the hell. Lin Wenyuan, as the host, found something went awry, and it was someone from family Ye again. He felt a headache and said, "What happened this time again?" "Please ask a handmaiden from Lin Mansion to help my second sister to change clothes in the backyard, and please invite a female doctor for checking her injury," Ye Muxi said. Second sister was accidentally scalded by the burning tea. Lin Wenyuan waved his hand, and there were two handmaidens stepping forward instantly and escorting Ye Wanshui to the backyard. People were wearing different facial expressions now. They thought, what happened to Ye Wanshui? Most misses learned about tea art, and nobody would perform like her. It was only making a cup of tea, and she was on edge. At the last moment, she even got scalded by the tea. "This is her tea art performance." Xiao Ziao picked up his eyebrows. Ye Muxi pressed her lips together and said, "Sorry. I assume my second sister is indisposed today, which hindered her extraordinary performance. Please understand." "Then we invite another one to finish the performance," Xiao Ziao said randomly. His simple words enticed more than enough misses who wanted to show up on the stage, and they recommended themselves voluntarily. Jun Mochen allowed one of them, and she took Ye Wanshui's former position. Others knew nothing about the background story, so they only thought Ye Wanshui was not a master in tea art performance. Only Ye Qingyao understood that Ye Muxi was finding trouble with Ye Wanshui on purpose. However, she didn't think Ye Muxi was wrong. It was Ye Wanshui who made Ye Muxi's hand scalded with unspeakable reasons, and then she forced her to paint. Now Ye Muxi was only treating her with the same trick she just used on Ye Muxi. Ye Qingyao didn't set herself of an obnoxious target to Ye Muxi, and she didn't make any contribution to her as well, but Ye Muxi was willing to lend her a hand, so Ye Qingyao could see that Ye Muxi was a good person. It was obviously wrong to be her enemy. Ye Muxi helped her once, so she should accept it with gratitude and return something. The banquet was moving forward, and in a while, Nangonglin stood up from his sandalwood chair and said in an attractive and cool voice, "I feel tired, so I am leaving now. Mochen, I designate you as the vice judge, and I will hand over the rest to you. I know you don't have so many moods to appreciate." Jun Mochen sighed helplessly and bowed. "See you, Royal Master." Jing'an Royal Master, wearing in his pure white clothes, walked out of the hall like a feather. His look lingered on Ye Muxi temporarily and then moved away, restoring his normally indifferent and arrogant look. Everyone was bowing to him. "Goodbye, Royal Master." "Everyone, please move on. I assume many of you feel tired due to the long-time banquet. You could feel free to have a rest. Help yourself." Jun Mochen looked at the crowds and said. People were bowing and saying thanks. Everyone was exhausted after the 2 hours sitting, but they were sitting in an upright position considering Nanggong Lin was present. After he left, people felt relaxed and became idle. Mrs. continued to do the performance, and the rest changed their seats and sat in groups, chatting, drinking, and appreciating the dancing and singing. Many young masters wanted to know and chat with this Ye Muxi, the talented Jiangnan Miss, because they all knew her name would be a household name after tonight, and since now the positions which were sat by Ye Wanshui and Ye Wanro by her sides were empty, they were desperate to sit with her. However, before they plunged to those positions, there was someone else who had taken the empty seat by Ye Muxi's side already, and they dared not to fight it with him, since he was really that person they knew. This was a young man in his early 20s. He wore a black gown made from gold silk and decorated with beads and jewels, and the cloth was also embroidered with sophisticated patterns. This cloth told others his background was something, and his family was both rich and noble. Although he couldn't compete with Nanggong Lin in appearance, whose look was so coquettishly attractive, he was good-looking as well. He wore a set of handsome facial features, but he looked a little bit arrogant. "Ye Muxi, I bet you know me?" This rich young master asked with narcissism. Ye Muxi and Ye Qingyao looked at each other and felt totally at sea. "Never mind. I think you misses are cultivated in the bedroom and never participated in any of these meetings, so it is normal if you don't know me. I am Cheng Yuanji." Cheng Yuanji felt a little bit unsatisfied, but he had to introduce himself. Cheng Yuanji? This name was not strange to Ye Muxi. Family Cheng was the wealthiest family in Jiang State. Although family Ye gave birth to a magistrate who was the leader of the entire Jiang State, they respected family Cheng profoundly as well. This was due to a second-level governor in family Cheng who was working in the capital city. Moreover, family Cheng had cultivated a royal daughter, and she married the crown prince and served by his side as the imperial concubine. Although she was only an imperial concubine, once crown prince took the seat of the emperor, she would at least be promoted as a royal concubine. However, the current crown prince was not the top enemy of Ye Muxi in her previous life, Huang Pusheng, but Queen's son, Huang Pu Han. In her previous life, Huang Pusheng was supported by Lingwu Marquis Mansion after he married Ye Muxi, so he stood out from the intense competition and terminated the original one to get that position. Without Lingwu Marquis Mansion, he might not even be possible to be the crown prince. The current crown prince was Huang Pu Han, and the imperial concubine's younger brother was Cheng Yuanjie. Old Lady Cheng spoiled him, and nobody could excel Cheng Yuanji's power and wealth within Jiang State. So he became the bully in Jiang State, trampling over every place he had been. Within Jiang State, nobody dared to find trouble with him, though he bullied men and raped women. "Do you need any help, young Master Cheng?" Ye Muxi asked politely. Cheng Yuanji said, "I admire you a lot, and I want to meet you." Ye Muxi's look became stern and vigilant. She did not have a good impression on him, so she said with both politeness and isolation, "Now we know each other. How about we go for a walk in the garden and appreciate the flower?" Cheng Yuanji was looking up and down at Ye Muxi's face, and this look made Ye Muxi uncomfortable. Ye Muxi stood up and said, "Sorry, my second sister got scalded, and I need to help her in the backyard. I will go with you." Cheng Yuanji glued to her immediately. Ye Muxi said calmly, "Young Master Cheng, my sister is changing, so it is not convenient. If you didn't want to be responsible to my second sister, then please don't follow." "Yo, your words are new to me. Your second sister?" I felt her thick and superficial makeup distasteful. Cheng Yuanji said straightforwardly. Ye Muxi tossed a glance to Ye Qingyao, hinting her to go to Jun Mochen's side, which more crowded than here, in case Cheng Yuanji tangled with her. Ye Qingyao nodded to her and stood up, leaving quietly. Ye Muxi saw she had left, so she stood up and turned around to leave. Cheng Yuanji wanted to follow, but he was afraid that Second Miss would see him and have him to be responsible for her. After all, family Ye was a powerful family with deep pockets, and they had a relationship with people in the central government as well. He couldn't marry one of the misses from family Ye as his concubine, so he could only marry her as his wife. If he married that woman who couldn't even make a cup of tea, and that was a huge loss. His target was Ye Muxi. Stepping out of the hall, Wanchu looked back to make sure Cheng Yuanji didn't follow, and then she smiled. "Miss, you bluffed him. Young Master Cheng didn't follow us." "Okay." The long time lingering in the hall really dulled me. "Let's walk by the lake," Ye Muxi said. Even Cheng Yuanji didn't follow. There would be abundant people came to her and tried to know her. This was a good opportunity to escape from that place and found herself some tranquility. Wanchu's eyes were twinkling, and she said, "Miss, you won 3 bamboo tokens. I bet the entire Jiangnan will know your name from tomorrow. There are 12 subjects for the formal academy's assessments, and now I only passed 3. Ye Muxi said with humbleness, and her eyes were looking at the rippling lake. Although she was happy that she won 3 tokens, she wouldn't have conceit. She had to be the first one in Jiangnan, then she could return what she owed to Nangong Lin. And she knew how much benefit the title of the Miss in Morning Phoenix Academy could bring her. The benefit would be lucrative. Wanchu worshipped her and said, "But you are so brilliant already. Puzzle couplet, left-hand painting and double-sided embroidery, and all of these are something I never heard about before." The master and the servant were walking beside the lake, and suddenly they saw 2 people arguing with each other in front of them. One was Yuan Shui, the other was a strange man. Standing there with his back facing to them. "You poor and stink asshole, you ran over me and made me slipped over. You have to kneel and apologize. Miss, I was not on purpose, I am very sorry, but I was born with precious dignity, which is worth thousands of gold, so I can't kneel to you. Then you compensate me, 100 taels, I am not asking you more, can you give me?" Ye Wanshui mocked at him. Ye Muxi approached them and saw a man in his early 20s. He wore an old and torn dark shirt, which suggested his poverty-stricken family background. Wearing a handsome and tired look, he had hollow eyes and looked terrible. He apologized consecutively, but Ye Wanshui was mocking with sarcasm and forced him to kneel and apologize. "Second sister, he has apologized to you already. Why do you act so stridently?" Ye Muxi saw this scene and stepped to them while saying, "The curse of Ye Wanshui was an intolerable stain to this breathtakingly beautiful scenery, which had both lakes and mountains." Ye Wanshui couldn't contain her rage once she saw Ye Muxi. "None of your business." "Of course, it is my business. You forced a scholar to kneel. If words were spread, the reputation of our Yi mansion would be compromised. So naturally, I have to stop you from conducting such behavior, which is believed to be a shame to our reputation." Ye Muxi raised her lips slightly. Ye Wanshui sneered, "Are you opposing me all the time? This remote place is not visited by anyone except you, so who could spread the word? Since now you understand, then you should behave well. Wanchu, you go to report to young Master Jun and tell him someone is bullying a poor scholar here. I bet he won't just let this happen." Ye Muxi threatened her directly. Ye Wanshui's facial expression changed dramatically. She certainly didn't want to leave such an image in front of Jun Mochen, so she had to swallow her anger. Then she ground her teeth and said to Ye Muxi, "Well done, Ye Muxi. You set me up, bully me, humiliate me, and now you are threatening me. This is not over. I never think it's over between us. What? You finally realize?" Ye Muxi fought back verbally with indifferent sentences. Ye Wanshui was angry that she almost spat blood, but she looked at her and then the poor man. She then stormed away with rage. "If you didn't lend a hand and speak for me, I really don't know what I should do." That young man cupped his hands and said, "I am Lu Qingming. Thanks for your help." Lu Qingming, these 3 characters startled Ye Muxi somehow, and then she checked his face carefully. Yes, it was him. Although he looked more haggard than what he looked like 3 years later, she could tell he was the man in her impression, basically. Born and raised in a destitute family in Jiang State, Lu Qingming stood out in this year's autumn test based on Ye Muxi's memory, and he won the 3rd place. Tanhua. Studying was a money-consuming activity, and almost all of the people who distinguished themselves in the test were young masters born in rich families. It was extremely precious that a poor man like him could take the 3rd place. The battle among the royal sons fighting for the crown prince position was getting so much intense at that time, and some governors also chose their sides or got involved in a certain party. A poor scholar who belonged to no party or had no background but was both talented and moral, like Lu Qingming, won the emperor's heart immediately. He became popular in front of the emperor and one of the major representatives of the civil officials. Lu Qingming was very filial. To take care of his seriously ill mother, he couldn't save enough money to cover his budget for taking the test in the capital city. He was loyal, filial, and upright, so he was famous in her previous life. Muxi was engaged in the battle of fighting for the crown prince position in her previous life, and she knew Huang Pusheng wanted to rope him in, but failed. If she could make a friend with this man, who would achieve overnight success for sure, then when her father went back to the palace, he could have another friend. One more friend was better than one more enemy. Muxi became more concerned about his situation after she recognized him and jogged the memory about him. So she asked, "Young Master Lu, the Literature Society is so busy in the front, and why are you here alone?" "I didn't want to join this Literature Society at the very beginning, but..." Lu Qingming looked embarrassed, but he still said honestly, "My mother is very sick, so the doctor asked me to make some ginseng soup to supply more nutrition for my mother. But I have sold my calligraphy to cover all the medical charges, and now I couldn't even afford a dinner, so how could I boil some ginseng soup? This time, my classmate dragged me to join this literature society, and I was thinking of eating something here to save my money. As a top-scale literature society like this, I assume it will have ginseng soup. So after the banquet is dismissed, I will collect some ginseng soup left on the table and bring them back to my mother." Ginseng soup was nothing in front of all the young masters and well-bred daughters, but it was unreachable to a normal scholar like him. So he had to wait for Muxi, and the rest left and collected some of the leftovers. After he finished these, Lu Qingming continued, "It was bustling inside with so many dances and songs which were too loud. So I came out here to study, but I accidentally ran into that miss, and then I met you." His words made Muxi feel sorry to him, and he reminded her of her mother, so she shared his feeling. She said to Wanchu, "You take young Master Lu to the kitchen and tell them, 4th Miss from Ye Mansion would like some ginseng soup, and she wants one more. I believe they will give you. Young Master Lu, you take this portion to your mother and don't need to wait until the banquet dismisses." "Yes." Wanchu did a curtsy. Lu Qingming waved his hand in a hurry. "No way. How could I have your ginseng soup?" "Why refused? I am not giving this to you, but this is for your mother." Muxi took out some tails from her sleeves and put them into Lu Qingming's hands while saying, "These 50 tails could help you to treat your mother's illness. Don't refuse now, since I am lending to you. Remember to pay me back in the future if you have money." Lu Qingming felt so moved. He had never expected a stranger he met by coincidence would give him both ginseng soup and tails, but he felt shameful to accept, and he insisted on refusing. "No, I thank you for the ginseng soup, but the tails I really can't accept. You considered my dignity and used the term lend, but I know I couldn't pay you back. 50 taels are too much for me." "I think you can. Lu Qingming, you are talented, and I bet you could win in the test and become a successful governor overnight. So I appreciate you and lend you money now. In the future, when you become rich, you will have money to pay me back. Do you think I'm right?" Muxi pressed the tails in his hands and smiled and said, "I only took these when I left home, so you collect them first. You can borrow money when you lack it, but if you miss the best time of the treatment of your mother, I am not a great man, and I can't borrow a life for you." Her words made Lu Qingming, who wanted to return the money, feel awkward now. He didn't know if he should accept it or return it. He didn't want the money, but his mother required a large amount of money to cure her illness. "Want you take young Master Lu to have some ginseng soup?" Muxi said. Lu Qingming finally accepted the taels, and he cupped his hands and bowed. "Miss, I will never forget your kindness and your high morality. These 50 taels I will pay you back with 100 times more in the future someday." Muxi smiled beautifully. "Okay, I remember." She knew Lu Qingming's personality and understood he wouldn't accept these taels, so she could only use the term lend to entice him to accept them narrowly. She asked him to pay her back, aiming to take care of his dignity. Young Master Lu, let's go. Wang smiled and led the way in front of him. Seeing them off, Muxi was then thinking of herself, and she thought, I should establish some project to ensure I am earning money. I can't count on old ladies' rewards. The allowance I accept is enough for me to live, but I will need more money in the future. Luckily, Nanggong Lin spared her the trouble of paying the medical charges. Otherwise, she couldn't have enough money to pay Ye Hong's medicines, let alone other expenditures. Thinking of this, Muxi suddenly felt Nanggong Lin was kind to her, actually. When she was contemplating, Muxi suddenly saw one person's silhouette appearing on the reflection on the water, and she suddenly realized someone was behind her back. She became alarmed and wanted to shun away, but that person had pushed her already, and Muxi was pushed into the lake. Ye Wanshui, you. Muxi fell into the lake, and she finally saw the person standing on the lakeside. It was exactly Ye Wanshui. Standing on the lakeside, Ye Wanshui finally prevailed and burst out a crazy laugh. She stared at Muxi with hatred. Muxi, you deserve this. You made me suffer a huge loss in my dignity, and you upstaged me. You should drop dead. Muxi struggled a little bit in the water, but she didn't feel too much panicking at all. If she couldn't swim, she dared not to walk by the lakeside in the evening time. She understood so clearly how many people were pushed into the water and got drowned. How could she commit such a simple mistake? An accident in her previous life made her learn swimming earlier. But at this moment in this life, she couldn't swim yet, theoretically speaking, so nobody knew she was not afraid of water. She saw Ye Wanshui was standing by the side, staring at the lake with vigilance, and Muxi was worried that if Ye Wanshui found she could swim, Ye Wanshui would throw stones and stopped her from approaching the side. Then she would be drowned sooner or later. So Muxi pretended that she was drowning and waving her hands randomly and loudly, and then she faked her drowning to the bottom of the water after several powerless yells for help. Muxi intended to trick Ye Wanshui away first, and then emerged from the water. Whatever happened, she was in the water, and that made her the vulnerable side. Only if she could manage to get to the lakeside could she take the revenge on Ye Wanshui. Out of no expectations, after Muxi was drowned in the water, Ye Wanshui, who kept cursing viciously seconds ago, felt somehow terrified. She stopped cursing and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you really dead, Muxi?" The lake was in dead silence, without any ripple emerging on the surface. Ye Wanshui's heart started pounding drastically, and she thought, I killed someone! I killed someone. She did beat some handmaidens to death in the past, but in her eyes she gave those degrading servants lives, so it didn't matter that she really beat them to death. But Muxi was amiss in family Ye anyway, and she killed her. A mixture sentiment of delight and terror for killing her enemy interwove in her heart. Ye Wanshui was shivering, both out of happiness and scare. She dared not to stay at the murder spot, and she ran away desperately as if somebody was chasing after her. Muxi, holding her breath under the lake, was about to drown herself as she had no idea why Ye Wanshui was dilly-dallying for such a long time. Finally, she heard Ye Wanshui was running away, and another person dived into the water as Muxi was about to surface and gasp for air. That person hugged her and scooped her out of the water, and before she realized, a cold finger was put in front of her nose to try her breath, and then she heard that person speaking in a shocked voice, "No breath?" For the next second, she felt the cold lips were pressed on hers and covered them completely. Muxi was dying for holding her breath, and she was like a dying fish set free back to the water while she was carried out of the lake suddenly. However, her mouth was muffled when she was about to breathe. Muxi wanted to push that person away, but she felt her limbs were feeble, so she had no way but to bite the person's lips fiercely. And then she opened her eyes instantly, finding a pair of cold and profound eyes were staring at her at a breathtakingly close distance. They attached to each other's faces, and their noses were touched. Their eyes met, and the bloody taste still dwelled on their lips and teeth. The person who held her in his arms raised his eyebrows, and he realized she woke up, so he moved away his lips. Muxi finally recognized who this was. A gown in pear flower white was soaked. Spreading his silver hair, he wore a handsome face but an indifferent look. Some drops of water were dripping down from his well-carved face contour, and those drops were falling on Ye Muxi's back of the hand, tapping in a rhythm. He was Jing'an royal master, Nangang Lin. Ye Muxi was gasping for air, and she finally came back to life as she could smell the refreshing air now. She almost got suffocated. Then she noticed that Nangang Lin's thin lips were bitten by her and left an injury, and the red blood was visible. His look was like the freezing cold snow flying in the deep winter. "I didn't do this on purpose. Don't blame me. You deserved it." Ye Muxi was gasping while saying, she knew Nangang Lin didn't mean to harass her under that circumstance. Who would like to harass a corpse? Obviously, Nangang Lin thought she was drowned, so he was endeavoring to save her with this traditional artificial breathing method. He acted like this out of his good intention. But the second he pressed his lips on hers, and before he breathed to her, his lips were bitten to bleed by Ye Muxi. No matter how, she had a loss in this event, and she should be the one feeling angry. While she was thinking, suddenly she had a brainwave and thought, did Jing'an royal master just kiss me? Am I really the person who was taken advantage of by him? Hell no, what am I thinking of? Nangang Lin was wearing a cold look, which was colder and more isolated than he normally was. It seemed that he was really angry now. Ye Muxi felt a headache about him. She annoyed this capricious person the worst. His temperament was fickle, and what worse was, she dared not to offend a big man like him. Even shunning away from him still made her end up in his palm. The dark night's wind was breezing, and Ye Muxi couldn't help but sneeze. Nangang Lin refocused on her and said, "I send you back." It would be inappropriate for her to return to the banquet in this sopping clothes, and it would be better for him to send her back to Ye Mansion directly in case she caught a cold. "No, don't." Ye Muxi didn't think for a second before she refused, and she found her words turned his better look back to a cold one again. Nangang Lin was not pissed that Ye Muxi bit his lips, but he was angry about himself. After he left the banquet, Nangang Lin didn't want to go back to Hayes Spring, so he found a quiet place and sat on a trunk in the garden of the side mansion. Resting his hands at the back of his head, he raised to appreciate the cool wind and clear moon, and the night view was as beautiful as a nocturne. In the distance, there were some quibbling noises, but he paid no attention. But after a while, he heard something dropped into the water and a few weak yells for help. It blurrily sounded like Ye Muxi's voice. Nangang Lin stood on his toes and jumped from the tree, running to the lakeside, and he found Ye Wanshui was running away in panic, but that the lake was back to tranquility. He thought, was Ye Muxi drowned to death? There was only one idea left in his mind, so he dived into the water and found Ye Muxi lying at the bottom of the lake. He promptly held her back to the surface and made no hesitation before giving her the artificial breathing as he thought she was not breathing. All of this happened in a trice, as only one idea dominated his mind. She couldn't die. After his lips were bitten to bleed by Ye Muxi, and he found she was not drowned at all, only gasping for air, Nangang Lin finally knew she was not drowned. He thought, this scheming girl surely couldn't get into trouble so easily. But then Nangang Lin suddenly realized he always kept a distance with women, but now he was so intimate with her, and he was worried about her life, feeling worried that she was dead. He thought, damn it, how great is this Ye Muxi that could make me bother? Nangang Lin was angry about himself, thinking of the false alarm he had been through. He couldn't tolerate that he cared about an insignificant little girl so much. So Nangang Lin looked at Ye Muxi with a particularly cold and estranged look, but he was afraid she got a cold when he saw her sneezing subconsciously, and he wanted to send her back to the mansion. After he finished his words, Nangang Lin found that he failed to keep a distance from her again, and out of his expectations, Ye Muxi refused him. He thought, she dared to refuse me? Ye Muxi had no clue what he was pondering on, and she was scheming how to take revenge on Ye Wanshui. If she hadn't learned to swim in her previous life, she was a ghost living under that water now. If Nangang Lin hadn't happened to be here, who could she count on to save her in such an isolated place? She would never let Ye Wanshui go. Royal Master, thanks for your help, but I have other things to address, so I have to leave now. I will visit you and extend my gratitude someday later, Ye Muxi said. Nangang Lin didn't know she could swim, and he almost saved her for real. She would certainly imprint this life-saving gratitude in her mind. After she finished her sentence, Ye Muxi finally realized she was lying in Nangonglin's arms all the time, so she jumped up instantly as her limbs returned to strength in this short period rest. Nangonglin's look returned to be cold, and he ignored her words and left. Ye Muxi looked at his leaving figure and murmured in her heart, "Before he saved me, this royal master was not so indifferent. Why he didn't want to even look at me after he saved me? If you don't want to, then don't save me. What's that attitude?" After Nangonglin left, Wanchu and Lu Qingming, who had been to kitchen minutes ago, came back, and they both startled when they found Ye Muxi was sitting by the lakeside with herself drenched in wet clothes. "Miss, what happened to you? Was it raining?" Wanchu said in surprise, and she looked up into the sky. Lu Qingming was confused as well, and he checked the puddle on the ground and asked, "Fourth miss, did you just fall into the lake?" "I am all right." Ye Muxi waved to him randomly and said, "I am not convenient to speak more to you, so that's it. Young Master Lu, you should better go home and bring that hot ginseng soup to your mother." Lu Qingming said with appreciation, "I am here to thank you, fourth miss. I will repay you for your kindness someday, for sure. I am leaving now. Goodbye." After Lu Qingming left, Lengshan held a white cloak and came to them. It had the color of pear flower white, and it was embroidered with dark patterns of water and cloud. This was Nangonglin's cloth. "Fourth miss, Royal Master ordered me to send this to you," Lengshan said. Before Ye Muxi refused, Lengshan pressed the cloak into Wanchu's hands and left coolly. The guard next to Nangonglin shared the same personality with him. "Wow, miss. How could Royal Master know your clothes were wet and sent you a cloak?" Wanchu was at sea. Ye Muxi wore a cold look and said, "Ye Wanshui pushed me into the lake, and Royal Master saw this scene, thanks to his help." "Ah, Ye Wanshui, how dared she? This is the side mansion of Lin Mansion, and she was so daring. She dared to kill you." Wanchu's face turned pale, and she asked worriedly, "Miss, how are you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I neglected my duty. It's all my fault. I didn't take care of you and made you get plotted against by perpetrators." While speaking, Wanchu kneeled on the ground in a heavy gesture, and her eyes were red. She blamed herself so much that she almost cried. Ye Muxi dragged her to stand up, and she felt so warm about her reaction. She shook her head. "Don't blame yourself. I am fine. Aren't I sitting in front of you safe and sound? I asked you to run an errand for me, so this is not a neglect of duty. Stand up. Hurry up." "Thanks, miss." Wanchu wiped her tears. Thinking of her miss almost died, she said in anger, "Miss, let's go report this to Old Lady, and I bet Old Lady will stand with us. She will help you to take revenge." Ye Muxi shook her head. "Old Lady will be partial to me for sure, but I have limited evidence. What if Ye Wanshui insists that she didn't do it and vilifies that I set her up? So will we let her go so easily? Miss, she was trying to kill you." Wanchu said with an unreconciled attitude. Ye Muxi pressed her lips together while smiling. "I know. I wouldn't let her go. Even if lacking evidence, I will treat her the evil fruits she planted herself. Don't make a fuss and pretend that you didn't find me, you." Wanchu's eyes were glinting gradually as she was listening to Ye Muxi's arrangements. "Miss, what a good idea. I will follow your order promptly. By the way, your clothes are sodden, and I will ask a person in Lin Mansion to help you change another one." "No, that will draw suspicion." Ye Muxi said that and picked up the cloak in Wanchu's hands and wrapped herself. "This is enough." His cloak was a timely help. Wanchu remembered that was from Royal Master, so she covered her mouth and smiled secretly. "Yes, you are right, miss. No cloth could be warmer than the cloak Royal Master sent you. Sorry about that." "You chick, stop talking nonsense." Ye Muxi couldn't help but toss her a stare. But this cloak was emitting a refreshing scent, which belonged to him particularly, and it was so clear as if he was around her. Ye Wanshui went back to the hall, and her heart was still pounding fiercely. She thought, "I killed her. I killed Ye Muxi." Nobody in the Literature Society knew what had happened in the backyard, and they were drinking and laughing at the banquet. The dancing and singing were still going on. What a busy scene. In a while, Ye Wanshui saw Wanchu rushing into the hall and saying something to Ye Qingyao, and she looked panicking before she left. Once Wanchu left, Ye Qingyao went straight to Ye Wanshui, which made her become nervous, and she thought, "What is she looking for me for?" Second sister, Wanshu said, "Fourth sister is missing." She was standing by the lakeside before Wanshu came back with ginseng soup. But after she came back, fourth sister was missing. Wanshu circled around to find her many times, but her figure was never found. So Wanshu came to ask me if fourth miss was ever back to the hall. However, I was sitting here all the time and I never saw her coming back. Second sister, did you see fourth sister? Ye Qingyao asked with concerns. Ye Wanshui felt relieved. She thought she exposed herself, but it was Wanshu who failed to find Muxi, so she came back to inquire them. She was so relieved now, but she didn't show a trace of it. I didn't see her either. What should we do? Maybe fourth sister had some emergency, so she went back in a hurry. But fourth sister is not that kind of person, leaving people behind without a word. If she was leaving, she would definitely tell us. I am worried that something went wrong to her, since what kind of emergency would drive her to do this? We should go back to Yi Mansion right now to check if fourth sister has gone back in case we keep finding her here and make a sensation, but finally find she is actually at home, then that would be a joke. Ye Qingyao said with a face wearing worry. Moreover, even if she didn't go back, she suddenly went missing, and we should go back in a second and report this situation to Grandma for her decision. Ye Wanshui thought secretly that Ye Muxi had been actually a dead body already, and she was cheering for this news in her heart. But on the surface, she was acting as concerning as Ye Qingyao, and she replied, "You are right. We should go back and report this situation to Grandma in a hurry. I already asked Wanshu to look for her secretly. We keep her missing in a low key. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be a stain on her reputation. Let's go back to Yi Mansion and have Grandma make the decision. I hope she is back already," Ye Qingyao said. A girl who went missing indicated that she might be kidnapped, which could compromise her integrity. Therefore, neither Wanshu nor Ye Qingyao spread the news loudly. With Wanshu staying and looking for her, Ye Wanshui and Ye Qingyao took their carriages respectively and left for Ye Mansion. It was the dark night, and they were on the way back to the mansion. In the carriage, Ye Wanshui felt something wrong suddenly, and it was like water was dripping with the slight tapping sound. The carriage was pattering on the way, which covered the dripping sound somehow, but it sounded like it was still dripping inside the carriage vaguely. She thought, that is weird. It's not wet here, but why there is the water dripping sound? It is not raining outside either. As Ye Wanshui was thinking, she suddenly felt her ankle was grasped by a hand, which startled her and enticed her to look down. The oil lamp illuminated the carriage, allowing her to see a bloodless and pale hand clearly. That hand grasped her ankle tightly, which drove Ye Wanshui to scream out, and she fell from the seat directly. "Who are you?" Ye Wanshui yelled with terror. The space beneath the cushion in the carriage was empty, and normally some gifts or luggage were put there, and the cushion was covered by a layer of fine silk quilt with tassels as the decoration. But now, behind the tassel quilt, a pale hand was stretching out to her, so how could she not feel scared? "Ye Wanshui, I am so cold." The shivering and ghost-like voice was delivered from the back of the tassel quilt. A figure, spreading her dark hair, wearing in white clothes and putting on a pale face with blood tears, was crawling out under the seat. Her face was as pale as a ghost, and the red blood hanging on her canthus was ferociously horrible. Ye Wanshui screamed, "Ghost! The bottom of the lake is so cold, and I am so lonely. Ye Wanshui, you come down here and accompany me." The ghost grasped Ye Wanshui's ankle firmly, and her hand was so cold that it didn't have any temperature. She spoke in a voice as if that came from hell. Ye Wanshui was almost scared out of her mind. This was Ye Muxi. She was so soggy, and the dripping sound was actually the water on her clothes falling. Her pale face and the 2 lines of red tears on her face were like a living evil ghost crawling out of the bottom of the lake. "No, Ye Muxi, don't come. You let me go. Don't come near me. Someone, help! Ghost, help!" Ye Wanshui was madly alarming. She was shrieking, being desperate to crawl out of the carriage, but the female ghost was grasping her ankle firmly. Moreover, her legs became soft and couldn't support her due to the extreme terror she was encountering, so she didn't have the strength to get out. The driver and the handmaiden outside the carriage heard the noise inside, so they lifted the curtain and saw a female ghost was holding Ye Wanshui's ankle in the bright interior with the oil lamp waving. She lifted her head and glanced at them, saying with a frightening smile, "You want to come down and accompany me as well?" Ghost. The driver and handmaiden Xiaoju were scared to be numbing due to this horrible scene, and they turned and ran away in a bumpy position, forgetting that they actually fell from the seat. They only desired to have 2 more legs, and they were running away like a squirrel. There were several guards following behind them before, but none of them dared to have a look once they heard there was a ghost inside, and they ran away as well. All in a blink, there was only a lonely carriage left there. "Don't come, someone, help me, Muxi, don't come near me. I am sorry, I am wrong. I was so confused at that time. I will burn more paper caches for you, many and many. Please, don't take revenge on me. Please, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die." Ye Wanshui burst out tears, and she was driven crazy due to this scene. The person who she just murdered 1 hour ago emerged in front of her and attempted to kill her in a glimpse. How couldn't she feel insanely horrible? But the female ghost kept staring at her with a scary look. "Ye Wanshui, give me your life. It's so cold down here. Come down and keep me as a company. Help, please, I'm wrong. Don't kill me. Don't ask me for life. Sorry, don't come." Ye Wanshui kowtowed to her in a hurry, and her body was trembling. While tears and snot were all over her face, she was too scared that she went almost mad. But the female ghost kept holding Ye Wanshui's ankle and dragged her outside with a gruesome voice. "Ye Wanshui, the bottom of the lake is so cold, you come down and stay with me. Hurry, come down." Ah! This horrific scene was too much for Ye Wanshui, and she finally couldn't bear it, as it was beyond the pressure her mind could tolerate. She screamed horribly and passed out. The female ghost loosed her grip after she had made sure Ye Wanshui was not moving anymore. She glanced at Ye Wanshui, who was motionlessly lying on the ground, and sneered, getting off the carriage before she disappeared in the depth of the street. After several minutes, the female ghost went to another street where a carriage was waiting for her there already. She got on the carriage and used the clean water she prepared to remove the ghost makeup, and showed a clean and beautiful face. This was Ye Muxi. If not, who else could it be? "Miss?" Wanshu put the cloak on Ye Muxi's body and said, "You have toiled." Ye Muxi was hanging a faint smile on her lips. "It's worthwhile since I saw Ye Wanshui passing out. How about your side?" "According to your order, I asked Miss Qingyao to go back mansion with Ye Wanshui together, and then I reported to young Master Jun Mochin that you were indisposed and left early. At this moment, Miss Qingyao was waiting for you at the fork of the street, and I already had Miss Qingyao to follow our lines." Wanshu said with a smile, "Don't worry, miss. I followed your plan closely, and there was no small error at all." Ye Muxi's lips bent up slightly. At this moment, nobody in Jiang State Literature Society knew what happened to them, and actually, Ye Qingyao was a small part of this plan. After this literature society, their relationship enhanced, and they were now in a kind of alliance with each other somehow. But Ye Muxi wouldn't believe someone so easily, and she wouldn't unveil the confidential secret to Ye Qingyao. But they would help each other and protect each other for sure. The carriage arrived at the fork of the street where Ye Qingyao was waiting there in her carriage. She felt relieved when she saw Ye Muxi. "Wanshu said you are all right, but I am uneasy until I see you with my eyes. Fourth sister, I am so glad that you are not injured after you fell into the water." "Sorry to worry you." Ye Muxi gave her a faint smile and said, "It's getting too late tonight, so I won't visit Old Lady today. Yi Yun has made such a sensation, and I assume Old Lady's side won't enjoy a second of peace. But you have to suffer this." Ye Qingyao said, "Not only Old Lady's side, but too many things have bombarded us tonight. Neither side could have 1 second of peace. You suffered scare in your falling, so you really should take a rest. I will report this to Old Lady so you could take a rest assured." One Jiang State Literature Society. The first miss of family Ye Wanru was harassed by a man. The fifth miss Ye Yun, who was a daughter of a concubine, ruined her reputation completely since she drugged man with aphrodisiac. The second miss in family Ye passed out due to scare, and Ye Muxi from the third lady's people first scalded her hands, and then was pushed into the lake. Troubles were haunting family Ye tonight. I am afraid I couldn't have a good rest even if I lie down. Muxi revealed a trace of ambiguous meaning in her eyes as she thought of the event that would follow next. Yewanche, this was only a start to return you. Muxi went back to Ye Mansion, and meanwhile, Lengshan's figure disappeared in the depth of the night. He was reporting what happened on the road to Nanggong Lin. Nanggong Lin, who always wore an indifferent look and hid his smile, couldn't help but bend up his lips to smile as well after he heard Ye Muxi had acted as a ghost and scared the wits out of Ye Wanshui. Royal Master, Ye Wanshui was almost frightened to death, and I assume she will lose her control for a while after she wakes up. Do you still need me to do that to her? Lengshan cupped his fists and asked. Nanggong Lin was playing a small, white silk embroidered bag with his slender fingers. The superior silk was embroidered with cloud patterns, and the silver silk embroidered in a dark manner was the only ornamentation that showed a pattern. Both looked like a flower in a grass. In this silk bag, there was only one thing lying inside. A wisp of her dark hair. Not necessary. I don't need to bother with her enemy, Nanggong Lin said. His words sounded cold, which might make people think he had certain personal opinions towards Muxi. Actually, that was not true. He found she could solve it herself, so he didn't need to lend her hand. Muxi was almost drowned to death. Nanggong Lin was planning to have Lengshan teach Ye Wanshui a lesson, but he had never expected that Ye Wanshui tackled with Ye Wanshui herself. Jun Mochen, who sat next to him, couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you meddle with enough others' businesses since you arrived in Jiang State? In fact, it's normal that you care about Fourth Miss's life. If a chess piece is dead, how could you play this game? Mochen, you are right. Nanggong Lin nodded and followed Jun Mochen's words. He found a good excuse to explain all the abnormal behaviors he had recently. Jun Mochen pressed his lips. Then what is your next plan? Royal Master? The assessment of Morning Phoenix Academy is approaching. You will take in charge. We are short of vice judges, so you can arrange the governors in Jiangnan randomly, and I will report your request to the government. Nanggong Lin waved his hand randomly and said carelessly, Lengshan, you order someone to keep an eye on Cheng Yuanji from family Cheng. A weird smile emerged on Jun Mochen's face. You are so agile. Then do you think we should order someone to watch Xiao Ziao as well? Okay, that will be fine. They didn't expect that Nanggong Lin nodded. Jun Mochen and Lengshan found themselves speechless at the same time. They thought, all men who approached to Ye Muxi are now all under your surveillance. Royal Master, you ask your conscience, do you really treat Ye Muxi as a chess piece? It was at late night, but the Yi mansion was illuminating brightly in the darkness. It was needless to mention First Lady's people and family. Ye Yun drugged someone and Ye Wanshui was involved in this trouble. They made a fuss at Old Lady after they came back. Shen Yunpei couldn't close her mouth to laugh as she was so happy to see First Lady was in huge trouble. But when she was enjoying her good time, she saw Ye Wanshui was carried back. The handmaidens said Ye Wanshui was scared by a ghost. How could Shen Yunpei believe their nonsense? So she invited a doctor for Ye Wanshui, and finally they woke her up. But it turned out she was frightened to be insane. She couldn't answer to anything she was asked, but only uttering nonsense. Don't come. Don't kill me. Please let me go. Ghost. The ghost is coming. The ghost is asking for my life. Ye Wanshui looked unkempt and disheveled. A bruise was left on her forehead after the constant kowtowing, and her face was deadly pale. Wearing tears and snots on her face, she looked terrible. Shen Yunpei hugged her out of worry and love. My daughter, what happened to you? Don't feel scared. Mother is here. Mother? Mother? It seemed that Ye Wanshui finally recognized her, and she hid herself behind Shen Yunpei's back and said in a trembling voice, Mother, look, the ghost is coming to me. She is taking revenge on me. I don't want to die. Mother, save me. I don't want to die. Shen Yunpei pressed Ye Wanshui's shoulders and said, Don't be scared. Tell me, who is the ghost who dared to scare you with this trick? I will teach her a lesson. Mother, save me. I don't want to die. Ah, she is drowning me. She asked me to stay with her. I don't want to die. Ye Wanshui was crying her eyeballs out. Shen Yunpei was both worried and mad, and before she said anything, Ye Wanshui suddenly looked at her with a terrifying look. You don't come. You go away. Shuer, what happened to you? I am your mother, don't you recognize me? Shen Yunpei felt excruciatingly disheartening when she saw her daughter like this, so she couldn't help but cry. However, her tears reminded Ye Wanshui of the female ghost's blood tears, and Shen Yunpei suddenly turned to the female ghost who dragged her into the hell in the carriage. Ye Wanshui picked up a gold and jade pillow and tossed it on Shen Yunpei's face fiercely, and she howled, "Get out, you devil ghost! Don't mess up with me anymore. Piss off, please, let me go." Her fleeting arrogance just now disappeared, and that attitude turned to a wail, "Please, don't kill me, please." Shen Yunpei was smashed by her violently, and that jade pillow bumped on her forehead, leaving her to bleed. "Madam." The handmaidens got startled, and they gathered around her. Shen Yunpei covered her forehead and pointed at the doctor and cursed, "Useless doctor, why don't you treat my daughter's illness in a second?" "Madam, second miss was bewitched. I could only give her some sedated medicine and ask her to take a good rest. Otherwise, do you want to invite a Taoist to do some religious rituals?" the doctor suggested. Shen Yunpei was so furious that she almost passed out. "Do you mean my daughter ran into a ghost? Religious ritual? You useless doctor. Piss off." Furong Room was in chaos. Numerous handmaidens were kicked and punched by Ye Wanshui, and even Shen Yunpei dared not to approach her. She was smashed to bleed and had to wear a white bandage on her head. After 1 hour's endless hassles and chaos, Shen Yunpei finally figured out who the female ghost Ye Wanshui was talking about, Ye Muxi. This pissed Shen Yunpei, and she was sure Ye Muxi acted as a ghost and scared Ye Wanshui deliberately. So she ordered several servants to take care of Ye Wanshui, and she went to report this to Old Lady. In Sisho Hall, Old Lady rubbed the place between her eyebrows and sighed. Yi Qingyao served her a bowl of sedated soup and said, "Grandma, it's getting late, and you should have a rest." "How could I fall into sleep after so many humiliating events?" Old Lady looked tired. Since Ye Wanru and Ye Yun came back, Zhao Menglan was mad enough to kill Ye Yun for venting her anger. Ye Wanru was the most cherished daughter in Zhao Menglan's heart. Now she was humiliated out of no reason. Taking her influential reputation into consideration, how could she have the confidence to go out after she had been harassed in front of so many people? Ye Wanru had lost her face entirely. Old Lady cherished Ye Wanru the most, and she was dying to beat Ye Yun to death. But after all, Ye Yun's marriage had been almost settled with family Chen in Yang State, so it would be a huge loss if she was beaten to death. It would be better to marry her to them. Looking at the bigger picture, Old Lady spared Ye Yun's life. She was afraid that Zhao Menglan would kill Ye Yun impulsively, so she kept Ye Yun in Sisho Hall and asked her to do a reflection. Ye Yun's biological mother, Lady Li, was wailing and begging for forgiveness, which really made her feel a headache. Peace just dawned on this side. First Lady's Ye Wanru intended to kill herself to integrate her innocence due to striking sadness. Luckily, she was found early and saved in time. Tonight, not a second of quietness could rest in Ye Mansion. "Qingyao, tell me things on the literature party," Old Lady said. Ye Qingyao gave out a faint smile. "I was thinking about articulating them to Grandma tomorrow, but I dare not to refuse since you asked." So she elaborated on all the things happening on Jiang State Literature Party. In fact, Old Lady had already heard about them from First Lady before, but she put more trust in Ye Qingyao. Until she mentioned Ye Muxi had won 3 bamboo tokens and she had won one, Old Lady, though always composed, was overwhelmed by the ups and downs that had happened on Literature Party, and her facial expressions were fantastic. "Good, very good." Old Lady finally showed a satisfied laugh. "God did do us a favor. He bestowed us a Ye Muxi. She was not only talented but also generous. You never had a close friendship with her, but she is still willing to promote you. Muxi, she really made me recognize her. She is not only talented but also has a big heart. Her style of handling issues is already 10 times better than Ruer. Her future achievements are bound to be unlimited." Although Old Lady was partial to Ye Wanru, she also knew if it had been Ye Wanru on Ye Muxi's position today, Ye Wanru would definitely have not helped Ye Qingyao because she didn't want others to become better. Otherwise, Ye Wanshui was also good in talent, So how could the entire Jiang state only knew Ye Wanro but not Ye Wanshui for so many years? It was only because of Ye Wanro's deliberate suppression. But Ye Muxi was different. She became popular, and she would also promote people around her and enjoy this glory together. Everyone would love to befriend her, and everyone would like to help her. She was so mature that barely any peer could do something like this. Old Lady upgraded her evaluation towards Ye Muxi to another superior high level. Then, fourth sister disappeared. Before Ye Qingyao finished her words, Old Lady interrupted her and asked anxiously, "What happened to Muxi? Did you find her?" "Don't worry, Grandma, of course we found here. She accidentally fell into the water, and luckily, Royal Master saved her. We didn't stay with Sister for a short while, so we all got stunned. Luckily, we saw fourth sister on the way back. Otherwise, Grandma would be dragged into this accident and be frightened," Ye Qingyao said. Old Lady then got relieved and said, "Luckily, Muxi is fine. But how could she fall into the lake out of no reason? Even if she was walking by the lake, she couldn't stand too close to it, so how could she accidentally fall into it?" "I don't think it's that simple as well, but fourth sister only said she fell into the water accidentally," Ye Qingyao replied. Certainly she knew it was Ye Wanshui that had pushed Ye Muxi into the lake, but fourth sister already told her that nobody should tell Old Lady this thing. Otherwise, her plan would fail. People of the second lady should expose themselves. When Ye Qingyao still wondered how Ye Muxi could come up with an idea to make second lady confess that Ye Wanshui had pushed Ye Muxi into the lake, she saw Aunt Kui walked in and said, "Old Lady, second madam wants to see you." "What is she doing here in this late night?" Old Lady's mood had just gotten better a little bit, but she became extremely headache when she heard Shen Yunpei was here, as she thought Shen Yunpei came for issues of First Lady's people. Aunt Kui said, "I heard Miss Shuer was frightened, and the doctor couldn't help either. Second madam came with her head binding up with bandages." "Ask her to come in," Old Lady frowned. "What happened to Shuer now?" Ye Qingyao was also confused. She was fine when I went out with her. "Old Lady, you have to stand with my unfortunate Shuer. Ye Muxi, that bitch scared Shuer on purpose, and now Shuer was so insane that she couldn't even recognize me," Shen Yunpei said and sobbed. Old Lady frowned. "Insane?" "Yes, the doctor said that she was scared, and she needs to take a good rest for 2 months." Shen Yunpei was sopping. Old Lady looked unhappy. 2 months? Rest indicated that she might miss Morning Phoenix Academy's assessment. In Old Lady's perspective, Ye Wanru, Ye Wanshui, Ye Muxi, and Ye Qingyao were all highly likely to be enrolled in Morning Phoenix Academy, but unfortunately, now one of them had already lost her chance. "Invite the best, doctor, and let her take a good rest. If she still misses Morning Phoenix Academy's assessment, don't blame me that I never spoiled her," Old Lady said in an angry voice. "How did you take care of her? How could a nice girl suddenly go mad? Assessments of Morning Phoenix Academy would be only conducted for 1 time in every 3 years. If she missed this chance, Ye Wanshui would be too old and should get married," Shen Yunpei said with hatred. "It's all Ye Muxi's fault. She made Shuer like this." "Why it has anything to do with Muxi?" Old Lady asked coldly. Shen Yunpei yelled to the door, "You bitch, get in and report." Handmaiden Xiao Ju, whose face was seriously swollen due to multiple slaps, kneeled on the ground and said, "Old Lady, we ran into a ghost on our way back. Second Miss was terrified, and she went mad." "Ran into a ghost?" Old Lady put on a sullen face. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shen Yunpei raised up her hand and slapped her. "Crap shit, you can't even speak clearly. Old Lady, it was actually Ye Muxi who wore like a ghost and terrified Shuer. Shuer was driven mad by her." "Did you see with your own eyes that the ghost was the fourth sister?" Ye Qingyao snapped. Xiaoju said in a craven voice. "No idea. We only took 1 glimpse. That female ghost was too scary. How dare we take a careful look? We were all frightened and then ran away. But second Miss was calling fourth Miss's name to that female ghost." "Old Lady, listen to this. It was Ye Muxi that had scared out Shuer. Old Lady, you need to speak for Shuer. Ye Muxi ruined Shuer to what she is now, and you should never forgive Ye Muxi easily." Shen Yunpei sobbed and said, Ye Qingyao said with confusion. Then, based on what second aunt said, second sister was terrified to go mad by fourth sister. But why did second sister take fourth sister as a ghost? Her words made old lady and Shen Yunpei's facial expressions both changed. Tell me the truth. What did you see on earth? If you dare to say one fake word, I will drag you out and beat you to death. Old lady stared at handmaiden Xiaoju and wore a livid look. Xiaoju kept kowtowing and weeping. Old lady, you are insightful. I dare not to say a fake word. I was sitting outside the carriage and heard second miss was shrilling and crying inside the cabin, so the driver and I lifted up the curtain and took a look, but we both saw a white face. Female ghost, wearing a pair of eyes with blood tears falling down her face, was catching second miss's feet. Please forgive me, old lady. I was really frightened, so I turned around and ran away desperately. When we went back, we saw second miss passed out in the carriage. Who was that female ghost? Old lady asked with a cold voice. Xiaoju contemplated for a long while and said, She looked like Sister Du Wan a little bit. Crap shit, what are you talking about? Shen Yunpei's facial expression changed and she raised up her hand and slapped Xiaoju 2 times fiercely. Ye Qingyao also got stunned and thought, why this little girl took Ye Muxi as Du Juan? Du Wan was the servant serving by Ye Wanshui's side, and Ye Wanshui just asked people to throw her into a well and drown her to death a few days ago. In fact, Xiaoju didn't know who it was exactly. How dared anyone to take a close look at that horrible face? Xiaoju didn't know that Ye Muxi was pushed into the lake at all, and in her mind, Ye Muxi was not a dead body, so she embraced a conclusion before looking into the whole picture, as she wouldn't think a living person as a female ghost. If there was anyone who wanted to take Ye Wanshui's life, it would definitely be the latest dead Du Juan. Moreover, that female ghost was wet, which meant she was a ghost dead in the water. Du Wan also drowned in a well, and it did meet all the situations. Ye Wanshui thought that was Ye Muxi in her first glimpse because she had just killed Ye Muxi, and she felt guilty. Actually, that ghost wore a horrible makeup, which was starkly different from Ye Muxi herself, and even Ye Muxi couldn't tell that was her in the mirror. Please, old lady, spare my life. I dare not to speak nonsense. I didn't see her clearly, and I really don't know. Xiaoju kept kowtowing and begging. Old lady then summoned that driver inside and asked him. He didn't say it looked like either Ye Muxi or Du Wan. He just said he didn't know. But when he was pushed too hard, he said it looked like an unknown female corpse picked up from the river years ago when he had been watching scenes for fun on the street. How could a female ghost have 3 faces? Old lady was contemplating, but Ye Qingyao said in rage, Grandma, I don't know why second sister was frightened like this, but how could they blame fourth sister? What is more ridiculous is that second sister took fourth sister as a female ghost. If second sister took that female ghost as Du Wan or some unknown dead woman's body would be reasonable since they were dead already. She just wanted to take fourth sister as a ghost. How could she put dirt on fourth sister with unreasonable words? Maybe it's not putting dirt, but it was really Ye Muxi in Ye Wanshui's perception. Old lady didn't say anything for a while, but she suddenly said something like this, which really stunned Ye Qingyao, and she thought, did old lady look through fourth sister's trick? Shen Yunpei was happy, but she somehow felt old lady's words had something wrong. Aunt Kui took Xiaoju and the driver out. There were only 3 people left in Sisho Hall. Old lady sneered and said, Good, Shen Yunpei, you are really my good niece. Ye Wanshui conducted such a thing, and you accused the victim, asking me to stand with Ye Wanshui. Old lady, what do you mean? Shen Yunpei was astonished. Didn't old lady just stand on her side? Old lady pointed at Shen Yunpei and said, Let's just put the fact if someone wore like a ghost and intended to scare Ye Wanshui, or if there was really a ghost asking for her life, why didn't you use your intelligence and think? Why Ye Wanshui thought Ye Muxi was a ghost? Will you take Ye Muxi as a ghost? When did she leave this world? Why didn't I know? Her words made Shen Yunpei's face turn pale. She rushed to old lady for help, and she didn't think that much. Ye Qingyao now got relieved as she knew Ye Muxi could win this round. Under that circumstance, who dared to take more glimpses at that female ghost? Did you dare to do so? Even I dared not. Xiaoju thought that ghost was Dujuan because she saw the drowned Dujuan. The driver never saw Dujuan, so he could only think of the corpse he saw a few years ago, as that woman was also drowned. In terms of Ye Wanshui's situation, it would be reasonable for her to imagine that ghost as Dujuan. After all, that was the handmaiden she had executed. Old lady wore a livid look, and suddenly she picked up the cup on the table and smashed it to the front of Shen Yunpei, and she snapped in rage. But she thought that female ghost was Ye Muxi. And why did she think in that way? Unless she has seen the drowned Ye Muxi. If not, why did she associate a living person as a female ghost? Shen Yunpei, you tell me, how could Ye Wanshui ever see a drowned Ye Muxi? Moments ago, Ye Qingyao had just told old lady that Ye Muxi accidentally fell into the lake and almost got drowned. Luckily, Ye Muxi was finally saved by royal master. Old lady just felt her falling was weird. Plus, Ye Wanshui took Ye Muxi as the drowned ghost, so everything was obvious. Tonight, Ye Muxi fell into the lake and Ye Wanshui was the culprit. She saw Ye Muxi sinking into the water, so she thought Ye Muxi was dead, but Ye Muxi turned out to be saved by royal master. Ye Wanshui didn't know that, so in her heart, Ye Muxi was a drowned female ghost. Therefore, she would think ghost Ye Muxi would come to take her life, which then drove her mad. Old lady was insightful, and she had already understood everything. This time Shen Yunpei came here to report, which instead made old lady reach to the fact that Ye Wanshui intended to drown Ye Muxi. Ye Qingyao saw Shen Yunpei was stunned. She said indifferently, "Second aunt, maybe you don't know fourth sister fell into the water. However, she was not dead but saved by royal master. I didn't know why second sister could know that fourth sister fell into the water, though she never saw fourth sister, and it is such a coincidence that she took fourth sister as a drowned ghost." Shen Yunpei's face was pale, and she was sweating severely. "Qingyao, go get Ye Muxi." Old lady then said, in Xiaoxiang yard, Ye Muxi was not sleeping. Although she felt a little bit tired after an entire night's issues, she still felt rattled. Before everything was written, there was always a chance that the other side might overturn, and she would definitely not get slacked. Lying on the bed and taking a rest for a while, Ye Qingyao came to invite her. Ye Muxi changed her clothes and went to Sisho Hall with her, finding Shen Yunpei was kneeling on the ground and wearing a terrible look. Old lady was sitting on the large and old-fashioned chair, looking pissed. "Muxi is here. How are you, Grandma?" Ye Muxi greeted old lady and did a curtsy. Old lady held Ye Muxi's hand to help her stand up and ask her to sit on the soft cushion aside. Then old lady said amiably, "Muxi, it's really a bother to come here in late night. No need to be so polite. I have heard that you fell into the water, and you tell me honestly, did you really fall into the water accidentally, or were you pushed into the water? Grandma, how did you know?" Ye Muxi blurted out due to astonishment, and then she pressed her lips and said, "Grandma, Muxi is fine, and please don't ask more." Old lady sighed. "If that piece of work didn't feel guilty and took you as a ghost, I couldn't imagine that she discarded kinship and pushed you into the water. Now, Muxi, you don't need to hide anything for her. I already knew, and poor Muxi, you suffered so much." "Grandma," Ye Muxi said, "how did you know?" Old lady sighed. "I didn't believe when Qingyao said you accidentally fell into the lake. Tonight, you just fell into the water, then Ye Wanshui took you as a drowned ghost. She wouldn't have thought so unless she saw you drown and thought you were dead. What's more, she pushed you into the lake herself. Otherwise, how could she feel guilty and think you are taking her life, and how could she feel so scared and go mad?" "Grandma, you?" Ye Muxi wore an adequate, astonishing look and did a curtsy. "Grandma, since you already knew, then I won't hide. As Grandma said, I was luckily saved by royal master, and I collected my life back." Shen Yunpei said with hatred and complaint, "Damn, Ye Muxi, don't think of vilifying my shuier. If she had really pushed you into the water, why didn't you mention it before?" "Second aunt, I didn't mention it because I survived. Then it didn't count as a deadly hatred. We are still family. Without any pieces of evidence. I didn't want to awkward Grandma. At the very beginning, I only said I fell into the water accidentally and didn't mention I was pushed by someone at all. How could you say I am vilifying Ye Wanshui?" Ye Muxi said word by word, and all her words were reasonable. In fact, all of those were fake. Ye Muxi didn't report because she didn't have any proof. She was scheming step by step to make Second Lady expose the fact that Ye Wanshui was trying to drown her. That was her purpose behind all her comprehensive plans. She was not simply scaring Ye Wanshui. Ye Muxi knew Ye Wanshui was always craven. Even a small snake could freak her out. It wouldn't be weird if she was so scared about running into a ghost and talked insane nonsense for 3 days. As Ye Muxi expected, Ye Wanshui was driven mad, and Shen Yunpei showed herself in front of the door. Proofs became gratuitous under such a circumstance. An old lady already understood that Ye Wanshui had pushed Ye Muxi into the lake. How about inviting second sister here and see if all the nonsense she unleashes contain any sentences that indicate she was attempting to kill fourth sister? Ye Qingyao added, which made Shen Yunpei's face turn pale and she became speechless. Ye Wanshui yelled a lot of nonsense about begging Ye Muxi to spare her life. For example, "I shouldn't kill you." But Shen Yunpei didn't know Ye Wanshui had pushed Ye Muxi into the water, so she didn't pay much attention and only thought Ye Wanshui was terrified and spoke nonsense randomly. If Shen Yunpei could have known Ye Muxi's falling into water tonight, she might have figured something out and wouldn't have come to report to Old Lady. But Ye Muxi did a good job in keeping this secret, and none of them was accessible to this news. She was already acting like a tyrant in normal days, and I turned a blind eye to her behavior like beating servants to death. But today, how dared she intend to kill her sister behind my back? This could show how vicious she is. We family Ye is a civilized and well-educated family. Nothing is prior to morality. This is a place where children serve filial duty to their parents, while parents are amiable and kind, and the relationships among brothers and sisters are always harmonious. How could we bear an evil demon living among us? Old Lady looked stern and angry, and her tone was cold. "Someone come, gather everyone together in the shrine." Shrine was the place for worshipping family ancestors. A string of troubles happened recently. Old Lady was truly furious this time. Yi Mansion, in the shrine. This was the most important place in family Ye. Apart from every year's sacrifice time or anything big happened, nobody shall ever enter the shrine. In the hall, there were 2 rows of candles burning, which illuminated the entire room as daytime. Behind the hall, there was a screen wall, and on both sides, there were rows of memorial tablets of family Yi's ancestors. On Old Lady's order, all nannies woke up everyone in mansion, no matter if they were sleeping or awake, and they all wore properly and went to the hall of the shrine. Even the insane Ye Wanshui, who was also tied up by robes with her mouth muffled by a chunk cloth, was brought to the shrine. Old Lady was sitting on the ancient chair with her sullen face. All the younger generations were standing in the hall. This was the first time Ye Muxi met everybody in Yi Mansion after New Year. Yi Mansion had 4 rooms of people. The eldest son in the First Lady's people was Ye Linghong, the magistrate of Jiang State, and his madam was Zhao Menglan. In addition, there were also Ye Wanru, who had just staged a killing herself show, Ye Wanfu, who had been beaten 50 times sticks and became unable to leave the bed. Then there was Ye Yiyun, whose mother was a concubine, stood on the left in order. As for those concubines, they were not qualified to enter the shrine. On the right was Ye Linghai from the Second Lady's people, and he was mainly responsible for running stores and old-style Chinese private banks for family Ye. On his left was Second Madam Shen Yunpei and the tied-up Ye Wanshui. Then it was the concubine's daughter, 6th Miss Ye Yishu, and it was the first time for Ye Muxi to meet her after the rebirth. The Third Lady's people included Ye Muxi, her mother Lin Mingyu, and brother Ye Hong, who was standing behind shyly. There were another 2 young masters from the Second Lady's people and the First Lady's people respectively, but they were all studying in the academy outside Jiang State City. Because they lived too far and came back every 7 days, they were absent. There was only Ye Qingyao of the Fourth Lady's people, and she and Ye Muxi were standing by Old Ladies both sides. These were all people who were given birth by legal wives in family Ye. Today, I summoned all of you here because a plethora of issues happened recently. Assessments of Morning Phoenix Academy is imminent, and I think it's necessary to emphasize the importance of this assessment. It was that year, in your grandfather's generation, when our top-level miss in Morning Phoenix Academy married into the royal family, and our grandmaster then became Jiangnan administrator, the decent second-level governor. Then that Miss Ye's married family was declining, so our Ye family had nobody to rely on, which led to the awkward situation of our grandmaster, as he was marginalized in the government and had to retire finally. As for the generation of Honger, it is already difficult for him to secure a position as a fifth-level magistrate, and it is hard for him to further any more. Old Lady carried an imposing manner, though she was not angry. Glancing at all the younger generations in this room, she started from the ancestors of family Ye, and she then continued with a low voice. Why? Because Honger's sisters are all useless. We family Ye couldn't build up any connections with the major governors in the government, and that is the furthest we could achieve, though we squandered so many taels. Her words made the eldest uncle Ye Linghong kneel on the ground and look so guilty. I am useless and a loser in my career. I have bothered you so much. Yi Linghai found the eldest brother was demonstrating the filial determination. He was unwilling to lag behind, so he kneeled as well. I also failed to fulfill my filial duties. I never succeeded in tests and failed to glorify our family name. I am a shame. Never mind, I already gave up on your generation. The reason that I mentioned the former two generations is meant to tell you that all the females, marriages and family, Ye are closely associated with the prospect of our family Ye, and we are sharing their destinies together. I embrace great expectations in my granddaughters. And what about the result? Now you already saw it. For 5 daughters whose mothers are wives, half of them have been defeated in various ways. Even Ruer was getting involved involuntarily like this. How did you educate your children? If all 3 generations wane successively, how could I have the dignity to face Grandmaster a few years later? Old Lady clapped on the table angrily and became furious. All the younger generations kneeled together. Old Lady, please don't be angry. Ye Muxi was staring at this scene in silence. Family Ye was decrepit indeed. Grandfather was Jiangnan administrator, taking charge of the administration of 36 Jiangnan states. But when it came to her father's generation, only the eldest uncle was managing one state's administration. What a stark difference. In addition, his position was only secured as family, Ye squandering a bulk of taels every year to satisfy the current Jiangnan administrator. Family Ye was desperate to see a successful young generation to save this declining situation. Those young masters would never be counted on since even they succeeded. They would have a tough career unless the emperor could be partial to him. But this situation was the same for women, as the assessment of Morning Phoenix was the same as getting selected by the emperor. Some of them could fly above and rest on the twig as a phoenix, while some would grovel for the rest of her life. If she excelled at plots, then it wouldn't be impossible for her to marry a royal master. But if she had bad luck, even if she managed to get into Morning Phoenix Academy, she was only a stepping stone for others to climb up. No matter how this would end, the first step was to get enrolled by Morning Phoenix Academy. A daughter born by a concubine was not qualified in the first place. For the rest, 5 daughters whose mothers were wives, apart from Ye Wanfu, who was beautiful but useless, the rest of them all had the capacity to enter the academy. It was a huge loss for Old Lady to lose any of them. The assessment of Morning Phoenix Academy, it was crucial for both family Ye and all daughters in Daqian dynasty. Ye Muxi had won 3 bamboo tokens, which became her foundation of living in Yi Mansion. It was expected that Old Lady attached so much attention to the academy's assessment. After her rebirth, she finally had some strength to secure herself until today. I suppose you already knew things happened on Jiang State Literary Party, so I would spare my efforts to preach on that. Ruer, you are the eldest daughter, and I always expect more than enough on you. Although what happened tonight is contamination on your reputation, you don't need to be too sad. This is not your fault. As long as you are enrolled by Morning Phoenix Academy, nobody dares to speak nonsense anymore. The day of assessment is approaching, and you should study hard in peace and get a good grade. You are still the first in Jiang State, but if you keep looking for death, then you will be mocked by people in Jiang State for the rest of your life. Old lady stared at Ye Wanro and said sincerely. Ye Wanro stood up with tears in her eyes and did a curtsy. Thanks for Grandma's persuasion. I will always bear your words in my mind. I would no longer ask for death and dare not to fail you and my parents' years of education and cultivation. That is my granddaughter. Stand up, hurry. Old lady comforted her. Ye Wanro made eye contact with Muxi and she thought Muxi would scoff at her, but she found Muxi was as indifferent as usual. But it was exactly Muxi's apathy that ignited her hatred. News on Jiang State Literary Party had already been delivered here, and Muxi was known as the biggest winner. Ye Wanru couldn't hate her more, as she thought that was supposed to be her glory. But because of that bitch Ye Yiyun, her reputation was tarnished, and she had to leave earlier, which gave Muxi a chance to be in the limelight. She hated Ye Yiyun and Ling Shiming, and she hated Muxi much more, while Muxi also knew Ye Wanro well. How could this brutal and scheming woman kill herself for a trivial thing? She was acting like that so everyone in Jiang State could know how virtuous she was. Old lady was looking forward to her entering in Morning Phoenix Academy and enjoying a good treatment. But Ye Wanro should never think about getting enrolled by Morning Phoenix Academy as long as Ye Muxi was alive here. Second girl Shuer pushed her cousin into the lake, showing no trace of kinship, which really disappointed me. I have to punish her in order to correct the family ambiance. Old lady stared at Yi Wanshui, who was tied up on the ground, and old lady's eyes were fraught with rage and pain. Eventually she sighed and said, "Send this rebellious girl to Watermoon Shelter. She should medicate, eat vegetables, and chant Buddha words to cleanse her crimes, getting her back after half a year." Shen Yunpei was desperate to kowtow and constantly beg after she heard what old lady said. "Old lady, please show some mercy." Shuer was only confused temporarily, and she didn't mean it. "Please don't send her to Watermoon Shelter. That place is so isolated and austere. How could she bear it?" Ye Wanshui was only terrified temporarily, and she could recover within 2 months approximately. Perhaps she could catch up with the assessment in Morning Phoenix Academy, but if she was sent to Watermoon Shelter, she would completely lose her chance to raise her status by marrying into a royal family. This is her punishment. She did such a cruel thing to her cousin, and she is supposed to serve her time in front of the Buddha and eat like a vegetarian so that she could clear away her crimes. Old lady ignored Shen Yunpei's begging and said coldly, "Old lady, as you have mentioned, our misses are counting on the assessment in Morning Phoenix Academy." Shen Yunpei couldn't help but complain. Ye Wanru was harassed in front of the public, but she could still join the assessment. Although our Shuer pushed Ye Muxi into the water, it won't affect her to take the assessment. Ye Wanru put on a sullen face and thought evilly. Old lady said with an angry voice, "You asshole. Today, she could be so vicious to Muxi. Then she could do something like this to Ruer or Qingyao. How could I sacrifice 3 precious granddaughters only for her? I've already made up my decision, and I would never change my mind." "You shut up." Ye Lingai covered Shen Yunpei's mouth once he saw old lady was furious. Ye Muxi glanced at Ye Wanshui, who was wrapped up like a zongzi, a kind of Chinese dim sum, and now she was still in a muddle and had no idea that her destiny was being exiled to Watermoon Shelter already. Ye Wanshui found Ye Muxi was staring at her, and she was terrified instantly and yelled desperately. But she was tied up and her mouth was muffled, so she had no way to yell out, but kept wriggling there alone. Old lady then continued, "Third girl Fuer, you can just lie down there and take a good rest. Before Morning Phoenix Academy assessment, you are not allowed to leave your room. If I find you walk out of Furong attic, all people in first room will be punished." After she finished in a harsh voice, she softened her tone. "When the assessment begins, Fuer, you can go and try your luck as well." Ye Wanfu was aggrieved. She was lying on the bed in peace, but why was she grounded for no reason? In fact, old lady was worried that these granddaughters wouldn't stop making troubles and stir up other tricky issues again. Old lady didn't glance at her much, but when she saw Ye Yiyun, it was evident that she felt Ye Yiyun gross. "To all my ancestors, I am a loser in educating my granddaughters, so now we family. Yi has a rebellious daughter like this one. I am supposed to beat her and send her to Water Moon Shelter as well. But, considering that she is getting married soon, I have no other options but marry her off. I won't punish her now, and she is grounded from tomorrow morning to the day she is getting married and lifted out of this mansion." Ye Yiyun's face was miserably pale, as she couldn't escape her fate from marrying Chen Xiaowei at last. But she had already offended everyone in family Ye, so she could only crying in silence. "Zhao Menglan, you take charge of your people and don't make any fuss anymore." Old lady felt all these kneeling and crying people on the ground annoying. Zhao Menglan was furious and felt unfair at first, but when she found Ye Wanshui was trapped in a miserable situation, she was gloating. At least her eldest daughter could join this assessment, and her youngest daughter could try her luck, unlike second madam's Ye Wanshui, who was driven mad due to fear and would be exiled to Water Moon Shelter. It was said that she would be picked up after a half year, but who could know what the world would be like after a half year? "Yes, don't worry, old lady, I will educate them carefully." Zhao Menglao looked at Shen Yunpei, who was about pass out in her crying, and Zhao Menglan's voice became delightful and relieved subconsciously. After old lady had announced all the punishments, she glanced at Ye Yishu and ignored her directly. She then turned to Lin Mingyu and said, "Third daughter-in-law, you are taking charge of all the 4 yards in the west since today." "Me?" Lin Mingyu was flattered and stunned. Not only she, but all the rest people were stunned as well. For all those years since Third Master was dead, although a widow and kids were still filling there, they completely lost power and status like people of the Fourth Lady, which made people in Yi Mansion only knew First Madam and Second Madam and never knew there was a Third Madam. This was the first time Old Lady designating power to the Third Lady. Xiaoxiang Yard and Red Maple Yard both belonged to the 4 yards in the west, and Old Lady was flattering people of the Third Lady due to Ye Muxi's outstanding performance. "Yes." Old Lady frowned and was not very satisfied with Lin Mingyu's reaction. It was Ye Muxi who did a curtsy and chuckled. "Thanks for Grandma's favor. Muxi couldn't be more thankful." Lin Mingyu finally reacted and did a curtsy to appreciate. "Thanks, old lady. I will try my best." Shen Yunpei just took power in 4 yards in the west and 4 yards in the north for a short while, then she had to share half of her power. Now she was furious, and flaming rage rushed into her heart. She rolled her eyeballs and passed out for real. Old Lady was always happy every time she saw Ye Muxi, and she escorted Ye Muxi to stand up herself. All her stern looks vanished, and she said in a gentle voice, "Muxi, you just concentrate on preparing your assessment for the academy. But you can't just stay in your room. You need to join the literary party frequently. Otherwise, others will suspect how you won your 3 bamboo tokens. Royal Master values you, but you shouldn't give others any chances to gossip you. Does it make any sense? Thanks for Grandma's education. I will try my best to let everyone know my embroidery and cooking skill are qualified to earn bamboo tokens." Ye Muxi gave out a faint smile. At this moment, she knew Old Lady was thinking about her sincerely. But after her appearance had been ruined in her previous life, it was also this grandma who forced her to marry that 50-year-old scholar master as his second wife after his first wife had died. If her dad hadn't come back on time, her fate would be more miserable than her previous life. A big family's love and benefits entwined together, and it would be difficult to figure out. Ye Muxi didn't plan to figure out clearly, as she was also using her grandma to clean all the blockades on her way. No matter wrong or right, it would be fine, as long as she didn't owe anything to her conscience. "Muxi Shuer did something wrong to you first, but I've already punished her. You are sisters after all, and family Ye's blood is flowing in her vein. You can understand, right?" Old Lady looked at Ye Muxi. Ye Muxi gave out a beautiful smile. "Of course, no matter what happened, we are always family. Grandma has already punished her, and when second sister comes back from Watermoon Shelter, I might have already gone to Morning Phoenix Academy if I am lucky enough, and I might never see her." "It's great that you understand." Old Lady got relieved and smiled. But Ye Muxi understood that she had to fight with people of the First Lady and the Second Lady in family Ye forever, and there would never be any possibilities that things could go on friendly between them anymore. Lin Mingyu finally knew. Yemuxi almost got drowned after they left the shrine. She hugged Yemuxi and cried for a while after they went back to Shaoxiang Yard, and Yehong was also weeping for a long time before Yemuxi finally persuaded them to go back and sleep. "Miss, old lady is really protecting you. She sent Ye Wanshui to Watermoon Shelter and gave some power to Madam. In the future, you don't need to observe others' attitudes to do your things." Minghua grinned and said. Wanshu also smiled and said, "I have heard life in Watermoon Shelter was the hardest. If a daughter didn't make a huge mistake, she would never be sent to that place. I thought old lady would allow her to get away with it because she wanted Ye Wanshui to join the assessment in Morning Phoenix Academy. Grandma is insightful, and she knows I am incompatible with Ye Wanshui already. If she still keeps Ye Wanshui here, we would definitely fight with each other someday. If we are both weakened in conflicts, or if I am in Ye Wanshui's trap again, then she would lose a granddaughter who has won 3 bamboo tokens already, and that would be a huge loss. If the conflict is getting worse, Ye Wanshui and Ye Qingyao may all get involved and be affected. Old lady is worried that she might lose all of us." Yemuxi was sitting in the front of her dressing table, and 2 handmaidens were removing the accessories out of her buns, and she said indifferently, "Grandma knew what happened on Jiang State Literary Party today, and she made a decision of keeping the one she wants and abandons the one she doesn't need for the best interest of family Ye. If she became useless, then she would be the one to be abandoned, and Yemuxi was clear about this. Grandma sent Ye Wanshui away is mainly for family Ye's benefit, but it is also for resolving the conflicts between people of the second lady and me." Yemuxi wore a sneer on her lips. "Unfortunately, Ye Wanshui is ungrateful about this, and so are second lady's people. As for me, I won't be grateful either." Ye Wanshui had almost killed Yemuxi, and Yemuxi would take revenge on everyone offended her. Therefore, old lady took action first and punished Ye Wanshui in case Yemuxi did anything. Moreover, Ye Wanshui was exiled for a half year, which was an interesting length. In terms of the progress of Morning Phoenix Academy's assessment, a half year could give them a result. If Yemuxi didn't get enrolled by Morning Phoenix Academy, Ye Wanshui could be picked up back. If Yemuxi succeeded in the exam, then Yemuxi was leaving for the capital city. From the beginning to the end, Yemuxi couldn't see Ye Wanshui, and there was no chance for them to be antagonistic to each other. Old lady still wants to protect second lady's people, and she is trying so hard, but they wouldn't be grateful to grandma's consideration, and all of her efforts were in vain. Yemuxi sighed slightly and walked to her bed. 2 handmaidens were confused and thought, how did old lady protect them? She obviously punished Ye Wanshui and split Shen Yunpei's power. It was late night, and the candles in Shaoxiang Yard went off. In Sisho Hall, Ye Qingyao escorted old lady back to the room and said, "From now on, people of the second lady definitely hate Grandma, as they don't know Grandma's sophisticated efforts are all designed to do them a favor. How did you find that I did all these for their own good? Shen Yunpei now may curse me as being too partial." Old lady showed a trace of relief and happiness, and then she leaned the bed and sat. Ye Qingyao smiled and said, "Second aunt harbors dissatisfaction towards fourth sister. If she is still running 4 yards in the west, maybe she will find sister's trouble. Fourth sister is very smart, and I think she is not scared of second aunt, but this might worsen the conflicts between fourth sister and people of second lady. Therefore, Grandma handed the right of taking charge of all the 4 yards in the west to third aunt. This is a reward to third lady's people and also a protection to second aunt. Additionally, Grandma is sending second sister to Watermoon Shelter, which avoids her to cause more conflicts with fourth sister. I assume Grandma could see that fourth sister will definitely have great achievements in the future, so you ameliorated the situation between her and people of second lady in case that they offend fourth sister too much and lead to a miserable consequence at last in the future." Old lady smiled and said, "You are always smart. I did think in that way, but how could I know what will happen in the future? However, as long as Ye Muxi is healthy, her achievements could be the highest among all of these young generations, so I want you to be close to her. Thanks for Grandma's education. why you are not asking Sister Ru to be close with fourth sister? Ye Qingyao asked. Old lady shook her head and sighed. Rower is too arrogant, so never mind. They grew up together, and I don't need to bother with that. But your parents are gone so early, and you have nobody to rely on. In the future, you should get close to Muxi, so you can take care of each other. Old lady still thought Ye Muxi and Ye Wanro shared a good relationship, and it could only be said that they were both experts in performance. Qingyao has a grandma, so I am scared of nothing. Ye Qingyao held old lady's arms, and she smiled sweetly and said. Old lady was amused by her. You are already a big girl, but you still act like a child. There were some families enjoying this moment, and some were feeling worried. Over one night, many people in family Ye saw their lives getting changed. The next morning, Ye Wanshui was sent to Water Moon Shelter. Water Moon Shelter was at a distance of driving 1 day and night away from Jiang State. Shen Yunpei cried all her way to send Ye Wanshui there, especially at family Ye's front gate, where she cried so miserably that everyone heard it was about to cry. For others who didn't know the situation, they could think someone was dead in family Ye, which almost pissed old lady off. Zhao Menglin brought Ye Yun's biological mother to family Ye to apologize. After all, it was Ye Yun who had made Ling Shiming eat aphrodisiac and lose his dignity. Family Lin wanted to marry Ye Wanru into their family, but Zhao Menglin refused them directly. Although there were ups and downs in this issue, the drugging accident caused by Ye Yun finally came to an end. As for Ye Yun, she was locked in her room, waiting to be married off. Only 2 days passed. People from family Chen in Yang State arrived. It turned out things that had happened on Jiang State Literary Party had already been delivered to Yang State. Family Chen came to scrap the engagement deal after they had heard Ye Yun was a slutty woman who dosed a man. Scrapping the engagement was one thing, but they even wanted to marry another miss in family Ye, and they started to make a sensation in family Ye. However, all of these had nothing to do with Ye Muxi anymore, because she was sick. In that night, after Ye Muxi had fallen into the lake to scare Ye Wanshui, she didn't change clothes instantly, and she was so wet that she caught a cold. She struggled all her way back from shrine to room, and later she had a cold and a bad fever. It was the 3rd day that she was having a fever, and Lin Mingyu was sitting on her bedside and crying. All doctors in the mansion examined her and gave her some medicines, but she was still having a fever. They dared not to invite the magical doctor Sai Huatuo in Haze's Spring. After all, Jing An Royal Master and his magical doctor were like people from heaven to Lin Mingyu, and they were from different worlds. Luckily, on the 3rd day, Sai Huatuo came to Ye Mansion to run through treatments for Ye Hong routinely. Lin Mingyu kneeled and asked him to help her daughter, and it was only by that time when Sai Huatuo knew 4th Miss Ye was sick. Why didn't you invite me earlier? 4th Miss has this fever for 3 days. Aren't you afraid of this fever ruining her head? Sai Huatuo put his fingers on Ye Muxi's pulse and complained. Lin Mingyu wore a pair of red eyes and said in tears, Doctors in mansion all said we could just use the ice to cool down, and I did what they asked, and it was not working. You are so baffled. 4th Miss's fever comes from inside, and you are cooling down her temperature outside, which could only make her worse. Those quacks, they can't even figure out what this illness is. Never mind, it's not all their faults. This type of cold looks similar to each other, but one subtle difference leads to a completely different illness. They took her fever as a normal one, and they misdiagnosed. Sai Huatuo held Ye Muxi's pulse for a while and said, Give me a pen and a piece of paper. I will write a prescription, and you boil herbs into a bowl of medicine with 4 bowls of water. Ask her to drink them to cool down her temperature. Tomorrow she will wake up. Lin Mingyu was so thrilled that she began to cry. She kneeled down in a hurry and said, Magical doctor, thank you. Really thank you. You are the living Buddha to us. Madam, please stand up. I think you might get sick if you are so anxious like this. I will also give you a prescription, and you take it as well. Take a good rest. Tomorrow, when you wake up, 4th Miss will be better. Sai Huatuo saw Lin Mingyu's haggard look and said, Ru Yi said with a pair of red eyes, You are right. Madam hasn't slept for 3 days and nights. At Hayes Spring, Nanggong Lin was sitting on the soft cushion, and there was a beautiful chessboard setting in front of him. While he stared at the chessboard, his thoughts were drifting away. On the night of literary party, Ye Muxi said she would come to express her gratitude someday. But now 3 days had passed. Why still didn't she come? That little girl earned so much attention on Jiang State Literary Party and entrenched her position, so now she didn't take Royal Master seriously? She even dared to scrap her promise that she made in front of Royal Master? Nanggong Lin felt somehow irritable. Realizing that he was unsettling, Nanggong Lin closed his fingers, which were holding a piece of chess, and he mocked at himself. How could I wait for her? Meanwhile, he saw Sai Huatuo coming into the yard and mumbling things like, "A whole family is ill," which made Nanggong Lin's eyes glint. "Sai Huatuo, what are you saying?" Nanggong Lin asked. Sai Huatuo turned around and cupped his hands to Nanggong Lin. "Royal Master, I just went to Mansion Ye to run through routine treatments, and I found 4th Miss is ill, and so is 3rd Madam. Now all of them are lying on the bed in illness." "What happened?" Nanggong Lin's eyebrows lowered down, and his look was freezing. He thought, Ye Muxi is sick. Who did that? Sai Huatuo said, 4th Miss accidentally caught a cold, and she is already sick for 3 days. It was said that she got ill after she fell into the water, and now she still has the fever. I gave her a prescription to cool down, and I think she would be fine by tomorrow morning. Her mother guarded by her side for 3 days and nights without sleeping, so now she is ill as well. This family is really having bad luck this year. All 3 of them got ill. All Yard's poor servants are all crying miserably. Alas, Royal Master? Where is Royal Master? Sai Huatuo talked to himself, and when he raised up his head, he found Nanggong Lin vanished from the hall. So strange. He was just in front of me. When did he vanish? Did I have an illusion? Sai Huatuo scratched his head. Nanggong Lin had already left Hayes Spring, but after he walked out of the door, he realized that there was a taboo about the intimate relationship between a man and a woman, so he stopped. He was the Jing'an Royal Master, and if he visited a sick woman, who could imagine how shocking and chaotic Jiang State might become? Everything he treated her differently before could be taken as Ye Muxi's extraordinary qualification for entering Morning Phoenix. But if he cared about her so much when she was sick, they might think Ye Muxi had slept with him if they knew nothing. People might suspect her as a cheater in the later assessment in the academy. Certainly, none of these was important. The most critical thing was even if he went to visit her in her sickness, he couldn't see Ye Muxi. According to the rules between men and women, a woman lying on the bed in her bedroom shouldn't meet a male guest. Even if he went to Ye Mansion, he could only see a screen, not even one piece of her. Nanggong Lin's looks were gloomier, and he turned back to Hayes Spring. The night was getting darker. Lin Mingyu went to take a rest after she drank the medicine under Sai Huatuo's prescription. Magical Doctor said 4th Miss would wake up tomorrow morning if she could take a tight rest. Therefore, Wan Chu and Minghua dared not to bother her, and they slept outside her bedroom door. They could hear any subtle noises outside this door. Meanwhile, at this moment a breeze swept over them, and the 2 handmaidens fell into a deep sleep. Then a dark figure showed by Ye Muxi's bed. He wore a black robe and a black mask. His mask had a livid look, which made him look like an evil ghost. If any normal woman saw him, she would pass out on her first glimpse. But if Ye Muxi was awake, she could recognize who this was instantly. Nanggong Lin lifted the curtain on her bed and sat by her side. He stretched out his hand and put it on her forehead. His palm was tied with black bonds, and through them showed his slender fingers. Her forehead was not burning anymore, and it was very cold. Now she was sleeping with her eyes closed, so quiet and beautiful. Cold, Ye Muxi mumbled in unconsciousness. Nanggong Lin didn't hear it clearly. He stooped over and got close to her lips, and then he could feel this woman's refreshing senses, which was uniquely attractive. Cold. This time, Nanggong Lin heard it clearly. He stretched out his hand and held her soft and even boneless hands. He found her little hands were so cold, as if they didn't have any temperature. It seemed that she was too weak, and her body temperature was cooling down too fast, which made her feel cold. Nanggong Lin stood up and put the folded thin quilt beside him on Ye Muxi's body. It was now the late spring and the early summer. The quilt was not thick, and since the coldness came from inside, it couldn't warm her up. Muxi was frowning seriously, and her body couldn't help but curl up and tremble. So cold. Nangang Lin saw this scene and hesitated before he supported this woman up and hugged her into his arms. She was wearing a thin and long sleeves cloth, and the plain white silk wrapped up her slim body, which was so cold like a stone. Nangang Lin hugged her into his arms and wrapped her with that thin quilt. Muxi was still in unconsciousness, but she felt her freezing cold world had a warm source, so she habitually curled up herself into Nangang Lin's hug. Lowering his head, Nangang Lin took a glimpse at this pale-looking woman in his arms. He used his martial arts to emit heat in order to warm her up. Muxi, who was scared of coldness, hugged him tighter. Perhaps it was because of the drastic change in temperature. Muxi, who was in unconsciousness, opened her eyes in confusion and her watery eyes squinted slightly. "It's you." Nangang Lin stared back at her and thought this livid ghost mask might scare Muxi to pass out. But he didn't expect that she would stretch out her hands and held his sleeves tightly, using all the efforts she left and saying carefully, "Thanks." "Don't need." Before Nangang Lin finished his words, Muxi's efforts were drained out, and she passed out again. Nangang Lin gazed at the woman in his arms and grinned unconsciously. He hugged her all night like this and warmed her up in peace. Who could imagine that Nangang Lin would climb the wall for a woman at midnight? Until the day was breaking and dawn was approaching, this man disappeared from the room, as if he had never come. Sunshine went through white gauze patterns on the window and shed on the ground. Behind layers of curtains on the bed, a charming body figure woke up from deep sleep, and that person supported herself to get up from the bed. Lifting up the gauze curtain with one of her delicate hands, she showed herself, who was wearing a tired but attractive look, and this was Muxi exactly. "Am I dreaming?" Muxi looked around and frowned to think. Although she was still feeling dizzy and having a fever, she knew many things in drowsy situations. In her dream, it seemed that he came here, sitting on the bed by her side, while she was in his arms seemingly. Muxi instantly rubbed the place between her eyebrows. She thought, that was definitely a dream, because how could it be possible? The point is, how could I dream about that man in black? Did my brain get wrong by fever? "Miss, you wake up." Wan Chu walked inside and found Muxi was sitting on the edge of the bed, and she said in a happy voice. Minghua, who just stood outside, also rushed in. "Miss, you finally wake up." The entire Shaoxiang yard was cheering. Muxi was only caught a cold, but they already felt that they lost their backbone, as if heaven was falling down. Now Muxi woke up, they were all delightful. Some were serving Muxi to wash, and some were busy to deliver this news to Old Lady and Third Madam. Sai Hua Tuo happened to come in the early morning, and he sized up Muxi and said, "Fourth Miss, did you suffer from cold last night?" "I felt cold somehow, but then I got warmer soon." Muxi nodded. Sai Hua Tuo held his white beard and said with confusion, "Yesterday I gave you that prescription for cooling down your hot body, which was meant to treat your illness. It would be just fine for an ordinary person to take 1 dose. But due to my bad memory, I forgot that your body was in a void, and I was supposed to give you another prescription for supplying more nutrition. And in this case, your body could be warmer. Theoretically speaking, you were supposed to feel cold at midnight, and I was worried that you might fail to overcome the coldness, so I came here in the very early morning to save the situation." How could Fourth Miss look so spirited, as if you have never gone through the freezing coldness at all? That black figure emerged in Muxi's mind. She became warm later. So did he do anything to her? Perhaps that was not a dream? But in front of outsiders, Muxi would naturally disclose that experience, which may or may not exist. She gave out a faint smile and said, "Perhaps I am strong. Thanks for your rescue." Sai Hua Tuo tried her pulse to make sure Muxi was now safe and sound. He smiled and said, "It seems that Fourth Miss is strong, and you are not too weak now, luckily." Sai Hua Tuo came here in the very early because he was so worried that Muxi might feel cold. Now he found she was fine, so he tried her pulse and left. Lin Mingyu and Ye Hong also came in the very early morning, and they got relieved when they found Muxi was fine. Ye Muxi ate breakfast with them together, and then they went back to Red Maple Yard, while Ye Muxi prepared to greet Old Lady as well. Alas, Wanchu, where is the unfinished drawing on the table? Ye Muxi flipped through all the Schwan paper on the desk randomly, and she found that drawing depicting the scene about meeting the desirable one in autumn was gone. Wanchu got stunned and found for a while before she said, "Miss, it was here 2 days ago. Did the wind blow it away? When Miss was sick, many misses in mansion came to visit you, but Minghua and I all kept an eye on it, and we didn't see anyone taking this drawing away." "Never mind, don't bother. That drawing is not so valuable, and it would be fine if anyone picked it." Ye Muxi thought for a while and said, "Go get prepared. We are going to Sisho Hall." Wanchu blamed herself and said, "It is my neglect and I will be more careful." Ye Muxi just woke up and had no idea what had happened in 3 days in Yi Mansion. On her way to Sisho Hall, Wanchu and Minghua were gossiping to her and introducing all the events that happened recently in the mansion. After the night in the shrine, Ye Wanshe was sent to Watermoon Shelter, and Ye Wanru shut herself in the room and studied all the subjects a girl should learn so that she could get enrolled by Morning Phoenix Academy. Ye Wanshui was grounded, and Ye Yiyun was locked in the room. However, Family Chen scrapped the engagement and made a sensation for 2 days in Yi Mansion. "That Madam Chen is so sharp. She said it was a humiliation to them if we marry Ye Yun to her son, and she required to find another miss to replace her." But how could Old Lady be willing to marry any of her granddaughters whose mother is wife to a paralyzed guy? Our family Ye is definitely not inferior to their family Chen, and we can just refuse them under the worst circumstance. But family Chen thought we owed them on this issue, and we had to give them a good result. They forced us to change a miss, Minghua said. Ye Muxi frowned, and Wan Chu took over the topic and continued, "Family Chen insisted on replacing her with another miss, whose mother is a wife, but Old Lady was unwilling to do so, so they decided to marry 6th Miss Ye Yishu from Second Lady's people, whose mother is a concubine. Now family Ye has decided to marry Ye Yishu to Chen Xiaowei already?" Ye Muxi picked up her dark eyebrows slightly. Wan Chu replied, "There are 2 daughters whose mother is a concubine in this mansion in total. Ye Yun's reputation has already been ruined, and family Chen asked to scrap the engagement deal. Eventually, we can only use the only left 6th miss to replace Ye Yun. A daughter whose mother was a wife was naturally impossible to marry a paralyzed man, since Old Lady was looking forward to marrying them to the superior by using their identities. Even if young Master Chen was not paralyzed, based on Old Lady's arrogance and high expectation, she might not feel willing to marry any of them to him, let alone he was a paralyzed man now. Old Lady would be more unwilling to waste her distinguished granddaughters whose mother were wives. A daughter whose mother was a concubine was reduced to an inferior identity, and Ye Yun or Ye Yishu had no difference in Old Lady's perspective. Poor 6th Miss. I have heard that she was kneeling outside the door of 2nd Madam for a whole day to beg her for a favor, but how could 2nd Madam have any mood to take notice of her? She passed out in her cry and got carried back. Minghua sighed. They had already arrived at Sisho Hall, and the 2 handmaidens became silent instantly, following behind Ye Muxi in good manners. Apart from Old Lady, they didn't expect that there was another guest in Sisho Hall. There was another madam who was wearing luxurious accessories and was from a rich family, sitting next to Old Lady. She was in her early 40s, and her beauty still existed, but she looked mean. "I am Muxi, and I am here saluting to Grandma." Ye Muxi did a perfect curtsy. "Stand up." Old Lady stood up from her ancient wooden chair, holding Ye Muxi's hand to support her to stand up, and she also asked with consideration, "I have heard from servants in Shaoxiang Yard that you are fine now. I was still worried. Now I am looking at you. I finally feel relieved. Swear that bad girl made you sick, and I was so pissed that I could barely have a rest for a couple of days. You should be more cautious in the future and take care of yourself." Ye Muxi escorted Old Lady and sat next to her, and she smiled while saying, "That's all my bad. I made you so concerned. Now I came here to greet you when I just got better." "Old Lady, is this 4th Miss Ye who is known as the female Jun Mochen?" That lady saw Ye Muxi, and her eyes were glinting. Old lady felt somehow proud, but she didn't show it but proceeded indifferently. It's a flatter that you call her a female Junmochin. How could Muxi be comparable with young Master Jun? Muxi, let me introduce. This is Madam Chen from Yang State Family Chen, and today she comes here to discuss the marriage issue. Ye Muxi greeted her and heard Madam Chen said, "Fourth Miss Ye is so beautiful and looks so smart. Whoever marries her would be a blessing." Old lady's look became terrible all of a sudden, and she thought, is this Madam Chen thinking about marrying the most precious granddaughter in my family? As she expected, they heard Madam Chen said, "Old lady, you see, we Family Chen and Family really match each other. If fourth Miss could marry into our Family Chen, I would definitely treat her well. The first time I see her, I feel she was like my own daughter. I find her so familiar. Didn't I just promise to marry Shuer to your son?" Old lady held back her rage hard and said. Madam Chen acted shamelessly and said, "Isn't that unsettled yet? Where is my only son and his wife will be the hostess of Family Chen. We lowered our social status and agreed to marry Ye Yun, your granddaughter whose mother is a concubine, but she did such a disgraceful thing. My son certainly couldn't marry her. Family, ye previously decided to marry that kind of woman into my family, so shouldn't you replace her with another granddaughter whose mother is a wife to show your sincerity in this marriage?" Madam Chen, we were still communicating about your son and my cousin's marriage. First, there was no contract set yet. Secondly, there was no matchmaker or bride price yet, so they were never engaged. Whatever my cousin had done, she didn't tarnish Family Chen's reputation yet. Now it is fine that Family Chen regards her as a bad woman and wants to end this marriage deal. We Family Ye never accepted any of your presents or money, so we never owe you anything. In the future, no matter who is your son marrying, it will have nothing to do with Family Ye. Ye Muxi said slowly and indifferently, staring at Madam Chen. My grandma knows my cousin did something disgraced her reputation, so to fix this, she intended to marry my another cousin to your son. This could be considered as a generous behavior, but you are too aggressive, Madam Chen, and it seems that you are not satisfied with this marriage. Marriage like this is about willingness from both sides. Since now you are unwilling, then we could just stop it. Then Ye Muxi looked at old lady, as if she was pissed by Madam Chen and said randomly, "Grandma, I think we could just end Sister Shuer and Family Chen's marriage, in case outsiders think how we take up their advantages and marry Family Chen with inferior status." Madam Chen changed her facial expressions and looked at Ye Muxi with antagonism and scruple. In the past, the two madams in Family Ye were pestered by her importune behaviors and found no solution to deal with her. But this little girl could easily solve this problem with her limited strength, which made her feel this situation tricky to cope with. Even old lady couldn't help but beam and felt her rage was vented a lot. Madam Chen took the advantage that there were stains in Ye Yun's reputation and acted as if Family Ye owed her so much, pestering them all the time. This time her mouth was muffled finally. "Old lady, fourth Mrs. words sound mean. What is marrying to a superior family? We are talking about linking our families together through marriage sincerely. I can allow a daughter whose mother is a concubine to be the hostess. Old lady, am I not sincere enough?" Madam Chen's looks kept changing, and finally she said with a smile. Old lady also smiled and said, "It is Shuer's blessing to marry into Family Chen." Muxi was just angry and said some capricious words. "Madam Chen, please don't take it too seriously. Fourth Miss was joking with me. I won't mind." Madam Chen made up for her words and smiled while saying. Ye Muxi was sitting quietly aside and never spoke. She had just tried. She used Madam Chen's attitude and took the chance to refuse this marriage with Family Chen, but old lady still decided to link with Family Chen through marriage. Old lady had already made up her mind, and it would be useless for her to persuade. Sitting with old lady for 1 hour, Ye Muxi left them and went to Sushu Hall, where 6th Miss of Second Lady's people lived. This yard was as plain as Xiaoxiang Yard where Ye Muxi lived before, and it was obvious that Ye Yishu was not favored. Ye Yishu's mother passed away very early, and she was an orphan with nobody caring about her. Now this marriage was settled, and she felt heaven was falling down. Ye Muxi walked to the front door and saw a woman was crying on the table, and nobody was around and took care of her. Sister Shuer can't change this marriage deal even if you cry yourself to be blind. Yemuxi looked at her and said calmly. Yeyishu raised up her head, and her eyes were as swallow as walnuts. There were tears on her face, and she looked cute, but in family Ye, where beauties were always countless, even Yeyun was prettier than her. Hello, fourth sister. Yeyun wiped her tears and did a curtsy, looking at Yemuxi with fear and tension. In the past, nobody took this fourth Miss Ye for granted, but after Jiang State Literary Party, 3 bamboo tokens upgraded her as the most precious miss in Ye Mansion. Yeyishu used to be Ye Wanshui's follower, and she had to do whatever Ye Wanshui asked since her status was inferior. She also jeered at Yemuxi with Ye Wanshui as well. However, Yemuxi didn't have any conflicts with people of Second Lady, so even if Yeshu showed disrespect to Yemuxi, she didn't do anything bad. But this disrespect was already a huge mistake since Yemuxi's mother was a wife while hers was a concubine. Aren't you a part of Second Lady's people? Why is not Second Aunt helping you? She caused the trouble of connecting with family Chen through marriage. Second Aunt knows the best what the consequence of marrying into family Chen is. Yemuxi stared at her, and her tone was so chill that it didn't give out any mood at all. Yeyishu showed a tragic smile. I am inferior, so how could Second Aunt try to intercede with Grandma for me? I don't think it will work if she intercedes. I just tried. It seems like Old Lady is fond of this hostess position of family Chen, and she agrees on this marriage. Even if someone is interceding, you still have to marry him. Yemuxi said indifferently. Yeyishu felt she was shocked. Then does it mean it's useless no matter who intercedes? I have a solution to help you, so you won't need to marry Chen Xiaowei, Yemuxi said calmly, but her voice was so determined, which made people feel she really could do it. Yeyishu looked at her unbelievably. You want to intercede for me? No, begging is not useful. I know what you are thinking. You think as long as you tell Old Lady that Chen Xiaowei is messing up with women brutally, and you make yourself look pitiful, begging others in the mansion to intercede for you, then you can earn Old Lady's compassion. Yemuxi sat on a chair in Yeyishu's room, and her dark and lucid eyes were glinting with a light that could penetrate people's minds. She spoke out what Yeyishu was thinking clearly. Yeyishu felt her 1-year elder sister, whose mother was a wife, was so fathomless. You overestimate kinship. You underestimate benefit. Yemuxi slowly uttered the latter part. Yeyishu was also smart, and she was inspired fast. She said in a miserable voice as if all her strength was drained out, Fourth sister is so insightful. Yes, my hands are tied now. Suddenly she remembered Yemuxi just said she could help her, and she felt she was holding on the last life-saving straw. She kneeled to Yemuxi and sobbed severely. Fourth sister, please save me. Wanchu, help Sixth Miss to stand up. Minghua, go outside and guard at the door. Don't let anyone get near. Yemuxi foresaw this scene, and she said orderly. Fourth sister, asking me to marry into family. Chen equals to ask me to die. If you could do me a favor, then you are saving my life. In the past, I used to say some bad words about you with Ye Wanshui. You can punish me whatever you want. I just beg you to help me this time. Yeyishu insisted on kneeling and refused to stand up, and she kneeled on the ground and said these in weeping. Looking at her, Yemuxi said, I've already forgotten all these trivial things happened in the past. It's not hard for me to do you a favor this time. But you should know, without Chen Xiaowei, there will be other similar men like Jiang Xiaowei, Li Xiaowei. When do you think you can stop hiding? Are you sure that your next marriage will be better than this one? Yeyishu opened her mouth and tears were shedding. Her status was too low, and people of Second Lady didn't care her at all, and Old Lady was not fond of her. Her future marriage wouldn't be too promising, certainly. If you would like to follow me, you don't need to be worried about all of these, but you'd better think about it. Although you are my cousin, anyone who betrays me won't be simply sent to Water Moon Shelter. Yemuxi looked at her and said indifferently, As for your identity, it's not entirely impossible to upgrade you from a daughter whose mother is a concubine to a daughter whose mother is a wife. For your future marriage, you can pick up one yourself. Yeyishu stared at Yemuxi and couldn't believe it. All of these Yemuxi mentioned were like unreachable dreams to her. but Ye Muxi had already put them in front of her. She was not an idiot. Ye Mansion used to be controlled by people of First Lady and Second Lady, but since Fourth Miss started to rise up, the layouts in Family Yi had already changed. If Fourth Sister would like to take care of me, from now on I would do whatever you ask me to do, and I will never betray you. Yi Yishu reacted very fast, and she took out her hand, pointing at the sky to swear, I swear in the name of my deceased mother's soul, if I break my promise today, I will die miserably. Ye Muxi escorted her to stand up and wore a trace of smile on her lips. I won't say empty words. How I treat my people following me, Shuer, you can find it out yourself slowly. But I never tolerate betrayal, so please remember this point. Her voice was indifferent, but Ye Yishu felt a knife was resting on her neck when Ye Muxi said her last sentence. Fourth Sister, don't worry. I am already where I am now, standing on the edge of the cliff. I am grateful that Fourth Sister would like to help me and protect me. Ye Yishu said sincerely, and these were what she thought. Ye Muxi could hear her sincerity from her words, so Ye Muxi also smiled more truly as well. Take a seat, I will tell you slowly. Ye Muxi was not a stupid good girl, and she certainly asked a return when doing a favor. If she was not trying to win Ye Yishu to stand on her side, she had already said something in front of Old Lady today for helping Ye Yishu, and this was enough, considering the distant kinship between them. It was impossible to require her to try so hard. Ye Yishu opened her eyes wide after she listened to what Ye Muxi had planned, and her looks were filled with admiration and respect. When they went back to Xiaoxiang Yard, Ye Muxi painted a picture. Everyone had habits in its painting process, and a master could form its own style, which could be told if this picture was fake or a copied version. Therefore, Ye Muxi didn't use her painting habit on purpose, but imitated a style which was always used by sages. In a short while, a vivid girl was shown on the paper. This is Miss Ye Yun? Wanchu lowered her head and said with astonishment, Miss, this picture looks exactly like her. No, it's even a little bit prettier than her. Ye Muxi picked the Xuan paper and checked, nodding with satisfaction. Chen Xiaowei likes beauties the best, and he swears to marry a beauty. Since Old Lady has already made up her mind to build up a connection with family Chen through marriage, then we will figure out other solutions. This picture must be delivered to Chen Xiaowei, but it was not suitable to ask these two handmaidens by Ye Muxi's side. Ye Muxi thought for a while and brought this picture to Red Maple Yard. There were two servants by Lin Mingyu's side when she married into Ye Mansion, and they were incredibly reliable. One of them was called Uncle Fu, and he drove the carriage a few years ago when Lin Mingyu took Ye Hong to Zhongnan Mountain to take the treatment. It would be more convenient to ask him to deal with Chen Xiaowei's side. Lin Mingyu had no disagreement with her daughter's decision, and she wouldn't ask about the reasons before she allowed Ye Muxi to arrange Uncle Fu. Jiang State in Tongfu Restaurant. Chen Xiaowei was sitting by the window on the second floor, watching at the beauties on the street passing by his window occasionally, and he had a good mood. At this moment, a servant by his side took an old man inside and said smugly, Young master, check what person I brought you here. An old man. Why him? Chen Xiaowei glanced at him and had no interest. The servant said, Young master, this old man said he had a portrait of Miss Ye, the one you are about to marry. Wow, is she a beauty? Chen Xiaowei felt it interesting when the servant said that. Uncle Fu passed the picture in his arms to Chen Xiaowei in a hurry and said, Young Master Chen, this is 5th Miss Ye Yun. Yi Yun, that is not the one I am about to marry. Chen Xiaowei glanced at the unfolded picture, but before he finished his words, he was so stunned as if he was getting strangled by someone. Mrs. and family Ye were prettier than each other. Although Ye Yun was a daughter whose mother was a concubine, her beauty was at the top level, and she was also talented. If not because Ye Wanru and the else outran her, she would be outstanding in any big families. Moreover, Ye Muxi painted her so attractively, and the girl in the picture was smiling as if she was alive. It turns out that she is so beautiful. Chen Xiaowei was always lecherous, and his eyes now fixated on this picture and refused to move. Then he asked, Her sister, Ye something, what does she look like? Uncle Fu said, There are only 2 misses whose mother are concubines, and their names had the character Yi. Apart from Ye Yun, there is a Ye Yishu. I never saw Miss Ye Yishu since she never showed herself in public. But if she is as pretty as Miss Ye Yun, how could she be absent from Jiang State Literary Party? She must be too ugly and feels scared that she might embarrass herself. But Miss Ye Yun is different. Only a daughter whose mother is a wife can take part in Jiang State Literary Party, but she still can go there. Certainly, it's because of her beauty and talent. This picture is painted by the talented young master who saw Ye Yun's beauty on Jiang State Literary Party, as many young masters are overwhelmed by her. What an outstanding beauty! She is no less than the daughter whose mother is a wife in those big families. I would be lucky if I can marry her. Chen Xiaowei nodded and put all his concentration on that picture without a blink, but he wore disappointment on his face as he heard Ye Yun was ugly all of a sudden. So Ye Yishu is an ugly woman, Ye Mansion in Mingli Hall. Chen Xiaowei visited Ye Mansion and asked to meet his unmarried wife, which disobeyed the rule. But in fact, it was normal for big families to take a look secretly, so he was not demanding to ask this. Therefore, Old Lady asked them to call Ye Yishu here. Ye Yishu was wearing a plain color long dress and a white veil, doing the curtsy slowly. Shuer, why are you wearing the veil? Old Lady asked with confusion. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes and said, I got a cold and I am afraid to infect. It's all right, take off your veil, Old Lady said. Chen Xiaowei was sitting on his chair and staring at Ye Yishu, being desperate to know how this Miss Sixth Ye looked like. I'm sick, and it's not convenient to meet people, Ye Yishu said shyly, but her look made people feel she was hiding something. Old Lady frowned and felt something went wrong in her subconsciousness. But Chen Xiaowei already felt impatient and said, Why so slowly? I ask you to take it off, so take it off. Old Lady tossed a look to Aunt Kui, who stepped forward and took off Ye Yishu's veil. Her exposed face didn't not only stun Chen Xiaowei, but even Old Lady was startled. Ye Yishu, how dare you? What's wrong with your face? You don't want to marry, so you are messing up with your face. Old Lady was so angry that she looked livid. They saw her originally white and tender skin was now intensely dotted with red pimples, which looked so detestable and a little bit gross. Ye Yishu kneeled all of a sudden. Grandma, don't be angry. I really didn't mean that. I looked like this when I woke up this morning. How could I have the guts to ruin my own face so brutally? Grandma, I really don't know what is going on. Go get the doctor in the mansion, hurry up. Old Lady snapped. She thought, even if Ye Yishu doesn't want to marry, she can't be so bold and ruin her face. Ye Yishu should know how she would end up with if her appearance was ruined. In a short glimpse, the doctor in the mansion arrived, and after he tried her pulse, he said, Old Lady, it is because the heat generated from her depression blocked in her heart. Sixth Miss harbored a large chunk of heat and depression, which couldn't be solved, so they are now showing themselves on her face. Generally speaking, she is too worried. But this heat poison is a little bit serious. I suggest Sixth Miss should get relieved and cooperate with my treatment. You will restore your visage in 2 months at least if possible, and if the process is going on slowly, then half a year. Thanks, doctor. I thought my appearance was ruined. Thanks, doctor. Ye Yishu was still wearing tears in her eyes. Old Lady got somehow relieved when she heard doctor's words and made sure that Ye Yishu never intended to ruin her appearance deliberately. And what was more, this appearance could surely recover to how it looked like in the past. The block of depression. I know you are not feeling well, but you should think in a big picture and take care of your face. You will be hopeless if your appearance was ruined for real. Grandma, Shuer dares not. I will definitely cooperate with the doctor's treatment, and please, Grandma, help me fix this appearance. Ye Yishu was begging and sobbing. Old Lady knew she was aggrieved about marrying a paralyzed man, so Old Lady didn't overthink while she heard what Ye Yishu said, and she replied, Certainly. If you are not fixed but marry into family Chen like this, isn't it a humiliation to us? Old Lady, what are you talking about marrying into family Chen? I never agreed to marry her. Chen Xiaowei looked at Ye Yishu's face and felt the pig feet he ate this morning was stirring in his stomach, and he could barely keep his food down. He couldn't even play a woman like her even he wanted to. Young Master Chen, what do you mean? Old lady's facial expression changed. Madam Chen also dragged her son. Where? What are you talking about? Sixth Miss Ye's face would recover soon. How could I know? How does she look like after she gets recovered? You said she would recover, then will she be good-looking for real? Mum, I am not marrying her. Chen Xiaowei said with determination. I don't even want her as my concubine. Ye Yishu rejoiced at his words, and happiness was rippling in her mind. She was so happy that she almost jumped up, but she held back her exciting look desperately. Madam Chen was about to persuade her son, but Chen Xiaowei said, if she is a real beauty, then why does everyone only know about Ye Yun but has never heard about her? They are both misses whose mothers are concubines, then why family? Ye only allowed Ye Yun to attend Jiang State Literary Party, but not her. Mother, don't you see it? This woman is not good-looking enough to show up herself in the public. Madam Chen found her son's words reasonable. They were both misses whose mothers were concubines, but why Ye Yishu didn't attend the literary party? So did she look ugly and feel embarrassed to meet people? Or her face always looked like this, so she couldn't get married? So old lady deliberately asked her son to marry this ugly woman? Madam Chen was sophisticated, and she always took things from a bad perspective, so she considered that they shouldn't agree with this marriage deal. If we are really getting married with family Ye, then I still want Ye Yun. Chen Xiaowei then proceeded. He couldn't forget that beauty in the picture. Madam Chen's facial expression changed drastically. Where? That woman is a slut, and it will be a stain on our family reputation if you marry her. I don't care. I just like Ye Yun, Chen Xiaowei said. He thought that little beauty is so slutty. I would give her more education. I will tame her, and I will play her into disabled and into death. Madam Chen couldn't know about her son's creepy ideas about playing women. Old lady saw this scene and had an idea, then she said, Shu'er, you can go back. You also go to First Lady's place and ask Yuner to come. Yes. Yes, Ye Yishu did a curtsy and retreated. Ye Yishu covered her face again and left Mingli Hall with delightful steps. Sunshine was shedding on her body and it was so warm. At this moment, Ye Yishu felt a new life had embarked, and all of these were attributed to Ye Muxi. Next, she would follow the strategy and pushed Ye Yun into this hell. In Fanglan Building West Yard and in Xiaoyun Xuan. Ye Yun was sitting on the bed, wearing a look that nobody knew if she was crying or smiling. She intended to drug Xiao Ziyao on Jiang State Literary Party, which meant to save herself from marrying to Chen Xiaowei. Unexpectedly, she failed in drugging. But she didn't need to marry into family Chen either. Since her slutty fame of drugging a man had been spread far and wide, family Chen abandoned her. Her deliberate efforts led to void, while her accidental behavior saw a fruitful result. Whatever, she had escaped from that living hell. Unfortunately, she maxed out on offending Ye Wanru, and she would never have a stronghold on First Lady's territory. These were all Ye Muxi's faults. Every time Ye Yun thought of her, she would be mad. If Ye Muxi hadn't swapped the cup, she would be sitting at where she wished to be, and how could she end up like this? God was really on her side as she managed to escape from this horrible fate today. In the future, she still had chances, and she would take revenge on Ye Muxi step by step. She had to ruin Ye Muxi's reputation and body to ensure Ye Muxi would end up a more miserable consequence than herself. When Ye Yun was dreaming viciously, Ye Yishu opened the door and walked inside while saying, Sister Yuner, some guests are here, and old lady asked you to meet them in Mingli Hall. Who are here? Ye Yun got stunned. She had been grounded for so many days, and this was the first time she was allowed to leave this room. Ye Yishu said, I don't know who he is, but I heard the servant said he has a Xiao in his name. Xiao Ziyao. Ye Yun sat up from her bed rapidly and wore excitement on her face. Hold on, I will comb my hair and wash myself. Then I will go instantly. After a quarter, Ye Yun was already in her most beautiful dress, and her eyebrows were all painted. So was her face. She dressed up herself attractively and went to Mingli Hall. Ye Yishu sent Ye Yun to the door and said in her mind, Ye Yun, old lady wants to connect with family Chen through marriage, then one of us has to marry Chen Xiaowei. I don't want to, so you have to go. We have been always standing on the opposite side, either you or I will die. Today, I push you into the living hell, and I am not in remorse. His name does have a character Xiao, but it is not Xiao Xiao's Xiao, and it is the Xiao in Chen Xiaowei. On the same day, when Chen Xiaowei saw the gorgeous and carefully well-dressed Ye Yiyun, who set a stark contrast with Yi Yishu, he was totally overwhelmed, and he really liked her. The marriage was finally settled between family Chen and family Ye. Chen Xiaowei would marry Ye Yiyun as his wife, and although Madame Chen was not satisfied, she couldn't persuade her son, so she had to agree. Old lady never cared about which daughter whose mother was a concubine to be married into family Chen, as long as the daughter could be the hostess of family Chen. This marriage, which belonged to Ye Yiyun at the very beginning, came back to her at last. The living hell, which was her fate, still welcomed her eventually. Throughout the entire case, Ye Muxi never showed up. But nobody knew she had turned the whole thing upside and down, and an originally settled marriage changed the bride. In Red Maple Yard, Ye Muxi was lowering her head and watching Ye Hong practicing calligraphy, giving him some suggestions occasionally. The superior doctor's assistant Kong Qing was holding a tray of sticky rice cakes and binging on them. Wan Chu also grabbed some sunflower seeds for him and praised, "Kong Qing is so great." Little tricks. I only scratched the surface of the superior doctor's skills, and it is only acupuncture skills. I aroused the heating poison in her body, and all those pimples on her face are actually for detoxifying. Although she looked a little bit ugly now, she would be prettier after this detoxifying process. Kong Qing was busy eating and replied with a mumbled voice. Yes, the pimples on Ye Yishu's face were all Kong Qing's credit. He used acupuncture skills to detoxify all the heating poison on Ye Yishu's appearance, which gave her a face of pimples. That doctor who treated her was not wrong, but he thought the explosion of heating poison was a natural process in this disease, and he never thought it might involve human intervention. First, they used Ye Yun's portrait to bait Chen Xiaowei, and through Uncle Fu's words, Chen Xiaowei thought Ye Yishu might be very ugly. Therefore, he came to see how Ye Yishu looked like, and right at this moment, Ye Yishu's heating poison broke out. Chen Xiaowei harbored a stereotype that Ye Yishu was very ugly, and when he saw her face was like that, even if he knew she would recover later, this accident cast a shadow in his mind. Ye Yishu set a stark contrast with the beautiful Ye Yun. In this comparison, he would naturally like Ye Yun better. The critical point was that he didn't mean to marry a good wife or a good mother, but a delicate beauty to play with back home. Ye Yun's terrible reputation wouldn't affect his good time. Now Chen Xiaowei had made up his mind, and they officially exchanged tokens. Wedding date was settled on an early date, the end of this month. In the deep night, Ye Yishu came to Xiaoshang Yard alone secretly and kowtowed 3 times to Ye Muxi once she arrived. "Shu'er, we are on the same side now, don't kneel so frequently." Ye Muxi escorted her to stand up and said with a smile. Ye Yishu was wearing a veil, and tears filled her eyes. "Fourth sister is like giving a new life to me, and I couldn't thank you more. What does fourth sister want next? I will definitely try my best. Next, you don't need to do anything, and you just rest in your room to get recovered fast. Now there is only one miss of second lady's people, and you can spend more time in front of Shen Yunpei to earn her trust. In normal days, we are in harmony with each other as sisters, but in front of Shen Yunpei, you need to act like we are sharing a terrible relationship with each other. So Shen Yunpei would think you are just getting along with me on the surface, and you are still a person on her side." Ye Muxi pulled up her lips. "Ye Wanshui has gone now, and Shen Yunpei is working on the revenge for sure, so you just watch her." Ye Yishu nodded as if she understood. "I understand. No matter what information you hear about, don't act recklessly. You develop yourself well by second lady's side. I don't like anyone in Shen Yunpei's family, and in the future, I will hand over second lady's people to you. Therefore, we will take one step at a time, no hurry. You need to control people of the second lady, so you can help me in the future." Ye Muxi pulled up her lips and said seriously. Ye Yishu got stunned while listening to these. She originally thought Ye Muxi would ask her to do something to sell out Shen Yunpei, but now she knew Ye Muxi was so ambitious and had a big heart. Even someone else took control of the second lady's people. Who else could have the manner to hand over those people to her? A daughter whose mother was a concubine. But Yamuxi worked on a long-term strategy and saw things in a big picture, never getting baffled by short-term or scrap profits. Shu'er will do what you asked me to do for sure, fourth sister. Yeishu did a curtsy and said. She showed much more admiration to Yamuxi in her mind. In the past she was disrespected to Yamuxi, but Yamuxi didn't make a fuss on whatever she had done before or abandoned her after using her randomly. Instead, Yamuxi was cultivating her sincerely. Although Yamuxi did so to meet her own benefits, Yeishu felt this was normal. Otherwise, why would Yamuxi help her? In this Ye mansion, she was in need of reliance, or her situation would be like what had just happened, being assigned to marry into family Chen and becoming adrift in the vicissitudes like a rootless leaf. But now she had Yamuxi, this reliance, and she would not be lonely and unsupported. A few days passed, family Ye came back to peace, but Yamuxi couldn't enjoy this peace. She knew too much about Yewanru's jealousy. There were still 2 or 3 months before Xiaoxiang Yard was set on fire in her previous life. But in her current life, she had already won 3 bamboo tokens early, and based on what she knew about Yewanru's personalities and the killing intent towards her, Yewanru might have felt holding back her sentiments hard already. At the very beginning, she planned to allow Yewanru to burn Xiaoxiang Yard, and she would take the chance to make Yewanru the person who would be burnt. But now the situation was different. Yemuxi's mother was taking charge of the 4 yards in the west, and Xiaoxiang Yard was one of them. If Xiaoxiang Yard was on fire, and even if nobody was injured, her mother was accountable. If Yewanru was burnt, and no matter how much Old Lady spoiled her, Old Lady would still beat Lin Mingyu to death to vent the anger. This was not acceptable to Yamuxi. She wouldn't send her mother to death only for dealing with Yewanru. Alas, as things are happening, many issues become trickier. Yamuxi was standing in front of the window and sighed. Wanchu came to her and said with a smile, "No matter how tricky the situation is, as long as Miss is here, it will never be troublesome." "When did you pick up this knack as you are talking like Minghua, so sweet?" Yamuxi shook her head and smiled, looking at the billowing clouds in the distance. "Check this weather. It is about to rain." Wanchu said, "I am all talking about truth. Miss, showers are frequent in the early summer, and it's very windy. Come and take a seat." Yamuxi stared at the sky and had a thoughtful expression on her face. "I can't just wait for her to take actions, so how about I offering her an opportunity? I place a chess piece first, make sure she is under my control, and remove this problem from my chessboard." "Miss, what you are talking about?" Wanchu felt confused. Yamuxi pointed at the south and said, "When it starts to rain, you and Minghua push that wall to collapse secretly and don't startle outsiders." "Ah? Pushing the wall?" Minghua looked confused. Yamuxi's lips slightly pressed together. Xiaoxiang Yard used to be a ramshackle yard. In her memory, a wall would be destroyed by serious rain after a month. It was always a dangerous wall, and it might be destroyed by gales, so 2 girls would naturally push it down. Therefore, in the early summer, in April, and in a thundering night, Xiaoxiang Yard's south wall collapsed. In Sisho Hall. "I have heard that the wall in your yard was blown down last night in the rain. Old Lady was somehow angry. How did the 3rd daughter-in-law run all the issues there? She didn't even find it out early? Luckily, it was only a southern wall. What if your room collapsed? She is so careless." Yamuxi gave out a faint smile and said, "Grandma, don't be angry. My mother neither knew that wall in Xiaoxiang Yard has turned to a dangerous wall. Old Lady, it's all my fault. Muxi's yard fell into disrepair for years, and it required to be repaired a long time ago, but nobody cared about it for a long time. I just took charge of 4 yards in the west, and I failed to overhaul. It's my bad." Lin Mingyu lowered her head and apologized in a hurry. Old Lady snorted, "It's fine that you know it's your bad. Xiaoxiang Yard is now rebuilding, and Muxi, you now move out and find another empty yard to live." Although Old Lady favored Yamuxi, she disliked Lin Mingyu. In the past, Family Lin and Family Ye shared a similar social status, and at that time, Grandmaster Ye was Jiangnan Administrator, and Grandmaster Lin was Jiangnan Inspector, which meant they shared similar titles, and they had a good relationship as well. Therefore, they bonded with each other through marriage and settled this marriage for the 2 young generations. The third son, Ye Lingxiao in family Ye, and the daughter whose mother was a wife, Lin Mingyu from family Lin, were Ye Muxi's dad and mother, and they knew each other since they were kids, playing with each other at an innocent age. But a few years later, family Lin was implicated in a big case in the government, and all of them were exiled to the border. Family Lin were reduced to criminals, and old lady certainly didn't want to agree with this marriage. But Ye Muxi's dad was a good man, valuing their past, and he had already taken Lin Mingyu as his fiancée, so he intercepted Lin Mingyu and got her back. Ye Lingxiao was not that audacious to fight against the emperor's order. He did follow Daqian dynasty's laws, as it suggested that a woman whose family was exiled could live with her husband if she had already settled a marriage deal with someone, and she could be spared from the fate of getting exiled. Therefore, it was legal for Ye Lingxiao to pick up Lin Mingyu back. But how could family Ye feel willing to accept a criminal's daughter as their daughter-in-law? So they insisted on refusing this marriage. Ye Lingxiao was also stubborn, and he took the contract that's signed by both families previously as his proof, dragging Lin Mingyu to get married at the government. Now, if family Ye refused this daughter-in-law, Ye Lingxiao would be the person kidnapping a fugitive flagrantly, and he would be sentenced to death. They had to accept the marriage to prevent Ye Lingxiao from violating the law. Reluctantly, family Ye had to accept this marriage. It could be imagined how Lin Mingyu was treated in family Ye. Old lady even disliked her kids. Now Ye Lingxiao was dead, and if Ye Muxi didn't have the rebirth, people of the third lady would be bullied like Ye Muxi's previous life, and ended up with one dead, one disabled, and one wearing a ruined appearance. Grandma, mother just started to run through business in 4 yards in the west, and this is really not her fault. Ye Muxi pulled old lady's sleeves and looked aggrieved. Old lady couldn't help but smile. Fine, fine, fine. You ask me not to blame her, then I won't. Muxi, where would you like to live? You can select a place freely in Yi Mansion. When Shaoxiang Yard finishes refurbishment, you then move back. Don't bother. I will go to Red Maple Yard and live with my mother. Yi Muxi smiled and said. Old lady frowned. That can't work. Honger is sick and that place smells like herbs all the time. That will break your peace. How about you move to Sisho Hall and stay with me? Qingyao's Huazhu attic is in the south, and the northern Huamei attic is still empty. Academy's assessment is approaching. I will play the instrument and paint pictures every day. How dare I break your tranquility? But if I go to Red Maple Yard, I will also bother Honger in getting recovered. So I will just change a place. Ye Muxi hesitated and said, How about I move to live with Sister Ruer? We can also prepare the assessment for the academy together as well. Ye Muxi grew up in the First Lady's place and had the best relationship with Ye Wanru, so old lady never suspected when Ye Muxi offered this suggestion. Good. In Ruer's Yu Ro Yard, both side yards are empty. Since now you move there, plus Qingyao, you 3 sisters can have a good time and prepare for the assessment of Morning Phoenix Academy together. Old lady was satisfied with this arrangement, and she leant to a side and asked Ye Qingyao, Qingyao, what do you think? Ye Qingyao chuckled and said, It's my best pleasure to live with 2 sisters. If I have any problems, I can always ask them. Aunt Kui, invite Ruer here, and I will tell her. Old lady smiled happily and said. Aunt Kui received the order and retreated. Ye Muxi pressed her lips and smiled. She pushed down Shaoxiang Yard's wall to move to Ye Wanro's yard for a good reason. Her previous offer to move to Red Maple Yard was only a fake gesture, as she knew old lady would think that was a bad idea. Now Ye Muxi had already achieved her first goal. Old lady asked her to add a new member, Ye Qingyao, which was fine, and Ye Muxi wouldn't let Ye Qingyao get harmed. Ye Wanro certainly couldn't refuse old lady's good intention, and she welcomed them with deep affection, as if they shared a solid friendship with each other. On the same day, Ye Muxi and Ye Qingyao moved into Yuru Yard together. Ye Wanru was living in the major hall, Ye Muxi in the eastern attic, while Ye Qingyao in the southern attic. In Fanglan building and in the hall. Zhao Menglen frowned seriously. Shaoxiang Yard collapsed and she could choose anywhere to live, but why Ye Muxi insisted on living in your yard? What is she plotting about? What plot could she have except for prying into my situation? There are 12 subjects in the Academy's assessment, and only the Miss with the 6th level or up could get enrolled by Morning Phoenix Academy. Ye Wanru pulled up a sneer on her lips. Isn't she just curious to know which level I could get? Zhao Menglan suddenly realized, I never expected that bitch could be so vicious. Ruer, it's better to study on our enemy's situations and learn about ours. You should also see which level she could get. Mum, it's useless no matter which level she could get. I will make her lose the opportunity to participate in the assessment of Morning Phoenix Academy. Ye Wanru's stare looked cold. She never took any misses in Yi Mansion as her rivals, and she never wanted to kill anyone, even to the exiled Ye Wanshui in Water Moon Shelter. As she could affirm, Ye Wanshui was completely beneath her. She never cared about Ye Qingyao, who was particularly favored by Old Lady either. Only Ye Muxi, from double-side embroidery and replying to the puzzle couplet which was unsolved for 1,000 years to left-hand painting, Ye Muxi defeated Ye Wanru utterly again and again, which made her feel so frustrated. These frustrations made Ye Wanru understand that she had to kill Ye Muxi. Unlike Ye Wanshui, who was bolstered by people of Second Lady, and unlike Ye Qingyao, who could win solid trust from Old Lady particularly, Ye Muxi had nothing. However, Ye Wanru scared her the most. She had to kill Ye Muxi. Ye Muxi had to die. Ye Wanru could no longer bear her existence. Zhao Menglan first got startled, but then she clapped her hands and cheered up. Ruer, you are right. Ye Muxi should die. Do you need me to help? That is gratuitous. If Old Lady figured it out, we people would be doomed. I have already prepared a plan, and now it's just the perfect time to launch it. Meanwhile, Second Lady could be the scapegoat for us. Ye Wanshui bent up her lips slightly, and the coldness in her eyes was chilling. Ye Wanshui was just exiled to Watermoon Shelter, and it is reasonable that Second Aunt wants to kill Ye Muxi as revenge. This time, I take up the good timing, the perfect location, and also all the people I need, so Ye Muxi must die. Shaoxiang Yard was refurbishing, and Ye Muxi then rested in the eastern attic in Yuro Yard. She painted or read in the daytime or chanted poems and solved couplets with Ye Qingyao and Ye Wanru, as if she had no idea that she was wandering in the depth of a lair at all. The 3 sisters in family Ye invited each other to talk about poems and couplets, and it was convenient for them to interact with each other in Yuro Yard, while people never digging into the background would think sisters in family Ye were getting along with each other so well. All the servants in Shaoxiang Yard also moved to the eastern attic, and they worked in the same position as they did when in Shaoxiang Yard. After the rebirth, Ye Muxi could deftly control her emotion. At the very beginning, she felt hard to stem her hatred at the bottom of her heart, but gradually, now, even if she was living in Ye Wanru's yard, her look was never affected at all. Her heart became as tough as iron at the moment she died. Miss, these are the routine supplies delivered by the steward. Miss Ye Wanru sent 1 portion to eastern and southern attic, respectively. Wan Chu served a tray and walked in. There were normal stuffs on the tray, for example, aroma and tea. Daily necessities were delivered to all rooms, and those were called as routine supplies. Ye Muxi glanced over all the stuffs one by one, and she randomly picked up an aroma box and removed the lid. She ran her index finger through the gray powder. The powder emitted faint fragrance, and it was the same as the one she received in her previous life. Miss, I have checked all of these already, and they are just the same with what we collected in the past. Is there anything wrong with this aroma? Wan Chu saw Ye Muxi picked up the aroma box, so she asked with astonishment. It was almost the same. However, someone added more than enough sedation in this aroma. If someone used it in normal days, it would make that person feel drowsy at most, but at a critical moment, this would be lethal. Ye Muxi squinted her slender eyes slightly and pulled up a trace of cold curve on her lips. In those years, while West 4 yards were running by First Lady, and the fire was spreading fast, none of the guards were nearby, and all the servants were scared off due to fear except Wan Chu. Ye Muxi wanted to escape, but she felt sleepy and tired, so she passed out. Later in the investigation, Ye Muxi could affirm that there was something wrong with the aroma. For this life, although she moved to another place, Baoqin still existed. So did Aroma emerge again, and Ye Wanru was expected to conduct the same plan as she designed in her previous life. Ye Muxi could confirm that this aroma was Ye Wanru's work. In terms of Ye Wanru's plot, even if anyone found the doozy in the aroma, they would think servants accidentally made a mistake when mixing those ingredients, and nobody would think Ye Wanru was deliberately killing Ye Muxi. After all, in normal days, though the sedation aroma took up a larger proportion, it wouldn't lead to a lethal consequence. However, lethargy would be deadly in a fire. Ye Wanru was as vicious as she always was, being afraid that Ye Muxi would escape. When this aroma showed up, Ye Muxi was confident that Ye Wanru was about to take action in 2 days. "Is there anything happening in Yuru Yard?" Ye Muxi asked. Wanchu recalled carefully and answered, 2 days ago, Miss Ye Wanru ordered all guards in Yuru Yard to go to west 4 yards to help refurbish the house. Apart from that, nothing else. But that Bao Qin, she hides much rosin under her bed. She has no idea that all her behaviors are under my surveillance, and she kept maintaining contacts with Ye Wanru frequently. Miss, I am afraid that Ye Wanru is colluding with Bao Qin, and they are planning something bad to you. Rosin, a catalyst for fire, could stoke up the fire in case it extinguished, and it was more secretive than other combustible substances like sesame oil, alcohol, and etc. And people would find it hard to be discovered. While transferring guards away was meant to complicate the process of extinguishing the fire. It seems that they have gotten everything prepared already and are waiting to a start. Ye Muxi's eyes were glinting with cold light, as everything seemed to bring her back to the night she had experienced in her previous life. In her previous life, Ye Wanru set fire to Shaoxiang Yard, so in her current life, Ye Muxi planned to burn Eastern Attic to ashes as well. However, this time, Ye Muxi wanted Ye Wanru to know the feeling of getting burnt. Wan Qin, Ye Wanru always delivers orders to Bao Qin with paper? Ye Muxi asked. Wan Chu did a curtsy. Yes, but Bao Qin always burnt the paper every time she finished reading it, so I couldn't get the paper. Never mind, it's great that she burnt it, then even if she dies, nobody will find any proofs. Ye Muxi walked to the front of her desk, where a poem written by Ye Wanru was lying in her front. 2 days ago, Ye Wanru gave this to her when they exchanged poems with each other. Ye Muxi had already practiced mimicking Ye Wanru's calligraphy for 2 days, and now she picked up her brush and completed it in a glimpse. The pretty tiny characters resembled Ye Wanru's fine work to a large extent. Tonight at dusk, between 19 o'clock to 21 o'clock. An expert could know these were not Ye Wanru's characters on his first glimpse, since Ye Muxi was not so professional in faking. But she could muddle an outsider who knew nothing about calligraphy, for example, Bao Qin, who could barely know many words. Ye Wanru arranged everything and was waiting to take actions to Ye Muxi, but Ye Muxi would make Bao Qin take actions before Ye Wanru gave the order, and Bao Qin would mistakenly think this order came from Ye Wanru. Wan Chu, you now go visit Ye Wanru and tell her that I received a new short poem here, and I am inviting her to appreciate it tonight between 19 o'clock to 21 o'clock. As Ye Muxi was saying, she pulled up her lips. Today, Qing Yao will go to Sisho Hall and stay with Grandma, so we won't invite her. Wan Chu did a curtsy. Yes. Ye Muxi deliberately avoided Ye Qing Yao in case she was getting involved. An invitation like this wouldn't be suspected because during the 3 months when they were living here, the 3 sisters frequently invited each other, which was very normal. Since Ye Muxi moved into Yuro Yard, she had started to arrange everything. If they were not inviting each other frequently in recent days, but she invited Ye Wanru all of a sudden, it would be abnormal. According to Ye Wanru's intelligence and plots, Ye Wanru could see it through. Now, the good timing came naturally, and a good chance was awaiting. Ye Muxi thought, Ye Wanru, this time it is my turn to burn you. In the afternoon, Bao Qin found that note in her room, and she thought this was the paper Ye Wanru sent to her, so she never suspected it. After she read the contents on the note, she sneered ugly, which made her ugly face more horrible. Ye Muxi, you bitch, you ruined my appearance, and now First Miss is finally taking actions on you. This time, I will burn you to dusts. Bao Qin read the contents and burnt it on the candle in case any proofs were left. She took out the well-prepared rosin, wearing a more ferocious smile. As a criminal servant, she was not qualified to serve by Ye Muxi's side. She had no idea that Ye Muxi also invited Ye Wanru to meet tonight. Even if she knew, she would think Ye Wanru did so to prove her innocence, and Ye Wanru might have a method to escape. After all, in Bao Qin's perspective, these were all arranged by Ye Wanru, and she should only do one thing: set the fire. In then eastern attic of Yuru Yard, and between 19 and 21 o'clock, candlelight was flickering. Several plates of delicate dim sums were served, and a pot of tea was prepared. What a relaxing and leisurely night. I feel a little bit tired after I talked with you for a while. I couldn't sleep recently, sorry about that, fourth sister. Ye Wanru yawned and said, holding the poem for appreciation in her hand. Recently, they always invited each other, so Ye Wanru would certainly come after she received Ye Muxi's invitation. Ye Muxi gave out a faint smile. Sister must feel tired since Qing Yao and I bothered you too much recently. How come? You are here to keep me company. I can't be happier. Ye Wanru instantly replied. Although she said that, a wave of sleepiness swept over her. Since Ye Wanru was smart, she felt there was something wrong. All of a sudden, she remembered the aroma she sent to Ye Muxi today, and she glanced at the censer subconsciously. She thought, today, my people just sent it there, and Ye Muxi have already used it? Didn't my source just say the aroma Ye Muxi kept could be used for 2 more days? This was a misjudgment. It seemed that she could take action to Ye Muxi tomorrow. Otherwise, Ye Muxi might feel something wrong if she used this aroma for a few more days. Ye Wanru's smile was mild and kind, but she was thinking what kind of excuse she could use to get out of this place tomorrow so that she could be clean when the fire was set. Ye Muxi picked up the cup and took a sip. Then she glanced at the time funnel aside, which showed the time was 19 o'clock, and Bao Qin was about to take action. As expected, they heard the chaos outside the door at the next moment. In a short while, the firelight came out, then a wave of hotness swept over and smoke rose. What happened? Ye Wanru stared at the suddenly emerged firelight outside the door with astonishment. It seems that it's on fire, Ye Muxi said calmly. Outside the door, it was in chaos, but nobody could rush into the room. Since Bao Qin applied rosin outside the door and added dry wood, first started burning from outside. Now, the entire Yuru yard was in a sea of fire. The eastern attic where they were was at the back. Therefore, the fire hadn't spread there yet, but people outside couldn't come inside either. On fire? Ye Wanru couldn't believe it, as she didn't understand why a peaceful Yuru yard could suddenly be swallowed by fire. The fire was spreading fast under the catalyst of rosin, and it took only the time of a person drinking a cup of tea's period before they found the fire had reached their door. Someone! Help! Help! Hurry! Ye Wanru first got stunned, but finally she realized and yelled out loudly for help. If she hadn't ordered the guards in Yuru Yard away, perhaps the fire could be extinguished. However, to ensure Ye Muxi would be dead, she had already transferred them to Shaoxiang Yard 2 days ago. Eldest sister, it's useless. Guards in Yuru Yard have already been ordered to leave here, and those handmaidens outside couldn't get in. Ye Muxi stared at Ye Wanru and said in a calm tone. Facing the fire sea outside, Ye Muxi looked so calm and was not panicking at all. Ye Wanru stood up and ran towards outside, but she found she was drowsy and didn't have any strength at all. She heard Ye Muxi's words and turned to Ye Muxi all of a sudden. They were making eye contact. Ye Muxi's composed manner startled Ye Wanru. Muxi, my limbs are feeble. You help me run. Although the fire is intense outside, we are not far from the exit. It's easier for us to rush out than waiting for them to rush inside. We can definitely escape, so hurry, you take me with you. Ye Wanru managed to stem her panic and pretended that they were having a good relationship as sisters. Ye Muxi pressed her lips and smiled. Sister is right, we can naturally escape, but why should I take you with me? Her words made Ye Wanru, who felt drowsy after inhaling the sedated aroma, suddenly became somehow sober, and she stared at Ye Muxi with an incredible look. What are you talking about? Ye Muxi, I see, it's you! This fire is set by you! At this moment, Ye Wanru finally sensed that something was wrong. Why the same aroma only made her feel sleepy, but Ye Muxi couldn't feel anything. Ye Muxi should have known that there was something wrong with the aroma and had dealt with it beforehand. You transferred the guards away. and this is your aroma. Nobody could hoard rosin in Uro yard if you are not helping it to take cover. As for that Bao Chin who set the fire, she is also your little fellow. Cousin, everything is plotted by you, so how could it have anything to do with me?" Ye Muxi pulled up a bite but penetrating cold sneer on her lips. The widespread fire was exactly the same as what she remembered in her previous life. All tragedies and the source of her pain hereafter started from this big fire. This fire took away the woman who loved her the most in this world, her mother. This fire deprived of her the most valuable asset of a woman could have in the world, appearance. This fire was a tremendous loss in her memory in her previous life. Her cousin, and also her good sister who shared an inseparable relationship with her in the previous life, Ye Wanru, who was now in front of her, was the culprit of everything. "Ye Muxi, you are so vicious. You even want to burn me to death." Ye Wanru was rattled. She never expected that Ye Muxi knew everything about her plots. It was also out of her expectation that Ye Muxi could react so fast and set the fire before she took action. In Ye Waru's impression, no matter how talented Ye Muxi was, she was still that craven and gullible girl whose father was absent. She was not the woman wearing an indifferent and calm look, even if they were now stranded in the intense fire. Ye Muxi wore a faint smile on her lips. "I can only be inferior to cousin in cruelness. Ye Muxi, in fact, this fire has nothing to do with me. I ordered guards away to help you refurbish your room, and I really have no idea about the aroma you talked about. What rosin or Bao Chin I never heard of." Ye Wanru held Ye Muxi's wrist, and her sincere look didn't show any abnormality. "You grew up with people of First Lady since you were a little kid. Third uncle joined the army, and third aunt was always not home for treating Ye Hong's illness. You were alone and had nobody to rely on, and I am the closest to you. We knew each other for a decade, so how could you suspect that I want to burn you to death? You have misunderstood me, Muxi. You have been fooled by bad Pepple. I treat you as my own sister. How could I frame you up?" Her words were so sincere, and if it was still the Ye Muxi in her previous life, she would consider this as a misunderstanding. No wonder she would die on Ye Wanru's hand in her previous life, and she didn't know the truth until she died. It was certainly because she trusted Ye Wanru too much, and she never doubted her. But it was also because Ye Wanru was too cautious, and she never leaked anything. Ye Wanru's plot led to a counterproductive consequence, so she had to make up a lie and cover it, blaming everything on Bao Chin. Unfortunately, this Ye Muxi was no longer the one in the previous life anymore. "Muxi, this is a misunderstanding. Will you die here with me together? If you want to say anything, we can first go outside. I will definitely give you a satisfying explanation." Ye Wanru was persuading Ye Muxi with good words, but she was actually anxious. The fire was getting intense, and it would be too late for them to escape now. What made her more panicking was, she could feel the aroma now, and she could barely support herself. Ye Muxi stared at her composedly, and her lips slightly bent up. Standing there quietly, she showed a specious smile, which could suggest everything. Ye Wanru's heart sank to the bottom. She found Ye Muxi couldn't be persuaded by her soft words, so she scrapped her fake mask and showed her real look, threatening ferociously. "Ye Muxi, you made me do this. Do you want to see me die? Impossible. We will die together, and if I could survive, then I have to make you die miserably." Then she held Ye Muxi's arms desperately as she vowed to drag Ye Muxi with her even if she had to die. Ye Muxi slurped. "Cousin, you are about to fall into sleep, and you still want to take me? Thanks for your aroma. You now swallow the evil seed you sowed. You now enjoy everything you prepared, and I won't stay here with you." Ye Wanru was unwilling to do so, and she held Ye Muxi's sleeves, but Ye Muxi slightly waved her hand, which made Ye Wanru fail to grab Ye Muxi anymore, and Ye Wanru had to watch Ye Muxi stand up from her seat. "I am unreconciled." Ye Wanru stared at Ye Muxi's figure with hatred, but her eyesight became blurred. Eventually, she couldn't resist her tiredness and passed out. The fire was burning like rage. Broken woods were constantly falling from the ceiling, and soon this side was about to collapse as well. However, Ye Muxi was not desperate to rush out because she put high stakes on the table for this round. Yewanru was not an ordinary miss, and once she was burnt to death, even if everything had nothing to do with Muxi, she couldn't assure that Old Lady would believe that she was really clean in this accident. It didn't matter how would the First Lady think about this, but Old Lady was her protection in Yi Mansion, so she had to rush out at the last second, and she had to get injured as well, so that it would look as real. It was essential to put her on the victim's position to wash away her suspicion. She was tough to Yewanru, and she was tough to herself as well. Thick smog was everywhere, and the fire was intense. Now everyone in Yi Mansion was shocked by this tremendous fire. People found it was Yuru Yard on fire, and both Muxi and Yewanru were trapped inside. All the guards around were mobilized, but unfortunately, guards of Yuru Yard were absent, so they didn't react fast. When everyone gathered around the entrance of Yuru Yard, the fire had already grown into a wall, barring everyone from entering. "Where is the first miss? Is first miss out?" Zhao Menglan grabbed and asked a handmaiden who was carrying a basket and pouring the water. That handmaiden cried out and said, "First miss and fourth miss are both inside, and they failed to escape." Her words made Zhao Menglan pass out and lie on the ground directly. Zhao Menglan's sudden passing out startled all the servants around her, and some of them were pressing her philtrum, while others were running to get the doctor. Lin Mingyu, who just arrived in a hurry, heard those words, and she felt her legs became soft and almost collapsed on the ground. She was staggering and running towards the inside. "Muxi, where is Muxi? Where are you? I am coming for you." "Mum." Ye Hong wore tears in his eyes, and his tiny face was miserably pale. Ru Yi and the rest handmaidens held Lin Mingyu to stop her in a hurry. "Third madam, the fire is too loud and you can't go inside. Please don't be impulsive." "My daughter is still inside. I am going, and I need to get Muxi." Lin Mingyu was always vulnerable, but now she was so determined that nobody could stop her. Kongqing saw this scene, then he took out his silver needle and pressed it into Lin Mingyu's unconsciousness acupoint. Then Lin Mingyu passed out and fell on the ground softly. Ye Muxi previously asked Kongqing to stab her mother to unconsciousness if necessary. Kongqing didn't know when would be necessary, but based on what was happening now it was. It was not because Ye Muxi didn't trust Lin Mingyu. She hid the fact to spare her family's concern. This plan was critical, and it would be a protection for them if they didn't know anything. First Lady passed out. So did Third Madam. Shen Yunpei was gloating about this scene. She was dying to see Ye Wanru and Ye Muxi both burnt to death inside, but she still managed to squeeze out few tears and asked with concerns in front of Old Lady, "Old Lady, what should we do? 2 misses are still inside. Rush inside and save them, even if we have to cost everything." Old Lady said in a cold voice. Though she had gone through various vicissitudes in her life, and she was the only one who could still take control of the whole situation, she was already panicking. She was counting on Ye Wanru and Ye Muxi in this generation of family Ye. If anything happened to them, it would be tricky for family Ye to revive. But the fire was so intense, how could anybody rush inside? Shen Yunpei wore fake concerns on her face. Old Lady sneered, "Even we have to cost lives to save them. We have to get them out. Anyone could die, but not them. I will just tell all of you, whoever saves that 2 misses, that person could be rewarded. Anyone gets burnt to death or injured, we will 10 times award you and raise your whole family. But if you can't save that 2 misses out, then you don't need to get out." If they were not saved, numerous people might be buried in the fire with them together. It was chaos outside, but Yamuxi knew nothing about that. Now the fire was getting intense, and she picked up a piece of wood which was burnt to half from the ground. She measured it with her arm, but when she was about to smash her arm with this stick fiercely, a gale blew her all of a sudden, which made her drop that piece of wood. Ye Muxi lifted up her head, and through the huge fire she saw a man wearing black and a horrible mask was walking towards her. Flames were roaring, the dark smoke was rolling in the air, and the yard was on fire. Everything became his backdrop and foil. "Why do you want to hurt yourself?" A fake hoarse voice and the cruel and livid ghost mask could intimidate any ordinary women to unconsciousness, but Yemuxi didn't feel him scary at all after she heard his familiar voice. She knew nothing about this man behind a ghost mask since he put a dagger on her neck the first time she met him, but she never felt this man harbored a vicious intention. "Why did you come to our Yi mansion again? Does here hide anything you want?" Ye Muxi picked up her eyebrows and looked at him, and her lips wore a faint smile. "As you can see, Ye Wanru passed out, but I am fine. If I couldn't make it look real, how would old lady believe me? But if you hit yourself just now, you have to suffer at least half a month's bone fraction. I could never expect that you are so cruel to yourself, though you look vulnerable." The man wearing a ghost mask stared at her and wore profound looks. Yi Mansion was always under his surveillance because of Ye Muxi. Old Lady Ye might not know about a subtle incident that happened in Yuru Yard, but his source was reporting to him in detail. He knew everything. Baoqin's connection with Ye Wanro harbored Raozen, and alongside with Ye Muxi's deliberate connivance, Yuru Yard was staging a fantastic show, and everything was under his surveillance. He clearly knew this girl was intelligent enough to ensure everything was under her control, and she would be fine, but he couldn't help but sneak into Yi Mansion. Jing An Royal Master was not proper to get involved in the battles unfolding in the backyard of Yi Mansion. However, the man behind a ghost mask was not Jing An Royal Master, and he could do it. He hid since the fire started, but Yamuxi never noticed him. He was witnessing everything and prepared to leave secretly in the wake of Yemuxi's departure. Unexpectedly, he saw Yemuxi picked up a stick and was about to hit herself, so he took actions instantly and stopped her from harming herself. "I thought you would say I'm a brutal woman for hurting my cousin ferociously." Yemuxi twitched her lips, and she didn't need to pretend as a miss born in a wealthy and well-educated family background in front of this man in ghost mask. Her tiny and clean face showed a chilled look as if it didn't have any temperature. The man in a ghost mask didn't even toss a glimpse at that passed-out Yi Wanru, but said, "Her life has nothing to do with me." Yemuxi said, "Ah." Then she picked up the fallen wood and was about to hit her arm with it, but the man in a ghost mask frowned and flashed to her front, swinging at that piece of wood while saying in a cold voice, "Stop." "What?" Yemuxi looked up at him and felt confused. The man in a ghost mask was somehow pissed. He thought, "This woman didn't even frown for hurting herself. She didn't even feel bad about it, but I can't bear this." He knew Yemuxi did so for making herself look innocent, and hurting herself was necessary. He stared at Yemuxi for a while and frowned, and then he came up with an idea that could help her go out with a good reason and would never get suspected. He took out a dagger and put it on her neck, speaking in a cold voice. "Take out your money." Yemuxi's facial expression froze as she thought she misheard him. She looked at him, blinking and fluttering her eyelashes. "What did you say?" This was not her first time getting hijacked by him, and she was somehow getting used to it. Unexpectedly, she didn't feel the sharp dagger was horrible while it rested on her neck. "Didn't you just ask why I visited Yi Mansion? I need money, and I am robbing." The man in a ghost mask said with a cold voice. Yemuxi certainly didn't believe it. He could confuse outsiders, but she knew about this man's skills, and she didn't think he would be short of money. The man wearing a ghost mask didn't explain more, but carried her out after he finished the words. When they passed the unconscious Ye Wanru, the man in the ghost mask suddenly paused, and he turned to Yemuxi, who was trapped in his arms and couldn't move. "If you want her to die, then I will stab her. Your old lady has given a deadly order, and some people have already rushed in. You are my patron, so I give you a chance to make me stab someone." Yemuxi didn't know why he was robbing, but then she heard that. "Deadly order? It seems that if Ye Wanru dies tonight, many people in Yi Mansion will have to suffer." Yemuxi mumbled to herself. "Yes, but only some guards will be buried here with her," the man in a ghost mask said indifferently. Yemuxi's look dwelt on Ye Wanru's body temporarily. She was not a soft person, but she manipulated this fire, and even if she wanted revenge, she couldn't take others' life for granted. Otherwise, what would be no difference between her and those people who had harmed her in previous life? So she could spare Ye Wanru's life in case innocent guards' lives were entailed. However, she still needed to revenge. This hatred was so deep. Right at this moment, Since the ceiling was burnt more seriously, one of the burning pillars dropped and smashed on Ye Wanro's face directly. Ye Muxi saw this scene and decided not to take action, and she said, her life will be a living hell once she lost her face. It's not necessary to stab her. Who said only death would be the revenge? Dying in unconsciousness was too easy for Ye Wanru. When she woke up and saw her horrible face, that would be worse than death. It's a torture for an arrogant person like her to live with a ruined visage. Ye Wanru couldn't tell old lady about everything Ye Muxi said today. After all of these were Ye Wanru's strategy. Things were going on well under Ye Muxi's control. The only thing out of her expectation was this man wearing a ghost mask emerging from nowhere. In the burning Yuru yard, a man in black wearing a livid ghost mask flew out with a white dress woman in his arms. Kidnapping! Give me 1,000 taels or I will execute her right here. The man wearing a ghost mask said in a cold voice. Old lady saw Ye Muxi was out. She looked both surprised and happy. Muxi, is that you? Are you all right? Old lady sized up Ye Muxi and found though she looked a mess as her face was shrouded by dusts and smog and her hair was unkempt, she was at least not injured, and luckily she still wore intact clothes. If Ye Muxi ran out alone safe and sound, she would definitely be suspected, and that was why Ye Muxi prepared to hurt herself. But now she was kidnapped, and that was completely another situation. Ye Muxi looked at old lady and yelled out instantly, Grandma, Muxi is fine. Don't worry. I didn't know why it was on fire, and my eldest sister passed out. She is still inside. I am seized. She was murmuring to herself, does he kidnap me only for 1,000 taels? Who are you? You set fire in my Yi mansion and kidnapped my people. Where did we offend you that you hate us so much? Old lady stared at the man wearing a ghost mask and snapped. The man wearing a ghost mask sneered. You think you are qualified to block my way? I have nothing to do with the fire. I just passed by and take this opportunity to rob. I have heard she is the most precious miss in Yi mansion. Old lady Ye. Do you want your priceless granddaughter back? I give you a quarter of the time. You either give me 1,000 taels, or I will kill her right now. He acted utterly like an evil robber fleeing on 1,000 taels. Shen Yunpei changed her facial expressions and cursed. How dare you say that? Do you think we are forging tales here? No. Old lady gave priority to the overall situation. She considered that 1,000 taels could never outweigh Ye Muxi. Glancing at Shen Yunpei, old lady snapped, Go prepare the taels. We need to get Muxi back. Old lady, yes, I will work on it. Shen Yunpei felt reluctant since 1,000 taels were enough for them to spend for a whole year. This was a bulk of money. Ye Muxi was held by the man and couldn't move. She was speculating the man's purpose in her mind secretly. Knowing barely about him, she didn't know how many lies or truths he was talking about. She thought, never mind. Although he is an ace killer, he might be well out of pocket, so he takes the chance and robs. Who could assert that a good killer would always be rich? But he happened to choose to kidnap her. To a certain extent, he also helped her escape the fire sea and spared her the pain from hurting herself. If he didn't do so, there was no way that she could escape safe and sound. Although he said in a murderous voice and threatened that he would kill her, Ye Muxi didn't feel the sharp blade pressing on her neck, and neither did she sense his killing intent. Ye Muxi accidentally saw Shen Yunpei was preparing the taels. She came up with an idea. 1,000 taels. I was thinking about how to make some money. All the money rewarded by old lady will be consumed, and we can't just sit here and use up everything we have. Ye Muxi used an extremely low voice which could only be heard between them. Hello, how about we cooperate? What? The man wearing a ghost mask looked at the woman he held as he thought he misheard in a trance. Cooperation. I help you bid, and you give me some. Ye Muxi lowered her voice and whispered, 1,000 taels is only a scrap. I can tell you, I am more than that. You can bid for a higher price. The man wearing a ghost mask looked at this woman he held, and his lips couldn't help but twitch under the mask. The sharp blade still pressed on her tender neck, while her eyes were glinting, and she failed to realize that she was captured. He had known Ye Muxi was different from normal misses long ago, but which miss could be like this? Though being kidnapped, she negotiated with the robber about the ransom and asked him to give her some. Hello, are you short of money recently? I am telling you, kidnapping is a technical job. For example, 1,000 taels is too low for this situation, and you are losing money. However, if you yell a high price too high, old lady might take the risk and grab me back directly. Therefore, it's a technique to bid a price. Now you can only get 1,000 taels, but if you listen to me, I can assure you that you can have double, as long as you can give me 1/3 of it. Muxi was bargaining in a low voice. Muxi really had financial difficulty, and nothing for earning money was faster than this. If she missed this opportunity, she wouldn't have this luck again. The man in the ghost mask felt her hilarious. His kidnapped hostage was helping him to ask for more ransoms from the payer. Was there anything more hilarious than this? How much? The man wearing the ghost mask asked. Muxi's eyes were glinting, and then she whispered verbatim, 3,000 taels. While communicating, Shen Yunpei carried a heavy box and ran towards them. Old lady, these are 1,000 taels. Too slow. Now we have a higher price here, 3,000 taels. The man wearing a ghost mask said in a cold voice, no taels, but only banknote. I want the kind of check that I can exchange money in all private banks. Do not play tricks with me. Old lady's facial expression changed. Why do you go back on your promise? You just said 1,000 taels, but why now it grows to 3,000 taels? The man wearing a ghost mask thought secretly, certainly it is because of your granddaughter. 3,000 taels or 1,000 taels, I can't really see the difference. How much money, it's all up to me. The man wearing a ghost mask said in a cold voice, I am still wondering if that woman in the fire sea could be saved, and now she is only one left. If you don't give me money, I will throw her back, so you will get neither of them back.